Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker training course based on Certified Ethical Hacker CEH certification program by EC Council. Our course is divided into 20 modules covering all the categorized topics. CH course covers 270 plus technologies and 2000 plus tools in all. This is module 1, Introduction to Hacking. This section covers who is hacker, what is hacking, ethical hacking, terminology, methodology, etc. Introduction to hacking. Our journey begins by knowing about the world of hackers and hacking. Our focus in this course is towards gaining skills for ethical hacking to protect information technology or digital technology world from hackers. Topics covered in this module are what is hacking, who is hacker, hacking terminology, major security breaches or hacks, type of attacks, hacker classes, type, hacking methodology, that is reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and clearing tracks. Hacker or a cracker is someone who seeks to breach defenses and exploit weakness in the target with his equipped skills. Hacking is breaking into target and gaining unauthorized access and compromise the target for own benefit. Hackers may be motivated by money earning, gaining profit, show protest, gather info, taking challenge, sabotage, recreation, fun, or any other. Ethical hacking. Ethical hacker does the same thing as that of a hacker ethically, legally, to evaluate target weakness and defend it from the malicious hackers. Ethical hacker is a hacker inside an organization possessing all the skills to protect it. He is watchful on the intruder, stealth activities, protect from reconnaissance, scanning, secure perimeter, network, WAN, LAN data, use anti-malware softwares and update signatures regularly, educate users on information security and incident reporting, secure all passwords, observe intruder attempts, trojans, backdoors, virus presence, and remediate them instantly. He is aware of latest technologies, threats, and protection methods. And a ethical hacker must be expert on Linux and Windows platform, networking, and hardware software. And one thing to note is he must get into an agreement before any assignment to protect himself from legal actions during penetration testing conduct phase. Hacking terminology. Let us understand some of the mostly used terms in the hacking world. Target. Target of evaluation. This is mostly used term in the hacking world. It can be an object, system, network, application, or software on which a hacker conducts attack. Security. The protection methodology of uninterrupted functioning infrastructure delivering service. Hacker breaches this security and interrupts the functioning. Security triad. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability form the security triad. Balance of these three is important for the expected security. Attack. It's a violation of security and taking control of system, network, and conducting malicious activities. Threat. Threat is a possible danger that may breach security of target and cause possible harm. Example, one of the many doors in a house is not locked. It's a threat that someone may enter through the door and steal. Bug or flaw in a software is a threat to security which a hacker can exploit and break in. Unlock a door is a bug. Vulnerability. Weakness, bug, or a flaw which allows a hacker to exploit and compromise the system application to his objectives. Objective may be damage, loss of data, or any. Vulnerability is also known as attack surface. Exploit. It's a piece of code written taking advantage of vulnerability to compromise the target. Hacker uses exploits on vulnerabilities, breaches security to gain access on the target to fulfill his malicious objectives. Here you see US tops in the list, and 50% of the security breaches happened in 5 countries. Latest one being WannaCry ransomware. This attack affected half a million systems in 150 plus countries. Types of attacks on a target are classified and by nature active attack, passive attack. Active attack modifies the resources during the attack. In a network, DOS attack, spoofing, man in the middle, or poisoning, ping flood, ping of death, smurf attack, etc. On a host, buffer overflow, heap overflow, stack overflow, format string attack, etc. Passive attack. They do not modify the resources but copy, capture information. Example port scan, idle scan, etc. And by parameter, it's an inside attack, outside attack. Inside attack is initiated inside the security perimeter, possibly by an authorized user. Outside attack. It is unauthorized or illegitimate user mostly. On system target. Operating system attacks. Example OS vulnerabilities, misconfiguration attacks, application level attacks, shrink wrap code attacks. This is just of exploiting holes in the unpatched or poorly configured software. Type or class of hackers. We know that a hacker is someone who seeks to breach defenses and exploit weakness in the target with his equipped skills. White hat or ethical hacker. He legally evaluates the target weakness and defends them from the malicious hackers. He breaks security for non-malicious reasons, either to test the security system, perform penetration tests, or vulnerability assessments for a client. They do not cause harm, but protect and reinforce the targets. Black hat hacker. He is malicious and unethical. He violates security, has an intent to break the law, disrupt the systems or business, generate illegal financial return, mainly motivated by money earning, gaining profit, etc. Grey hat hacker. He is non-malicious but still unethical. The grey hat hacker lies between the black hat and white hat hacker. A grey hat hacker may hack a target and inform the owner that their system has a security defect and seek some fee to announce it to them and offer to correct them as well. If their efforts are not recognized or paid for, then they may publish the facts to the world. Grey hat hackers may not necessarily be hacking for their personal gain, but unauthorized access to a system is illegal and unethical. Scripted. He is a newbie, unskilled hacker but curious to apply his newly acquired skills who hacks into the system by using available tools. They are beginners, immature, and may or may not understand the impact of their actions, and they might cause uncontrolled damage. Blue hat hacker. They are also called as bug testers. They do the bug testing of a system application prior to its launch, looking for the exploits so that they can be closed. Hacktivist or hacktivism. A hacktivist is a hacker who utilizes the technology to publicize social, ideological, religious, or political message. Hacktivism is a cyberterrorism that involves website defacement, DOS attacks, etc. They publicize the information which should not be made public. Hacking for a cause, spreading communication, highlighting their cause. This is still not legal, irrespective of their intent, as it involves unauthorized access, non-permitted communication. Hacking methodology. There's no unique step-by-step process, but usually follow some standard steps. We're going to cover this topic in detail in the coming session. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module 1, Introduction to Hacking, Section Ethical Hacker. Ethical Hacker, White Hat Hacker. We are going to cover who is hacker, what is hacking, hacker classes, types, ethical hacking, certified ethical hacker. Hacker or a cracker is someone who seeks to breach defenses and exploit weaknesses in the target with his equipped hacking skills. Hacking is breaking into the target and gaining unauthorized access and compromise the target for own benefit. Hackers may be motivated by money earning, gaining profit, show protest, gather info, take a challenge, sabotage, recreation, for or any other motive. Type of hackers. We have white hat, ethical hacker, black hat, malicious or unethical hacker, grey hat, non-malicious or unethical hacker, script kiddie, is newbie, blue hat, that is bug testers, and hacktivist or hacktivism. White hat hackers legally evaluate the target weakness and defend them from malicious hackers, that is black hat hackers. He breaks security for non-malicious reasons, either to test the security system, perform penetration tests, or vulnerability assessments for a client. They do not cause harm but protect and reinforce the targets. We're going to discuss these types in another session. Ethical hacker. Ethical hacker does the same thing as that of hacker ethically, legally to evaluate the target weakness and defend it from the malicious hackers. Ethical hacker is a hacker inside the organization possessing all skills to protect it. He is watchful on intruders, stealth activities, protect from reconnaissance, scanning, secure perimeter, network, WAN, LAN, data, use anti-malware software and update signatures regularly, educate users on information security, incident reporting, secure all passwords, observe the intruder attempts, trojans, backdoors, virus presence, and remediate them instantly, aware of latest technology, threat and protection methods. Ethical hacker must be expert on Linux and Windows platforms, networking and hardware, software. He must get into an agreement before any assignment to protect himself from legal actions during penetration test conduct phase. Prerequisites for getting CH certified. Candidate having at least 3 years of experience in information technology, knowledge of TCP/IP, Linux and Windows operating system. This is helpful in quick learning. Course audience. Network admins, security officers, auditors, security professionals, and anyone who is concerned about the security of their network infrastructure. Certified Ethical Hacker (CH). CH is a qualification obtained by assessing the security of computer systems using penetration testing techniques. The code for the CH exam is 31250, current version 9. Visit eccouncil.org for more information. This is EC Council website and explore this site for more information. EC Council certified 200,000 professionals in 145 countries. That covers 3,000 tools and technologies and 350 SMEs, subject matter experts, are involved in the course development. Explore this site for more information. Let us explore this link CH. thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module 1, Introduction to Hacking. Section, Information Security Laws and Standards. This is information age. InfoSec or information security is the practice of preventing unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, inspection, recording, or destruction of information. Information security laws and standards. We have many laws and standards in place. There are PCI DSS, that is Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, ISO IEC 27001 2013, HIPAA Act 1996, SOX 2002, DMCA 1998, FISMA 2002. Various cyber laws are formulated in different countries. IT Act 2000 is applicable in India. Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard (PCI DSS) is an information security standard for organizations that handle credit card transactions. PCI standard is mandated by all the credit cards and administered by the Payment Card Industry Security Standards Council. The standard was created to increase the controls around the cardholder data to reduce the credit card fraud. Validation of compliance is performed annually either by an external quality assessor or by a firm, internal specific assessor that creates a report on compliance for organizations handling large volume of transactions, or by self-assessment questionnaire (SAQ) for the companies handling smaller volumes. PCI Data Security Standard specifies 12 requirements for compliance organized into 6 groups called control objectives. This is PCI Security Standards Council website. You can go through it for more information. ISO IEC 27001 2013 is an information security standard published in 2013. It is published by a joint subcommittee of International Organization for Standardization, that is ISO, and International Electrotechnical Commission (IEC). It is a specification for ISMS, that is Information Security Management System. Organizations that meet the standard may be certified compliant by an independent and accredited certification body on successful completion of formal compliance audit. The new and updated controls reflect changes to technology affecting many organizations. This is ISO website, and this is ISO IEC 27001 2013 Information Security Standard. You can go through it for all the controls, groups, and control objectives information. HIPAA Act. The Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act was enacted by the United States Congress in 1996. It has been known as Kennedy-Kassebaum Act or Kassebaum-Kennedy Act after two of its leading sponsors. HIPAA Act consists of 5 titles. HIPAA Act protects health insurance coverage for the workers and their families when they change or lose their jobs. It sets the national standards for the transactions, health insurance plans, and it sets guidelines for the pre-tax medical spending accounts, group health plans, and life insurance policies. Sarbanes-Oxley Act 2002. More commonly called as Sarbanes-Oxley, Sarbox, or simply SOX. It is also known as Public Company Accounting Reform and Investor Protection Act, Corporate and Auditing Accountability, Responsibility and Transparency Act. This company is a United States federal law that set new or expanded requirements for all the US public company boards, management, and public accounting firms. There are also a number of provisions for the privately held companies, for example, willful destruction of evidence to impede the federal investigation. The bill contains 11 sections, was enacted as a reaction to the number of major corporate and accounting scandals, including Enron and WorldCom. Digital Millennium Copyright Act (DMCA) is a United States copyright law that implements two 1996 treaties of WIP, that is World Intellectual Property Organization. It became law in 1998. It criminalizes production and dissemination of technology, devices, or services intended to circumvent measures commonly known as digital rights management or DRM that control access to copyrighted works. It also criminalizes the act of circumventing an access control whether or not there is actual infringement of copyright itself. In addition, DMCA heightens the penalties for copyright infringement on the Internet. FISMA, Federal Information Security Management Act of 2002, is a United States federal law enacted in 2002. The act recognized the importance of information security to the economic and national security interests of United States. The Act requires each federal agency to develop, document, and implement an agency-wide program to provide information security for the information and information systems that support the operations and assets of the agency, including those provided or managed by the agency, contractor, or other source. Cyber laws in India are enforced by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. They provide legal recognition to the electronic documents and a framework to support e-filing and e-commerce transactions. They also provide a legal framework to check and mitigate the cyber crimes. This is the official website of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. This is the Information Technology Act 2000, and we have cyber security. Let us see this act. This is the act. You can go through this for more details. And we have a national cyber security policy as well here. Cyber laws worldwide. A cybersecurity regulation comprises directives that safeguard information technology and computer systems, with the purpose of forcing companies and organizations to protect their systems and information from cyber attacks. US federal law and worldwide IT-age countries made strict laws to control the fraud. Cyber attacks include viruses, worms, Trojan horses, phishing, denial of service attacks, DOS attacks, unauthorized access, stealing intellectual property or confidential information, and control system attacks. There are numerous measures available to prevent these cyber attacks. Cyber security measures include firewalls, antivirus software, anti-malware software, intrusion detection and prevention systems, encryption technology, and usage of strong login passwords. There have been attempts to improve the cybersecurity through the regulations and collaborative efforts between the government and the private sector to encourage voluntary improvements to cybersecurity. Industry regulators, including banking regulators, include cybersecurity as an aspect of regulatory examinations. Cybercrime legislation worldwide. This is a UN website on the cybercrime legislation worldwide, and it has the statistics that 138 countries had enacted legislation, and still 30 countries had no cybercrime legislation in place. That amounts to 19% with no legislation, and we have 72% countries with legislation. You can explore this website So this is the index, and which country doesn't have the legislation. So that is shown here. The green, all green is the countries with legislation. Explore this site for more information. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBT. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH program by EC Council. Module 1 Introduction to Hacking, Section Information Security. Information Security. We're going to cover these topics in this section. What is information security, security triad, attack vectors, threat categories, and other information. This is information age helping our lives and living. Information security or InfoSec is the practice of preventing unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, inspection, recording, or destruction of information. Information security attributes or qualities are confidentiality, integrity, and availability, CIA. And these translate to security, functionality, and ease of use. Balance of these parameters is required for the required information security. Information security laws and standards. PCI DSS, ISO IEC 27001-2013, HIPAA Act 1996, SOX 2002, DMCA 1998, FISMA 2002, various cyber laws formulated in different countries. Details of these laws are covered in another session. Information security threat categories. We have these many security threat categories. We shall be covering each of these in the coming sessions. Information security attack vectors. A threat vector is a path or a tool that is used to attack the target. Threat vector types: fake sites, session hijacking, malware, wireless unsecured hotspots, email links, attachments, mobile devices, social networking, and USB media, etc. Information security controls are safeguards or countermeasures to avoid, detect, counteract, or minimize the security risks to a physical infrastructure, information, computer systems, or other assets. The controls are categorized as by incident: preventive controls, detective controls, corrective controls. By nature: physical controls, locks, doors, guarding, etc. Procedural controls like incident response awareness and training, etc. Technical controls, authentication, etc. Legal and compliance controls, that is by the laws and policies. ISO IEC 27001 has 114 controls in 14 groups and 35 control objectives. Security testing, vulnerability scanning, ethical hacking, or penetration testing. This is conducted in two environments: black box and white box. Black box: no knowledge of the target network to be tested. White box: having a complete knowledge of the target. Information assurance. Information assurance is the process of getting the right information to the right people at the right time. Information assurance includes protection of integrity, availability, authenticity, non-repudiation, and confidentiality of the user data. It uses physical, technical, and administrative controls to accomplish these tasks. These protections apply to the data in transit and data at rest as well, both physical and electronic forms. Information assurance as a field has grown from the practice of information security. Information Security Management System (ISMS). ISO IEC 27001 is an information security standard and is a specification for ISMS. We'll cover the ISMS in an organization end to end in another session. Information security policies are documented set of guidelines for everyone to follow in an organization. We'll cover this in another session. Defense in depth. Information security must protect information throughout the lifespan of the information, from the initial creation of the information to the final disposal of the information. This is done with the implementation of good defense in depth strategy. Defense in depth can be modeled as a forming layers of the onion. With the data at the core of the onion, people next outer layer of the onion, network security, host-based security, and application security forming the outermost layers of the onion. Thanks for watching. Hello, I am Sri from CPTU, Module 1 Introduction to Hacking, Section Incident Management. We're going to cover incident management, ITSM, IAM process, responsibilities of IRT. The objective of incident management during an incident is service restoration as quickly as possible. If service can be restored by a temporary workaround quicker than by correcting the underlying root cause of an issue, that is acceptable. After service restoration, correction of underlying root cause is done by the problem management team by the process called root cause analysis. An incident is an event that could lead to the loss of or disruption to an organization's operations, services, or functions. Incident can be defined as an unplanned interruption to an IT service or reduction in the quality of an IT service. Failure of a configuration item that has not been yet impacted service is also an incident. An example of this would be a failure of one disk from a mirror set and a redundant link in high availability connectivity. Incident management is the activity of an organization to identify, analyze, and correct hazards, unwanted happenings to prevent their future recurrence. These are often designated beforehand or during an event to deal with the incident and restore recover normal operations. Improper incident handling can escalate to an emergency, crisis, or a disaster. Restore to BAU, business as usual, is the goal of IRT, Incident Response Team. Without effective incident management, an incident can rapidly disrupt the business operations, information security, IT systems, employees or customers, or any other vital business functions. Example, virus outbreak, database leaks, etc. IT service management. It refers to the activities directed by the policies, organized and structured in the processes and supporting procedures. They are performed by an organization to plan, design, deliver, operate, and control information technology services, which are offered to the customers. It is more concerned with the implementation of IT services that meet the customer's needs, and it is performed by the IT service provider through an appropriate mixture of people, process, and information technology. IT service management focus on the customer's needs and IT services for customers rather than IT systems. IT service management. This framework has a relation with other management standards. It is shown here. Blue boxes represent ITSM methodology. ITIL 2011. There are standards and frameworks contributing to the overall ITSM discipline. COBIT. Control Objectives for Information and Related Technologies. It's an IT governance framework that specifies control objectives, metrics, and maturity models. ISO IEC 20000 is an international standard for managing and delivering IT services. A service desk. It is a primary IT function within the discipline of ITSM, IT service management, as defined by the ITIL. It is intended to provide a single point of contact, SPOC, to meet the communication needs of both users and IT staff. Incident management process. The activities defined by the ITIL are identification, detect or report the incident, registration, The incident is registered in the incident management system. Categorization. The incident is categorized by priority, SLA, etc. The incident is prioritized for the better utilization of resources and support staff time. Diagnosis. Reveal the full symptom of the incident. Escalation. That is to get the additional support from other organizational units. Investigation and diagnosis. If no existing solution from the past could be found, the incident is investigated and the root cause analysis is done. Resolution and recovery. Once the solution is found, the incident is resolved. Incident closure. In the incident management system, the incident is properly closed by providing the complete analysis that is done on the incident and attach any supporting documents for that along with the root cause analysis and mark it as closed. The Security Incident Response Team, that is IRT, is a group of individuals who have been trained in the incident management, each having distinct response roles. The team works under the direction of an incident officer. IRT team normally handles the incident starting from the report till resolution. They work toward quick recovery and normal operations as early as possible. Thanks for watching. Hello, I am Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module 1 Introduction to Hacking, Section Data Breaches and Malware Trends. We're going to cover data breaches and malware trends in this session. Data breaches. A data breach is the intentional or unintentional release of secure or private confidential information to an untrusted environment. Incidents range from the attack by black hats associated with the organized crime, political activists, or national governments to careless disposal of used computer equipment or data storage media. A data breach is a security incident in which a sensitive, protected, or confidential data is copied, transmitted, viewed, stolen, or used by an individual unauthorized to do so. Data breaches may involve financial information such as credit card or bank details, personal health information, personally identifiable information, trade secrets of corporations, or intellectual properties. Most data breaches involve overexposed and vulnerable unstructured data, such as files, documents, and sensitive information. Data breaches information. Let us see the data breaches worldwide. Here is the information about the world's biggest data breaches. You please explore as you're interested. This site has the information starting from 2004. Let us see some data breach statistics. Here we see the data breach statistics. Data records lost or stolen since 2013 is counted here. So you see the statistics here based on every day, hour, minute, and even second. Here we have the geographical map showing the total records breached by the location. This is very interesting site. Watch it whenever it's convenient for you. CCleaner malware outbreak. This CCleaner malware is said to be targeting the internal networks at Google, Microsoft, and Samsung, and others. This CCleaner is a Windows utility cleaner. Hackers hide malware in CCleaner software. Security researchers at Cisco Telos discovered that hackers injected malware into the CCleaner app, which has been used by millions of people and businesses to get rid of virus, potential malware off their computers. Over 2 million users were affected. CCleaner's owner were compromised to distribute the malware. So let us understand what malware is. Malware is a software which is specifically designed to disrupt, damage, or gain unauthorized access to a computer system, which includes computer viruses, worms, Trojan horses, spyware, etc. Let us see the malware trends around the world. Here is the malware trends information from GData security blog. You please explore this site whenever it's convenient. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CPTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on the CEH certification program by EC Council. Module 1, Introduction to Hacking, Section, Threat Modeling. Threat Modeling. This is a process by which potential threats can be identified, enumerated, and prioritized, all from the hypothetical attacker's point of view. The purpose of threat modeling is to provide defenders with a systematic analysis of the most likely attack vectors and the assets most desired by an attacker. Threat modeling helps in identifying the high-value assets, assets vulnerable to attack, possible tracking of attack vectors. There are 4 well-known methods of threat modeling. They are STRIDE, FASTA, TRIKE, VAST. Threat modeling STRIDE. STRIDE methodology. It's an approach to the threat modeling that was introduced by Microsoft way back in 1999, providing a mnemonic for the developers to find threats to our products. STRIDE patterns and practices, asset entry point were amongst the threat modeling approaches developed and published by the Microsoft. STRIDE is not an acronym but Microsoft's methodology for threat modeling. Threat modeling FASTA. Process for attack simulation and threat analysis. This is a 7-step risk-centric methodology. It provides a 7-step process for aligning business objectives and technical requirements, taking into account compliance issues and business analysis. The intent of the method is to provide a dynamic threat identification, enumeration, and scoring process. This methodology is intended to provide an attacker-centric view of the application. Threat modeling TRIKE. TRIKE methodology is using threat models as a risk management tool. Within this framework, threat models are used to satisfy the security auditing process. Threat models are based on a requirement model. The requirements model establishes the stakeholder-defined acceptable level of risk assigned to each asset class. Analysis of the requirements model yields a threat model from which threats are enumerated and assigned risk values. The completed threat model is used to construct a threat model based on asset, roles, actions, and calculated risk exposure. Threat modeling VAST. VAST is visual, agile, and simple threat modeling. The underlying principle of this methodology is the necessity of scaling the threat modeling process across the infrastructure and the entire SDLC, and integrating it into agile software development methodology. The methodology seeks to provide actionable outputs for the various stakeholders, that is, application architects, developers, cybersecurity personnel, and senior executives. The methodology provides a unique application and infrastructure visualization scheme such that the creation and use of the threat models do not require any specific security SME, that is subject matter expert. Threat modeling tools. There are 5 tools available for organizational threat modeling. Microsoft's free threat modeling tool. This utilizes Microsoft's threat modeling methodology. This is DFD based and identifies threats based on STRIDE threat classification scheme. My App Security's Threat Modeler. This is the first commercially available threat modeling tool. This is based on VAST methodology. Areas Risk. This offers both community and commercial version of the tool. 4C's SecuriCAD. This is commercial threat modeling tool. SD Elements by Security Compass. This has automated threat modeling capabilities. Microsoft Threat Modeling Tool 2016. This tool helps in finding threats in the design phase of the software projects. It's available as a free download from the Microsoft Download Center. This release simplifies working with the threats and provides a new editor for defining your own threats. This tool has several improvements such as new threat grid, template editor, and migrating existing DFDs, data flow diagrams. Here is the link for the Microsoft Threat Modeling tool. So these are the details and system requirements, and you have the instructions here for installing. Explore this. My App Security's Threat Modeler. This is the first commercially available tool, and this utilizes VAST methodology and is PFD based and identifies threats based on customizable comprehensive threat library. Here is the website for Threat Modeler. You may explore this site for more information. Areas Risk. This offers both community and commercial version of the tool. This is the website for the Areas Risk Threat Modeling tool. You please explore this site for more information. You have a community edition that is free to download and do the testing. 4Cities SecuriCAD. This offers commercial threat modeling tool. This is 4Cities website. You can download community version of SecuriCAD, cyber threat modeling and risk management tool, and you can explore this site for more information. Thanks for watching. Hello, I am Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module 1, Introduction to Hacking, Section EISA, Vulnerability Assessment, and other topics. We are going to cover Enterprise Information Security Architecture, that is EISA, Network Security Zoning, that is DMZ, Physical Security Controls, Information Warfare, Vulnerability Assessment, and VA Reset Sites. Enterprise Information Security Architecture. This is part of enterprise architecture focusing on information security throughout the enterprise. EISA is the practice of applying a comprehensive and rigorous method for describing current and future structure and behavior for organizational security process, information security systems, personnel and organizational subunits so that they can align with the organization's core goals and strategic direction. This is often strictly associated with information security technology. It relates to the security practice of business optimization in that it addresses the business security architecture, performance management, and security process architecture as well. Network Security Zoning, DMZ, that is Demilitarized Zone. This demarcates logically within a networking environment. Jones defined the network boundaries and their associated perimeter defense requirements. This is a WAN router, this is intranet, LAN, and this is DMZ. Information warfare. This is what we see that is happening between the big giants corporations. This involves the use and management of information and communication technology in pursuit of a competitive advantage over an opponent. Information may involve collection of tactical information, false assurances, spreading of propaganda, or disinformation to demoralize and manipulate the enemy and the public. This in summary is the bad propaganda and the denial of the right information and low quality information. Physical security controls. These describe the security measures that are designed to deny the unauthorized access to the facilities, equipment, and resources. This is to protect personnel and property from damage or harm, such as espionage, theft, or terrorist attacks. Physical security involves the use of multiple layers of interdependent systems, which include CCTV surveillance, security guards, protective barriers, locks, access control protocols, and many other techniques. Vulnerability assessment. This is the process of identifying, quantifying, and prioritizing the vulnerabilities in a system. Vulnerability from the perspective of disaster management means assessing the threats from potential hazards to the population and to the infrastructure. This may be conducted in the political, social, economic, or environmental fields. Vulnerability assessment has many things in common with risk assessment. These are the 4 assessment steps: cataloging assets and capabilities, resources in a system, assigning the value or the importance to those resources, identifying the vulnerabilities or potential threats to each resource, mitigating or eliminating the most serious vulnerabilities for the most valuable resources. Vulnerability reset sites. These are the few vulnerability reset sites. This is the Vulnerability Lab website doing vulnerability research and vulnerability assessments. These are the vulnerabilities listed here. To explore this site for more information. This is the Security Tracker website. Explore this for more information. This is the HackerWatch website from McAfee, and you have the event tracking here. You explore this site for more information. This is the Semantic Vulnerability Research website. Please explore for more information. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module 2 Footprinting, section Footprinting Introduction. In this section we are going to cover hacking methodology, what is footprinting, why footprinting, what info is gathered, tools and processes, and countermeasures as well. Hacking methodology. Footprinting or reconnaissance is used in pre-attack phase to collect information, that is preparation for the attack or hacking phase. What is footprinting? Footprinting is also known as reconnaissance, is the technique used for gathering information about the target. It can be computer system, software, application, or anything. This is the most time-consuming part and may take a week or multiple weeks, but it's essential for the attack phase of hacking. To get this information, a hacker might use various tools and techniques. This information is very useful to the hacker who is trying to crack the whole system of the target. Here is the caution. All over the world, cyber laws enforce strict punishments for violation of ethics, gaining unauthorized access to any computer system, network, and related illegal activities. Why footprinting? This is the task performed in the pre-attack phase before the actual attack to gain information about the target system. This information can be used to carry out further attacks on the system. What is gathered during the footprinting? We need to know maximum information about the target system network to find loopholes, security risks for analysis and mapping. We need the company details, their customers, employee details, their email addresses, and the key people information, their web presence, location, network ranges, security system in place, open ports and services, etc. We need to know what projects they have handled and what are the new projects they bagged and financial and legal documents of the company, what exposure they have in the media and the news, their job sites, the patents and the trademarks of the organization. In all, we try to get near the bullseye, which will make the attack easier. Footprinting methodology. A hacker might use various tools and techniques in footprinting. This information is very useful to the hacker who is trying to crack the whole system. In pre-attack phase, footprinting methodology is used to gather info about the target. We need to know how to get into the target system network to find loopholes, security risks for analysis. Many methods are used like search engines, Google hacking techniques, spidering, social networking, and we're going to cover each of these topics in the coming sessions. Footprinting report. A survey or reconnaissance or footprinting is done. Do not lose any effort. Document everything. Save the information for finding sensitive information. Simple steps can be document everything that is gathered, filter the information and identify the important info. Prepare strategy based on the report. From the ethical hacker point of view, what are the footprinting countermeasures? Security harden the network devices like routers, firewalls and switches, and also servers and hosts, etc. Use gem servers, proxies with strong access control lists to access the internal systems. Implement strong access control system. Watch and respond to the alerts by IPS, IDS, and all the network monitoring applications. Disable directory listing of websites. Perform footprinting proactively and fix any sensitive findings. Use private domain registration to hide corporate contact information. These are the few countermeasures that are mentioned here, and protecting the network and the resources from the hackers is a continuous effort, and be watchful on the intruder or stealth attempts. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module 2, Footprinting. Section, Footprinting through search engines. Search engine. It's a software system that is designed to search the information on the World Wide Web. The search results are generally presented and they will be a mix of web pages, images, videos and other types of files. If you want to know the nearest stadium, best food joint, or how to bath your baby, or entertainment avenues, or in fact anything, where do you go? Of course, it is through your favorite search engine. A lot and almost everything can be found here with the right querying. Search engines such as Google, Yahoo, Bing, they are used to gather the information about the target system or enterprise. It depends on how well one knows how to use the search engines to collect information. If used properly, an attacker can gather lots of information about a company, its employees, exposed sensitive information, its capable, and its policies, etc. Search engine, and in fact Google has become the common household term for anything and everything. Just by simple search itself, we can get what we want intelligently. We normally Google for information on general topics, entertainment, maps, Google search, etc. Footprinting through the search engines can gather a lot of information like exploring companies' public and intranet websites, blogs and forums, financial reports, finding the hosting, web server and operating system details, collect location and contact information, key people search, social networking sites, gather information from financial services, footprinting through job sites, monitoring target, using the alerts. Competitive intelligence. Search to include on target, key intelligence info gathering, company, its key people, financials, projects, customers, competitors, network protection technology that is being used, monitoring website traffic, tracking online reputation, etc. Google hacking is also called as Google darking. This is a computer hacking technique that uses Google search and other Google applications to find security holes in the configuration software code that a website or an application use. Google hacking is done by using advanced queries, and the search results include hidden confidential information that is not meant for public viewing, which is generally not found through the simple Googling. Google indexes web pages like any search engine, index images, videos, postings, and all types of files such as PDF, PPT, DOC, etc. Google hacking locate specific strings of the text within the search results. Some of the more popular examples are finding the versions of vulnerable web applications. We are going to cover Google hacking in another session. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module 2 Footprinting Reconnaissance Section Google Hacking Darking. Google hacking is also named as Google darking. This is a computer hacking technique that uses Google search and other Google applications to find security holes in the configuration and the software code that a website or an application use. Google hacking is done by using advanced queries, and the search results include hidden, confidential, and the information not meant for public viewing. This is generally not found through the simple Googling. Google indexes web pages like any search engine, index images, videos, discussion group postings, and all sorts of file types such as PDF, PPT, and so on. Google hacking locate specific strings of the text within the search results. Tremendous amount of information can be searched and uncovered in the Google hacking. Finding resources using Google Advanced Search Operators expose hidden information through the Google hacking database. Let us know about the Google darking history. In 2002, Johnny Long began to collect interesting Google search queries that uncovered vulnerable systems, sensitive information, which he labeled them as Google Darks. Google Hacking Database. This is an authoritative source for querying the Google search engine. After Johnny Long, GHDB is now maintained by Offensive Security. In GHDB, you will find the queries for files containing usernames, vulnerable servers, containing passwords, etc. Let us explore Google Hacking Database at Exploit Database. This database is ultimate archive of exploits, shellcode, and security papers. You see here 38,000 exploits are archived under this. Google Hacking Database. They are categorized and the database is searchable. Let us explore GHDB. This is ExploitDB's database, which maintains Google Hacking Database. You explore this site for more information. Let us watch Google Hacking Database. This is Google Hacking Database. One can search the database and the database is categorized. like foothold, sensitive directories, vulnerable files, vulnerable servers, etc. You see the latest queries being added to the database. Let us explore some of the queries. Let us click on the files containing passwords. You see this files containing passwords category under the GHDB, and you have these many queries here. You can explore them. Let us take the first one. Let us search by the first query. We have these many files which gives the passwords. We can explore this. Let us try sensitive directories under hacking database. Let us try in URL pictures in title index of. This generates these many results. Let us check the first result. Here you see the directory listing is done and all the folders are visible. Let us try another one with the query site onedrive.live.com with keyword shared by. So these are the results. Let us check this. So these are the files under this directory visible. So in all, we have seen that this hacking database is all powerful, which can explore the hidden information, and it identifies advisories and server vulnerabilities, error messages that contain hacking info, expose sensitive directories, password files, pages containing logon portals, sensitive directories, vulnerable files, and vulnerable servers. Google Hacking Database contains thousands of Google Docs. You can explore some of these Google Docs. Further, you can try these as well. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBT. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module 2 Footprinting, Section Web Crawler Spider. A web crawler is also called as a spider, ant, or automatic indexer, also web scutter. This is an internet bot that browses the World Wide Web for the purpose of web indexing. Web crawlers copy all the pages they visit for later processing by search engine, which indexes the download pages so that the user can search more efficiently. Web crawlers copies mirrors a website for offline viewing, and they are preserved as snapshots. Further, crawling or spidering is the process of surfing the internet to get the required information about the target. The sites served can include the target's website, blogs, social networks. The information obtained by this method will be useful in other reconnaissance methods as well. Google bot from Google, Bing bot from Bing crawl the sites and index web pages. General purpose crawlers are History Track, Apache Notch, and many more. They are coming up. Web crawling policy should not annoy the target, following specific behavior policies like selection policy, which states which pages to download, revisit policy, which checks for the changes to the pages, politeness policy. This is to avoid overloading the websites as crawlers consume resources on the remote server, overloading and impacting the performance of the website. Parallelization policy. This says how to coordinate the distributed web crawlers. Web crawling security or countermeasures. Everyone wants their website to top in the search engine query results, which is possible by allowing search engines to spider and index data. This can also have unintended consequences and lead to a compromise or data breach if search engine indexes resources that should not be publicly available or pages revealing potentially vulnerable information. Crawlers visit the sites without approval and download the content, and by default everything can be accessed and downloaded. Apart from standard web application security recommendations, web admins can reduce their exposure to specific hacking by permitting search engines to index the public parts of their websites with robots.txt. Pages to be excluded from crawling must be added to the robot.txt. The pages such as login pages, etc. Web crawlers identify themselves to a web server when crawling. Web servers log crawlers' visits. Admin must use the tools to identify, track, and verify the web crawlers. Spam bots and other malicious web crawlers, they don't put the identifying information in the user agent field. They may mask their identity as a browser or other well-known crawler. Crawlers may be accidentally trapped in a crawler's trap, or they may be overloading the web server with the requests. Web admin need to stop such malicious crawlers. Identification is also useful for admins in identifying genuine crawlers versus malicious ones. Deep web crawling. Google's sitemaps protocol and ModOI are intended to allow the discovery of these deep web resources, that is, dynamic pages. Googlebot web crawling is done on all the text contained inside the hypertext content, tags, and href links. General purpose crawlers. Googlebot from Google. This is a search bot software used by the Google, which collects documents from the web to build searchable index for the Google search engine. BingBot is a robot deployed by Microsoft in 2010 for the Bing search engine, replacing MSN Bot. WebCrawler is a meta search engine that blends the top search results from Google Search, Yahoo, and other search engines. WebFountain is an internet analytical engine implemented by the IBM for the study of unstructured data on the World Wide Web. World Wide Web Worm WWW. This is inactive as of now. This was a crawler used to build a simple index of document titles and URLs. Yahoo Slurp. This was the Yahoo search crawler until Yahoo joined with Microsoft to use BingBot instead. Other popular ones are FastCrawler, Polybot, RBSC, SwiftBot, etc. Open source crawlers. We have Apache Nudge, Scrappy, HistoryTrack, PHP Crawler, and many others. Let us explore some of them in the coming session. Apache Nudge is highly extensible and scalable web crawler. It's based on Apache Hadoop and can be used with Apache Salt and Elasticsearch. It's written in Java. It is robust and scalable. It can run on a cluster as well. Nudge originated with Dow Cutting and Mike Caprella. Dow Cutting is the creator of both Lucene and Hadoop. Let us explore Nudge. This is Apache Nudge website and explore this for further information. Web crawler. This is a meta search engine that blends the top search results from Google Search and Yahoo Search. This is from InfoSpace and this is started in 1994 and was created by Brian Pinkerton at University of Washington. PHP crawler. This is an open source crawling script based on PHP and MySQL. Explore phpcrawl.cuab.de for more information. HTTrack. This is free and open source web crawler and offline browser. This was developed by Javier Roche. It has many features like it allows to download mirror a website from internet to a local computer. Let us see some of the HTTrack features. It allows users to download mirror a website from internet. It's licensed under GNU GPL v3. It arranges the downloaded site by the original site's relative link structure. Update an existing mirror site and resume interrupted downloads. It's configurable by options and by filters. That's like include and exclude. There is a basic command line version to use scripts and run cron jobs. Two GUI versions are available: WinHTTrack, which is for Windows, and WebHTTrack for the Linux, Unix, BSD releases. It can follow the simple links generated with JavaScript and inside applets and Flash. Download HTTrack from this link. They're suitable for your operating system. Give some project name and categorize it under some category. You can give a name, path for the downloads, and the action what you want to do. So download the website, and you have many other options, and adding an URL with a username and password, and any better options you want to set, you can set, and click next. You have these many options. You can download a website, or you can get separated files, and you can choose whatever you like, and clicking on add URL. If any site requires a username and password authentication, then you provide these details and it can download that site. Click finish, and it starts scrolling, and then you can browse a mirrored site after it has downloaded the site. Scrappy. This is an open source collaborative framework for extracting the data, and it's fast and simple. This is a website of Scrappy, and this is a very interesting crawler. You install a copy and explore. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module 2 Footprinting, section Footprinting through websites. Footprinting through the website. We use web spiders, website archives, website watcher, and monitoring, etc. Web crawling or the spidering is the process of surfing the internet to get the required information about the target. The sites surfed can include the target's website, blogs, and social networks. Search engine web crawlers are Google bot from the Google, Bing bot from the Bing. They crawl the sites and index the web pages. So we are covering these crawlers in another session. You see the name, it's a Wayback Machine. You can search and you can go to the timeline and get the snapshot how it looked in the past. You can search a website and see how it got shaped over a period of time. It shows the snapshots captured over a period of time. This is a valuable tool for analyzing websites' history. Archive.org provides APIs to build own tools. This is archive.org's website, and it has archived 306 billion web pages. You see some of the websites how it looked in the past. Say GeoCities, how it looked in 1997. And this is Amazon.com, how it looked in 2005, and you know how it looks today. And this is NY Times in 2013. And like this, you can explore some of the interesting sites, how it shaped itself over the time. And this Internet Archive provides API tools, subscription service. If a website is not yet archived by the Wayback Machine, you can enter an URL and you can save the page so that it starts capturing the web page, and you can refer it at any point of time in future. Amazon.com. Just we have captured some snapshots, that is how it looked in 2005 and how it looks today. Website Watcher detects the website updates and highlights all the changes. It monitors the web pages, password protected pages as well. This is the website of Website Watcher, and explore this for more information. Alternative to Website Watcher. This is just a mirror of what we have seen just. Website monitoring is the measure of website availability. Website monitoring is often used by the businesses to ensure website uptime, performance, and functionality as expected. We often hear the uptime and availability in terms of the percentage. When someone says that they guarantee 99% uptime means it is 87 hours 36 minutes, it's approximately 4 days downtime in a year. If you want good uptime, you should go for more nines as here. Website monitoring gathers extensive data on website performance, such as load times, server response times, page element performance, that is often analyzed and used for further optimized website performance. Purpose of website monitoring is to check the performance, reliability under the peak loads, improve search engine rankings, improve SLA, that is service level agreement, security monitor against virus and malwares, improve user experience, network admins, webmasters, help desk personnel. They may monitor the single page of a website or complete business process as per requirement. There are two types of website monitoring. That is synthetic monitoring, which is active monitoring. Passive monitoring is real-time monitoring. Notification of alerts is sent by email or instant messaging, cell phones, SMS, etc. Let us know about some of the website monitoring tools. Pingdom, this is by SolarWinds. This is Pingdom website. Pingdom is a great application for website performance and availability monitoring. You explore this free trial. Next great tool is Site 24/7. This is Site 24/7 website. There's a free trial that one can sign up and test it. You explore the features, and they have got different packages here. Explore this site for more information. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by Easy Council. Module 2 Footprinting, section Who is Query. In this section, we are going to learn about who is lookup result analysis, and tools. Who is research helps in getting information about the target website, the registrant, administrator's email address, contact details, creation and expiry date, name servers, etc. Who is queries based on domain name server, IP address, etc. Who is implementation. Who is lookups are performed with command line interface or web-based tools. Who is services are communicated using TCP and servers listen to the request on the port number 43. Clients are simple applications that establish a communication channel to the server, transmit a text record with the name of the resource to be queried, and await the response in the form of sequence of text records found in the database. The WHOIS protocol is documented in RFC 3912. WHOIS database consists of set of text records for each resource like registrants, admin contacts, creation and expiry dates. Two data models exist for storing resource information in WHOIS database, the thick and the thin model. Thick and thin WHOIS. WHOIS information can be stored and looked up according to either a thick or thin model. Thin WHOIS server. This stores only the name of the WHOIS server of the registrar of the domain, which in turn has the full details on the data being looked up. Referral WHOIS or RWHOIS. This is an extension of the original WHOIS protocol and service. RWHOIS extends the concept of WHOIS in a scalable, hierarchical fashion, creating a system with a tree-like architecture. Queries are routed to the servers based on hierarchical labels. Who is query? Let us take example.com domain, and this is the WHOIS information of this domain. Just type WHOIS space and the domain name, and it will display the WHOIS information. Here are some WHOIS query links. WHOIS at ip-address.com. This is the WHOIS information of an IP address that is recently queried at whois.ip-address.com. This is the website of ip-address.com, and the IP we have chosen is from the recent queries that are made here. For any WHOIS query, it will display the contact information of the registrant and the admin. It even displays the location map. Let us see who is .ican.org. This is ICANN whois website. Let us look up example.com whois. It provides this information here. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CPTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Concept. Module 2, Footprinting Reconnaissance, Section Traceroute Looking Glass Servers. In this section, we are going to cover locating network range, traceroute analysis, tools, and looking glass servers. Traceroute is a network diagnostic tool. Traceroute is used to trace the path between a user and the target system on networks. It is helpful to find out the network failures, routing loops, black holes in Internet. The original traceroute program was written by Van Jacobson in 1987. In Unix, Linux, macOS, the command is traceroute, and in Microsoft Windows, the command is traceRT. This tool displays the path and measuring the transit delays of the packets across the hops in the network. The history of the route is recorded as the round-trip times RTT of the packets received from each successive host or hop in the route or the path. Sum of the mean times in each hop is a measure of the total time spent to establish the connection. Traceroute proceeds unless all the 3 packets sent are lost more than twice. Then the connection is lost and the route cannot be evaluated. Ping, on the other hand, only computes the final round-trip times RTT from the destination point. In IPv6, the tool name has traceroute 6 or traceRT6. Let us traceroute example.com. This is resolving to this IP address, and by default it is 30 hops max. This traceroute is completed in 18 hops. Hop 1, this is my gateway and my service provider and the backend network, and it gone through the various hops in the internet service network and finally reached the destination. These are the mean times calculated from each hop. In this traceRT, it's resolving to the domain names of each hop. In this, you see the stars RTO request timeout, so this must be some firewall in the path. Traceroute with -D switch option, it will not resolve to the domain names for each of the hops, and the trace is faster. Just type traceRT and enter, and you will get the usage and the options that are available. How traceroute works. In Unix and Linux, traceroute sends a sequence of UDP packets with the destination port numbers ranging from 33,434 to 33,534. In Windows, traceRT sends ICMP echo request instead of UDP packets. The time to live TTL value is also known as hop limit, is used to determine the intermediate routers being traversed towards the destination. Traceroute sends packets with TTL values that gradually increase from packet to packet. Starting from the TTL value of 1, traceroute sends packets with TTL values that gradually increase from packet to packet. Starting with TTL value of 1. Routers decrement TTL values of the packets by 1 and discard the packets whose TTL value has reached 0, returning the ICMP time exceeded error message. Linux traceroute command is used to avoid DNS resolution. Use switch n, like traceroute space -n space domain, and hit enter. Looking Glass server or LG server is accessed remotely for the purpose of viewing routing information. Publicly accessible Looking Glass servers are run by internet service providers and internet exchange points. Traceroute links. Traceroute.org has worldwide server information. PCH, Packet Clearing House, provides info based on IXPs and sorting available by cities, countries around the world. Traceroute.org provides worldwide server information. This is traceroute.org website, and this is maintained by Thomas Kernan, and by country you can search. This site has information on Looking Glass, route servers, BGP info and BGP tools, and many other important links. Let us check Looking Glass. These are the Looking Glass servers worldwide. These are the route servers worldwide. This is important BGP information and BGP tools like BGP Play and all here. And many other important links are here. Just explore this. PCH, Packet Clearing House Looking Glass Server. This provides the routing info based on IXPs by city, by country. These are the standard queries, and it can take arguments as well. Let us check show IP BGP summary for this IXP. These are the results. So many number of routes, and these are the neighbors. You explore this. These are the important BGP tools here. You explore these links, and we are going to cover more about this in Cisco certification courses. This is Route Views BGP Play. This is a Java application which displays animated graphs of the routing activity of certain traffics within a specific time interval. It's graphical in nature, much easier to understand how BGP updates the effect of routing of specific traffics. The BGP Play database stores last 10 days of data provided by the Route Views project data archive. These are some of the network tool links. We're going to explore these soon. BGP4.net. BGP4.net is very interesting site. Explore the network tools links here. This is BGP4.net website, and these are the links. Some network links are given here. Explore them. It's a good information, good repository. Max Traceroute or My Traceroute combines the functions of Traceroute and the ping programs in one network diagnostic tool. MTR probes the routers of the path by limiting the number of hops individual packets may traverse and listening to the response of their expiry. It will regularly repeat this process, usually once per second, and keep track of the responses of the hops along the path. We have MTR available for the Linux and Windows as well. WinMTR is available at this link. This is the link for MTR available on the GitHub. WinMTR is available on SourceForge, and you can download a copy from this mirror as well. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CPTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CAH certification program by EC Council. Module 2 Footprinting, Section NSLookup. NSLookup is a command line tool for querying the domain name system (DNS) to obtain the domain name or the IP address mapping or for any other specific DNS record. To open NSLookup in Windows, start, run and type NSLookup and enter. Or in the command prompt, type NSLookup and hit enter. When you are connected to the internet, it will pick the server from your service provider. NSLookup may be used in interactive or non-interactive mode. NSLookup doesn't use the operating system's local DNS resolver library to perform its queries. NSLookup working may be modified by the contents of the resolve.conf, where you can specify the sequence of servers to be used for lookup. Type help to get the help info on the NSLookup usage. We are connected to the internet and pick the server from the service provider. You type the domain name and hit enter, and by using this server, it resolves to this IPv6 IP address and IPv4 address. We can get the mail exchange records by typing set q equals to mx or type equals to mx. Give these results. You can query for name server by typing set q equals to ns and type the domain, hit enter, and it will return the name server details. NS lookup is a flexible tool and powerful tool. You can use a specific server to be used for lookup by typing server space and server name and hit enter. And you can query by typing set q equals to mx or ns or all. Also type equals to x, and x can be any of these types. Thanks for watching. Hello, I am Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Section Simple Network Management Protocol (SNMP). SNMP is a protocol for collecting, organizing and modifying information about managed devices. Managed devices, nodes are routers, switches, servers, workstations, printers, etc. SNMP is widely used in network management for network monitoring. An agent software inside a managed device translates alerts events as SNMP traps and send them to NMS, network monitoring station or network management station. SNMP exposes management data in the form of variables on the managed systems, organized in a Management Information System base (MIB), which describes system status and configuration. These variables can be remotely queried and managed by SNMP managing applications. SNMP is defined by IETF Internet Engineering Task Force. It consists of a set of standards for network management, including an application layer protocol, a database schema, and set of data objects, that is MIB. SNMP operates in the application layer, that is layer 7 of the OSI model. The SNMP agent receives request on UDP port 161. The manager sends request from any available source port to port 161 in the agent. The agent response will be sent back to the source port on the manager. The manager receives notifications, that is traps or inform requests on port 162. The agent generates notifications from any available port. When used with TLS or DTLS, that is Transport Layer Security and Datagram Transport Layer Security, requests are received on port 10,161 and traps are sent to port 10,162. In SNMP communication, one or more administrative computers are called managers. They monitor and manage a group of hosts or devices. Each managed system node has an agent which reports information via SNMP to the manager. SNMP managed network consists of three components: managed device, agent, and network management station (NMS). A managed device is a network node that implements SNMP interface that allows unidirectional, that is read-only, or bidirectional, read and write, access to node-specific information. Managed device exchange node-specific information with the NMS. The managed device can be any type of device, including routers, servers, switches, IP telephones, hosts, printers, etc. An agent is a software on managed devices which report information via SNMP to the manager. A network management station (NMS) monitor and control the managed devices. Management Information Base (MIB) is a database of objects that can be managed on a device like router, switch, firewall, etc. The managed objects or variables can be set or read to provide information on the network devices and interfaces. MIB describes the structure of the management data of a device system containing object identifiers, OID, and metadata. Each OID identifies a variable that can be read or set via SNMP. SNMP agents expose management data on the managed systems as variables. We have 7 PDU types, that is protocol data units, in SNMP version 3, which is in use as of now. We have 3 SNMP versions, and the latest one being SNMP version 3. SNMP version 3 security mechanisms such as USM or TSM prevent successful attacks. SNMP version 2C is incompatible with SNMP version 1. The strategies for interoperability are proxy agents, such as SNMP version 2 agent, which can act as a proxy agent on behalf of SNMP version 1 managed devices. And another one is NMS, Network Management Systems, which can understand both versions. In SNMP version 3, security is the main focus. This defines a security version of SNMP which facilitates remote configuration of the SNMP entities. The security aspect is addressed by offering both strong authentication and data encryption for privacy. SNMP provides important security features of CIA triad, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. SNMP auto discovery discovers new devices in the network automatically. SNMP version 1 and version 2C present security risk as SNMP read communities are broadcast in clear text. SNMP v3 mitigates this risk somehow, and anyway care should be taken when using automatic discovery feature. This is sample MIB OID, how it looks like. SNMP check is an open source tool which automates the process of gathering information of any devices with SNMP protocol support. It can be used for penetration testing or system monitoring. This is SNMP check website. It supports these enumerations, and you can download a copy here. And Metasploit module is also available, and by default it comes with Kali Linux. And this is how a report sample looks like. You explore this. SNMP check is installed on Kali Linux by default. SNMP check allows you to enumerate the SNMP devices and places the output in a useful friendly format. This is SNMP check Kali Tools webpage. A Windows system can receive messages generated by SNMP agents and forward them to the SNMP management programs. SNMP traps service in Windows operating system. A Windows system can receive messages generated by SNMP agents and forward them to the SNMP management programs running on this system. This is Cisco MIB Tools link. Thanks for watching. Hello, I am Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CHIT certification program by EC Council. Module 2, Footprinting, Reconnaissance. Section, Maltego Visual Link Analysis Tool. Maltego software is used for open source intelligence and forensics. It's developed by Paterwa. Maltego focuses on providing library of transforms for discovered data from open sources and visualizing that information in a graph format suitable for link analysis and data mining. The focus of the application is analyzing the real-world relationships between people, groups, websites, domains, networks, internet infrastructure, and affiliations with online services such as Twitter and Facebook. we're going to explore Paterma website about Maltego. Once again, Maltego comes with open source intelligence OSINT plugins called transforms. The tool offers real-time data mining and information gathering and representation in graphic patterns. Maltego can be used for the information gathering phase of footprinting. Maltego will save you time and will allow you to work smartly. Maltego tool does footprinting internet infrastructure as well as gathering information about the people, organization, analyzing the relations based on the information available on the internet. Maltego can be used to determine the relationships between the following entities: people, names, email addresses, alias, groups of people, social networks, network of networks, companies, affiliations, websites, document and files, internet infrastructure such as domains, DNS names, IP addresses. Connections between these pieces of information are found using OSINT techniques by querying sources such as DNS records, whois records, search engines, social networks, online APIs, and metadata, etc. Maltego provides results in wide range of graphical layouts that allow for clustering of information, which makes relationships instant and accurate. This makes it possible to see hidden connections as well. There are four types of Maltego clients available: Excel, Classic, CE, and Casefile. The difference between these versions are the number of entities that can be written from a single transform, and the maximum number of entities that can be on a single graph. Casefile is used by analysts using offline data who do not need access to standard transforms within Maltego. These are the Maltego client versions and their features under each version. Maltego CE's Community Edition. This is available for free for everyone after quick registration. It offers the same functionality as the Maltego Classic with few limitations. Maltego CE is used by security professionals worldwide and it ships with Kali Linux out of the box. Maltego CE features. It has the ability to perform link analysis on up to 10,000 entities in a single graph. The capability to return up to 12 entities per transform that is run. It includes the collection nodes which automatically group entities together with common features and find the key relationships you are looking for. It includes the ability to share the graphs in real time with multiple analysts in a single session. Graph export options include GraphML entity lists. Graph import options include tabular formats, CSV and Excel formats, also copy-paste as well. Maltego Community Edition is part of Kali Tools. Under the Information category, OSINT Analysis, click on Maltego CE to open Maltego Community Edition. Create your account and configure Maltego client. Please note once again that Maltego CE is for non-commercial use only. Install Maltego. If you do not want to use the Kali Linux Kali tools, you can install it. Installation of Maltego CE is easy and quick. It uses Java, runs on Windows, Mac and Linux. Minimum hardware specifications are 2 GB RAM, multi-core processor, 4 GB of disk space, internet access, and these ports to be opened. This is Maltego website. You click on this to see Maltego clients. These are the different versions. These are the features of each version. This page is from the Kali Tools website. Thanks for watching. Hello, I am Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Footprinting Section Recon NG. Recon NG is full-featured, web-based, open-source reconnaissance framework written in Python by Tim Toms. This is available from bitbucket.org website and sponsors are blackhillsinfosec.com. Recon NG look and feel is similar to Metasploit framework, but it's different. Modular framework with easy database integration, built-in convenience functions, interactive help, command completion. Reconnaissance is conducted quickly and thoroughly. It automates OSINT process, that is open source intelligence. Recon NG is available from bitbucket.org. This is Bitbucket website. This is downloads page. Download a copy for your practice and testing. Recon NG comes with Kali tools by default. Recon NG can be opened under Applications, Information Gathering and selecting Recon NG. This is the welcome screen of Recon NG. We are going to take a Recon NG demo. The simple steps in Recon NG are add new workspace, load module, set options, run, and generate report. The entire framework is scriptable through the use of a resource file. A resource file is a plain text file containing the list of commands for the framework. Referencing the resource file for the execution is like this. We are going to take a demo on this soon. Some of the API keys are Bing API key, Google API key, Google Custom Search Engine CSE, GitHub API key, Shodan API key, and these are the other ones. Sign up for many other APIs to use with Recon NG. Thanks for watching. Hello, I am Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Footprinting Section Email Tracking. Email tracking is used by individuals, email marketers, spammers, phishers, and hackers to verify that emails are delivered and read by the recipients. This is to validate email addresses and that the content of the emails has made it past spam filters. Email can be used to collect confidential information about businesses and individuals. The tracking mechanisms employed are typically cookies, web bugs, and embedded graphics. Tracking email communications that involves in collecting the information from the email header and using email tracking tools to track the email origination. We have numerous email tracking tools, and g2crowd.com provides a comparison feature of all the tools. And Email Tracker Pro is most widely used on the Windows platform. g2crowd.com. This is G2 Crowd Grid for email tracking. This is G2 Crowd website for best email tracking softwares. And the presentation in the grid format is shown here: the leaders, the niche, high performers, contenders, and you can compare the email tracking softwares. Is the best feature of this website. Email Tracker Pro is most widely used on the Windows platform for email tracking purpose. As you know that our network traffic is loaded with spam emails, and in our daily life as much as 95% of the emails is spam. Now the email providers like Gmail, they have the best spam filters and they filter out the emails, that is spam emails, from the genuine emails, and they will present it to you. Spam is annoying and can be dangerous as well. It may contain virus and fake links. They play tricks to gain sensitive information from you. Email Tracker Pro traces the origin of the email by using email header, and stops spamming with spam filter. The features is it can trace the email, it can report the abuse, it has a built-in spam filter, and the best part is it is integrated with email clients such as Outlook. One thing is that Email Tracker Pro may give false alarms with genuine emails and that need to be tweaked. Graphical representation of geolocation of the sender is displayed. This is the best part of it. The free trial is available. Download a free trial and start experimenting. And Email Tracker Pro is available for personal use and business use as well. And there are standard edition and advanced editions in each category. The current version of the Email Tracker Pro is 4058, and these are the minimum requirements like Java 1.6 or above, and RAM 512 MB, disk space of 120 MB, and 1 gig processor is good. This is the website of Email Tracker Pro. This is how graphically by geo it's represented. You can trace an email using email header. You can find out the email header by viewing the source of the email, view source. You can report abuse and it has a built-in spam filter. And this is the trial you can download and you can experiment. Select any message and click view source to find the header info. Email header info is required for Email Tracker Pro for tracking and analysis. There is another one that is mailtracking.com. This is the website of mailtracking.com and you may sign up for the free trial. This is the website of IPList. You explore this site as well. Thanks for watching. Hello, I am Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Scanning, Section Introduction to Network Scanning. After footprinting, hacker gets fair idea about the target organization's network and its protection system. Network scanning is information gathering mainly for the purpose of security assessment or performing a tag. Network scanning includes port scanning, SSDP scanning, and vulnerability scanning. A port scan is a method used by the intruders to discover the services running on the target machine. Hacker uses this info in attack phase to gain unauthorized access to a system. The purpose of network scanning a target is to find live hosts, open ports, services running on the target host, vulnerabilities, weakness in the operating system or application, exploit vulnerabilities during the attack phase, make profile of the target system or network. Profile includes IP address range, servers, DNS, network infra, operating system, and services running there. Enumeration phase, collecting routing info, network access, SNMP data, perimeter protection methods, and host protection methods, etc. SSDP is Simple Service Discovery Protocol, a network protocol based on IB suite for advertisement and discovery of network services and presence information. It accomplishes this without the assistance of DHCP, DNS, or without static configuration of a network host. SSDP is the basis of discovery protocol of Universal Plug and Play, that is UPnP, and is intended for use in residential or small office environments. It is a text-based protocol based on HTTP/U. It uses UDP as the underlying transport protocol. Services are announced by the hosting system with a multicast addressing on UDP port number 1900. In IPv4, multicast address is 239.255.255.250, and SSTP or IPv6 uses the address FF0x ::C for all scope ranges indicated by the X. In 2014, it was discovered that SSDP was being used in DDoS attacks, known as SSDP reflection attack with amplification. DDoS is distributed denial of service. Many devices have a vulnerability in the UPnP software that allows an attacker to get replies from port number 1900 to a destination address of their choice. With a botnet of thousands of devices, the attacker can generate sufficient packet rate, occupy bandwidth to saturate links, causing the denial of service. That is DOS attack. These are some of the popular network scanning tools. We have many multi-purpose tools which does scanning, monitoring, analysis, and remediation for vulnerabilities as well. These are the open source network monitoring tools. Nagios, Cacti, Isinga, Shinken, Jabix, OpenNMS, etc. These are commercial network monitoring tools. Splunk, SolarWinds, Capsa, OpenVAS, etc. Most of these have free editions which can be tried, and they will have some limitations. Full version can be tried as offered by the respective organization. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Scanning, Section Port Scanner. A port scanner is an application designed to probe a server or a host for open ports. This is often used by the administrators to verify the security policies of their networks, and by the attackers to identify network services running on a host to exploit vulnerabilities. A port scan is a process that sends a client request to a range of server port addresses on a host with the goal of finding an open port or active port. Port sweep is to scan multiple hosts for a specific listening port. The latter is typically used to search for a specific service. For example, SQL-based worm may port sweep looking for the host listening on TCP port 1433. A port is an endpoint of communication in an operating system. A port number is a 16-bit unsigned integer, thus ranging from 0 to 65535. Specific port numbers are often used to identify specific services. There are 1024 well-known port numbers reserved by convention to identify specific service types on a host. Well-known port numbers are FTP 21, SMTP port number 25, like this. HTTP, all well known, that's a World Wide Web Service, and secure HTTP is 443, like this. In TCP/IP, network services are referred using two components, a host address and a port number. Example 192.168.1.1. This is host :22. This is port, SSH port, that is. The results of a scan on a port is usually generalized into one of the three categories: open or accepted. The host sent a reply indicating that a service is listening on the port. Closed or denied or not listening. The host sent a reply indicating that connections will be denied to this port. Filtered, dropped, or blocked. There was no reply from the host. Open ports present two vulnerabilities: security and stability concerns associated with the program responsible for delivering the service, that's open ports, and with the operating system that is running on the host, open or closed ports. Filtered ports do not tend to present vulnerabilities. These are the port scanning types: TCP scanning, SYN scanning, UDP, ACK, window scanning, and FIN scanning. We have other scan types as well. TCP scan completes the TCP three-way handshake, and the port scanner closes the connection. These services can log the sender IP address, and IDS IPS can raise an alarm. Nmap calls this mode connect scan, named after the Unix connect system call. SYN scanning is another form of TCP scanning, also known as half-open scanning. The port scanner generates a SYN packet. If the target port is open, it will respond with a SYN-ACK packet. The scanner host responds with RST packet, that is reset, closing the connection before the handshake is completed. If the port is closed but unfiltered, the target will instantly respond with RST packet. UDP is connectionless protocol, so there is no equivalent to TCP SYN packet. If a UDP packet is sent to a port that is not open, the system will respond with an ICMP port unreachable message. Most UDP port scanners use this scanning method and use the absence of response to infer that a port is open. However, if the port is blocked by a firewall, this method will falsely report that a port is open. If the port unreachable message is blocked, all ports will appear open. This method is also affected by ICMP rate limiting. Sending a DNS query to port 53 will result in a response if DNS server is present. ASIC scanning doesn't exactly determine whether the port is open or closed, but whether the port is filtered or unfiltered. This is especially good when attempting to probe for the existence of a firewall and its rule sets. Window scanning is rarely used and is untrustworthy in determining whether a port is opened or closed. It generates the same packet as ASIC scan but checks whether the window field of the packet has been modified. Firewalls generally block SYN packets. FIN packets can bypass the firewalls without modification. Closed ports reply to a FIN packet with the appropriate RST packet, that is the reset packet, whereas open ports ignore the packet on hand. This is a typical TCP behavior and is in some ways a loophole. We have many scan types. These are the other scan types that exist, and Nmap supports most of these. Xmas sends packets with FIN, urgent, and push flags turned on like a Christmas tree. Null sends a packet with no TCP flags set. Protocol scan. This is done to determine what IP protocols like TCP, UDP, etc. are enabled on the target. Proxy scan. This is done to know the proxy's IP address. Idle scan. This is a scanning without revealing one's identity. CAT scan. This checks for the ports for erroneous packets. ICMP scan. This determines if a host responds to ICMP requests such as echo, ping, netmask, etc. Many internet service providers restrict the customer's ability to perform port scans to destinations outside of their home networks. This is usually covered in the terms of service or acceptable use policy, to which a customer must agree. Some ISPs implement packet filters or transparent proxies that prevent outgoing service requests to certain ports. If an ISP provides a transparent HTTP proxy on port 80, the port scans of any address will appear to have port 80 open, regardless of the target host's actual configuration. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Scanning, Section Network Scanning Tools. These are some of the popular network scanning tools. We have many multi-purpose tools which does scanning, monitoring, analysis, and remediation for vulnerabilities, and many add-on features. Nmap is a popular security scanner used to discover hosts and services on a network, thus building a map of the network. Nmap is used in footprinting, network enumeration, and network audits. GenMap is the official GUI for the Nmap, and you can do intensive scans. GenMap builds the command with pre-built profiles like ping scan, quick scan, intensive scan, etc. to be executed on the target host. Please watch Nmap session for the demo. PRTG network scanning tool is from Pessler. It does website monitoring, database monitoring, and bandwidth usage monitoring. This is a powerful network scanning tool which track bandwidth traffic, which give you complete overview of your network. PRTG's network monitor tool offers Windows Server Monitor for monitoring Windows servers and entire network 24 by 7. There will not be a network professional who have not heard about SolarWinds tools. SolarWinds is leader in NMS applications, that is network management system or network monitoring system, and IP address scanner is one such useful utility. Soft Perfect Network Scanner is a fast scanner with an extensive range of options and advanced features for system admins. This program can ping computers, scan ports, discover shared folders, and comes with flexible filtering and display options. It can retrieve any information about network devices via WMI, SNMP, HTTP, SSH, and PowerShell. The results can be exported to a variety of formats from XML to JSON. Angry IP Scanner is an open source and cross-platform network scanner designed to be fast and simple to use. It scans IP addresses and ports as well as has many other features. It's widely used by the network admins around the world, including large and small enterprises, banks, government agencies. It runs on Linux, Windows, and Mac OS X as well. Network scanner from Lizard Systems is used for scanning large networks that have hundred thousands of computers along with small networks. Network scanner not only finds the network computers and shared resources but also check its access rights. The scan results can be exported to XML, HTML, or text file. Network scanner from Beyond Security. This is a powerful scanner. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Scanning, Section Nmap Network Mapper. Nmap is a security scanner used to discover hosts and services on a network, thus building a map of the network. Nmap is used in footprinting, network enumeration, and network audits. Nmap is essential tool in networking toolkit. Nmap features include identifying open ports and a target host in preparation for auditing, network inventory, network mapping, maintenance and asset management, finding and exploiting vulnerabilities in a network. And additional features of Nmap are host discovery. This is identifying hosts on a network that respond to TCP or ICMP requests or have a particular port open. Port scanning, enumerating the open ports on target host. Version detection of the application, detecting the OS operating system and hardware characteristics of the network devices. A scriptable interaction with the target using Nmap scripting engine, that is NSE, and Lua programming language. Advanced service detection and vulnerability detection. Find reverse DNS names, device types, and MAC addresses. Network performance testing by generating traffic to hosts on a network. Response analysis, response time management, and eliminate any issues. For Nmap 4.5 and above, GenMap is the official GUI, and it replaced Nmap. Other Nmap web-based interfaces are Nmap CGI, IVRE, Nmap Win, and Nmap W is for Windows. XNMap is Mac OS X GUI. Nmap has long history. In 1997, Nmap was first published as an article, and in 1998, Nmap 2.0 is released. Many versions released since then, and Nmap changelog records all the changes. The latest one is Nmap 7.6, released in 2017. Nmap turns 20 years old in 2017. Nmap is a great tool. Nmap is used by security and system administrators to assess their own networks for vulnerabilities, that is, white hat hacking or ethical hacking. System admins can use Nmap to search for the unauthorized servers or computers that do not conform to security standards. Nmap is related to vulnerability assessment tools like Nessus, which test for common vulnerabilities in open ports. Nmap can perform vulnerability checks against the discovered services. This is all about ethical hacking. On the flip side, Nmap could be potentially used for black hat hacking as a precursor attempting to gain unauthorized access to computer systems. Unauthorized port scanning is illegal and may attract severe punishments under the law. Please be aware of it. Nmap is popular in media and games as well. Besides hackers, Nmap tool screens are used in movies like The Matrix Reloaded, Trinity, The Listening, Battle Royale, Live Free or Die Hard, Bourne Ultimatum, and Dread, etc. In 2003, Nmap appeared in the popular sci-fi movie LCM. The command Nmap is widely used in the video game Hacknet, allowing to probe the network ports of the target system to hack it. Nmap provides four output formats, all but the interactive output is saved to a file. Nmap output can be manipulated by a text editor, enabling the user to create customized reports. Interactive output. This is presented and updated in real time when a user runs Nmap from the command line. Various options can be entered during the scan to facilitate monitoring. XML, a format that can be further processed by XML tools. It can be converted into a HTML report using XSLT. Greppable, output that is tailored to line-oriented processing tools such as grep, sed, and awk. Normal, the output is seen while running the Nmap from the command line, but saved to a file. Scripted. This is meant to be an interesting output formatting, replacing letters with their visually alike number representations, such as user E is replaced with a 3, and in password O is replaced with 0, something like this. Nmap helps in auditing network security. Auditing the network security by identifying new servers or devices. Auditing the security of a device or a firewall by identifying the network connections which can be made to or through it. These are similar or advanced tools. Kali Linux, Metasploit, Framework, Wireshark, etc. ZenMap is the official GUI for the Nmap. It is a multi-platform, free and open source application, which makes Nmap easy to use while providing advanced features for experienced Nmap users. Frequently used scans can be saved as profiles to make them easy to run repeatedly. A command creator allows interactive creation of Nmap command lines. Scan results can be saved and viewed later. Saved scans can be compared with one another to see how they differ. The results of the recent scans are stored in searchable database. GenMap is available at this link. Download the right installer which includes the dependencies and also the GenGUI and CLA version. Nmap is supported on Windows 7 and newer versions. The version of the npcap included in the installer may not be the latest one, and download it again if you experience any problems. The Nmap executable Windows installer can handle npcap installation, registry performance tweaks, etc. It also includes the GenMap graphical frontend. Latest release is Nmap 7.6. After Nmap installation, open the command prompt and type Nmap and enter. You should see the Nmap usage and help output. This indicates that Nmap is installed correctly and the class path is set. Alternatively, Nmap can be opened from the Start Programs clicking on Nmap exe. GUI version can be opened by clicking Nmap Zen GUI. Nmap with the domain name, it will scan the host and it will give the open ports. And with additional switches, you can get more elaborate information. This is -v, this is a web ports detailed scan information. This is GenMap GUI. You can input the target here. GenMap has preset profiles. You can select any of these and this automatically gives the required switches for the command to be executed. This is a simple ping scan and it gave us the output here and we're going to see a demo on this. Okay, this is a demo of GenMap. Here on the left side we have a simple ping scan that is run. On the right side we have an intensive scan that is run. When you change the profile, the preset, the command line changes. What to be run along on the host. It's a simple ping scan and it doesn't tell about the ports and the topology is the local host and the destination. The green shows it's live. Trace route we have not run. Here we have run intensive scan on this example.com domain. These switches go here minus T, minus C, minus V. These are the services running on it. This is the Nmap output. NSA's Nmap scripting engine. It loaded the scripts for scanning and it ran all the scans. These are the open ports. Okay, so these are the ports open on this host. And the topology is localhost here, my gateway, and the next gateway, and the final destination here. You can view the host. This is host information. This is running on the Linux. This is server. This is the OS version. And these are the services that are running on it. On the trace route information. These are the two scans we have done and we have not saved yet. You can save them to a directory. This is the Nmap scan report. You can view this Nmap scan reports with any text editor. This is the topology information that it can show with the ping scan and the intensive scan. It can show all the trace hops in the way. Thanks for watching. Hello, I am Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Scanning, section Open Source Network Monitoring Tools. Network monitoring is an application that constantly monitors a network against the performance factors like slowness or failures and notifies the admins via email, SMS or otherwise. Network monitoring system is part of network management system. Both share the same acronym NMS. Monitoring is done through polling periodically. Send HTTP request to determine the status of a web server or send a test message for email servers or ping host server for liveliness, status, uptime, etc. These are some of the open source network monitoring tools popularly used. Nagios, OpenNMS, Cacti, CheckMK, Isinga, Nedi, etc. Nagios is the powerful network monitoring tool. It is the industry standard in IT infrastructure monitoring. Features include alerting, event handling, and reporting. There are two versions of Nagios. Nagios Core, which is open source and free. Nagios 11 is a commercial tool based on the Nagios Core with added features. World's largest organizations use Nagios for monitoring WAN links, routers, switches, and their infrastructure. With Nagios, it's easy to monitor the availability, uptime, response time of every node on the network. Nagios can deliver the results in a variety of visual presentation and reports. This is operating principle of Nagios. Nagios is conducting active checks and passive checks on the nodes, objects, and it's interacting with the RRD database for the reporting. And it sends the alerts, events to the browser, email, SMS, pager, etc. OpenNMS is carrier-grade, highly integrated open source platform designed for building network monitoring solutions. There are two distributions of OpenNMS, that is Meridian and Horizon. Meridian is advisable for enterprises and businesses looking for stability and long-term support. Horizon is the place where the innovation happens quickly and is ideal for monitoring new technologies and IT ecosystems. Both distributions are completely open source. CATI is complete open source network graphing solution designed to harness the power of RRD tools, data storage, and graphic functionality. RRD tool is open source industry standard, high performance data logging and graphing system. RRD tool can be easily integrated in shell scripts, Perl, Python, Ruby, or TCL applications. It is used to graph time series data of metrics such as CPU load and network bandwidth utilization. A common usage is to monitor the network traffic by polling interface via SNMP. CheckMK is an extension to the Nagios monitoring system that allows creating rule-based configuration. It can be used as front-end and extension of Nagios, Isinga, and Shinken monitoring system for monitoring performance and health of networking devices, servers, and infrastructure systems. CheckMK is available as Raw Edition, which is 100% open source, and Enterprise Edition comes with a lot of additional features and professional support. Isinga is an open source network monitoring application originally created as a fork of Nagios system. Isinga is attempting to get past the perceived shortcomings in Nagios development process. NEDI is an open source software tool which discovers maps and prepare inventories of your network devices, and it tracks the connected end nodes as well. It's user-friendly GUI for managing enterprise networks. Shinken is an open source network monitoring application compatible with Nagios. Shinken is a monitoring framework. It is Nagios core rewritten, enhancing flexibility and large environment management. It watches hosts and services, gathers performance data, and alerts users when error conditions occur, and again when the conditions clear. Shinken's architecture aims to offer easier load balancing and high availability. The administrator manages a single configuration. The system cuts into parts and dispatches to worker nodes. Vigilo Smart Monitoring is for medium to large sized enterprises. Vigilo provides all the necessary services for performance monitoring, state monitoring, mapping, correlation, metrology, and reporting. Jabbix is second popular after the Nagios. Jabbix is the ultimate enterprise-level software designed for real-time monitoring of millions of metrics collected from tens of thousands of servers, virtual machines, network devices, and other hosts. Jabbix is open source and comes at no cost. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Scanning, section Commercial Network Monitoring Tools. Network monitoring is an application that constantly monitors a network against the performance factors like slowness or failures and notifies the admin via email, SMS, or otherwise. Monitoring is done through polling periodically. We have seen open source NMS tools, that is Network Management System or Network Monitoring System, and almost all of them have enterprise grade version besides free versions. These are the popular network monitoring tools commercially available: Splunk, SolarWinds, Network Miner, Capsa. Let us look at each of these. Splunk is a data collection and analysis platform that allows you to monitor, gather, and analyze data from various sources like event logs, devices, services, TCP, UDP traffic, etc. Network Performance Monitor (NPM) from SolarWinds. This provides complete and comprehensive network monitoring solution. This reduces network outages and improve performance with advanced monitoring software. Key features include multi-vendor network monitoring, net path, critical path visualization, performance analysis dashboard, etc. Network Miner is network forensic analysis tool and FAT for Windows. It also works in Linux, Mac OS X, and FreeBSD. Network Miner can be used as a passive network sniffer in order to detect operating systems, sessions, hostnames, open ports, etc. without putting any traffic on the network. Network Miner can also parse PCAP files for offline analysis. CAPSA from Colasoft. This is network analyzer and monitors network traffic. CAPSA is a portable network performance analysis and diagnostic tool. It's a powerful and comprehensive packet capture and analysis solution with easy to use interface. CAPSA aids in keeping you assessed of threats that may cause significant business outage. OpenVAS is an open source tool for delivering comprehensive vulnerability scanning and solution management. With this utility, you'll be able to test even internet connected servers and firewalls. The OpenVAS framework is part of Greenbone Network's commercial vulnerability management solution, from which developments are contributed to the open source community since 2009. Aperta monitors performance for SaaS apps, cloud apps, remote locations, and everything in between. Unigma Unified Cloud Management, performance monitoring, automation, and cost analytics for public clouds. Features include get instant alerts without installing agents, policy-driven, out-of-the-box monitoring rules, reporting, automate routine tasks, event-driven smart tasks. Dynatrace is powerful full-stack automated performance management tool. Core Impact is the most comprehensive solution for assessing and testing security vulnerabilities throughout your organization. Core Impact is the only solution that empowers you to replicate attacks that pivot across systems, devices, and applications, revealing how chains of exploitable vulnerabilities, mission critical systems, and data. Core Impact gives you visibility into the effectiveness of your endpoint defenses and reveals where your most pressing risks exist across your network. This enables you to evaluate your organization's ability to detect, prevent, and respond to real-world multi-staged threats. Genos Core is a powerful open-source IT monitoring platform that monitors applications, servers, storage, networking, and virtualization to provide availability and performance statistics. NetBeast provides network engineers with real-time and historical performance data to solve the most complex issues on the wide and Wi-Fi networks. KeyChest of Enigma Bridge is a certificate expiry monitoring service. It uses internet databases and checks configuration of your servers. KeyChest dashboard gives you all the information you need for operational teams as well as performance charts. That is KPIs, key performance indicators. The Dude Network Monitor is a new application by MikroTik. The Dude is a network monitoring solution that monitors devices and alerts you when there is a problem. It automatically scans all the devices with specified subnets, draw a network map, and monitors services of the devices. NetXMS is a multi-platform open source network management and monitoring system that offers event management, performance monitoring, alerting, reporting, and graphing. Pandora FMS is an elegant and modern system that solves real-world problems quickly. It's an all-in-one package offering modern and flexible IT monitoring, replacing the need for multiple difficult-to-operate and more costly monitoring systems. What's up, Gold? This is from the IP Switch, powerful network monitoring software. WhatsApp Gold's powerful layer 2, layer 3 discovery results in a detailed intensive map of your entire network infrastructure. This comes with affordable license and can monitor any type of device, host, server. WhatsApp Gold can perform application monitoring, network traffic analysis, configuration management, and network monitoring and alerting. VIA Observer Platform Gigastore is a comprehensive network performance monitoring and diagnostic solution. PRTG Network Monitor monitors the network availability and network usage using a variety of protocols including SNMP, NetFlow, and WMI. Microsoft Network Monitor is a deprecated packet analyzer and has been replaced by Microsoft Message Analyzer. This message analyzer enables you to capture, display, and analyze protocol messaging traffic, and to trace and assess the system events and other messages from Windows components. JFile Guard Network Management Tool. This comes with the centralized patch management and network auditing. This prevents potential compliance issues. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module 3 Network Scanning, Section Ping and Ping Sweep. Ping is a command line utility used to test the reachability of a host on an IP network. Ping is an acronym for Packet Internet Grouper. Ping is available on Linux flavors and Windows as well. It measures the round trip time (RTT) for the messages sent from the originating host to a destination system that are echoed back to the source. Ping operates by sending ICMP echo request packets to the target and wait for the ICMP echo reply. ICMP is Internet Control Message Protocol. This program reports errors, packet loss, and statistical summary of the results, including the minimum, maximum, and the mean round trip times. Network scanning tools work by utilizing the echo packets, resulting in host discovery, scanning, and ping sweep. Ping is powerful troubleshooting utility, but it's misused by flooding in DOS attacks. The classic tool used for the ping sweeps is fping. Ping sweep is a method that can establish a range of IP addresses which map to live hosts. Some of the tools are fping, hping, and nmap. Let us know a bit about the origin of the ping. In 1983, the ping utility was written by Mike Morse as a tool to troubleshoot problems in an IP network. RFC 1122 prescribes that any host must process ICMP echo request and issue echo reply in return. Ping options may include the size of the payload, count of the tests, limit for the number of hops, that is TTL, time to live, that probes traverse, and the interval between the requests. Ping 6 is used for testing IPv6 networks. Hackers misuse ping in conducting DOS attacks by ping floods, in which attacker attempts to overwhelm the victim with numerous ICMP echo requests. Ping has been considered a security risk because merely acknowledging a host presence turns it into a potential target. For these reasons, many systems and corporate networks make a policy to disable the reply, despite the fact that RFC 1122 mandates hosts always to send a reply. When you open a command prompt and type ping, you will see the options. Just type ping space and the host and enter. The host will be resolved to an IP address and it will send the standard packet size of 32 bytes, and this TTL is based on the remote server. This time is RTT, round trip time, from the source to destination and destination to back, the total travel time. And these are the statistics. If any packets are lost, we call it as request timeout, RTO. Instead of reply, you will see the RTOs. And out of these pings, it calculated the statistics, minimum, maximum, and the average. This latency or the round trip time is a measure of performance. If this is not even, uneven, or it's a more in value, Then there is some network issue. Network can be troubleshooted by watching this RTT, round trip time. If it's taking unusually longer latencies, then there must be some problem and the troubleshooting must be carried out. With the various options like -T, you can run the ping continuously until it is stopped with Control C or Control Z. This is some sample Wireshark capture. This is echo request and this is echo reply. This host is local host is 226 and the destination is 888 and request is sent and 8888 responded back echo reply. This is Wireshark capture for the ping ICMP packets. This is source local host and the destination is 8888 and the protocol is ICMP and echo request is being sent and the destination 8888 responded back echo reply. You can analyze the traffic if you're interested. In case of no response from the target host, most implementations of the ping display nothing or periodically print notifications about timing out, that is request timeout RTO. In case of error, the target host or an intermediate router sends back an ICMP error message, for example, host unreachable or TTL exceeded in transit. There are some utilities which use ping in the background. Traceroute or traceRT is used to trace the path between a user and the target system on the networks. Traceroute is a network diagnostic tool for displaying the route and measuring the transit delays in the packets across hops in network. A comparison to the ping only computes the final round trip times from the destination point. In Unix, Linux, Apple macOS, the command is traceroute. In Microsoft Windows, the command is traceRT. TraceRT sends ICMP echo requests instead of UDP packets. This is a TraceRT example in Windows platform. Traceroute on Linux. Firewalls may permit ICMP packets but not permit packets of other protocols. Traceroute is also used by penetration testers to gather information about the network infrastructure and IP ranges around a given host. Thanks for watching. Search for hping and here is hping. Click on it. It opens the CLI interface of the hping. -I for interval, -C for the count, packet count. This is verbose. These are the different TCP flags. -S for SYN flag, -R for reset, -F for FIN, -X for Xmas. By default, ping is blocked on 226. If we try with hping, it works with -S, that is SYN TCP flag. So web server is running on port 8000 and if you continuously send these packets, it will flood the server with SYN packets. Let's try with FIN. We won't get any response. Even for the reset also won't get any response. We can capture the packets in the Wireshark and we can see the two-way communication. Where we are running this hping is the IP address is 230.192.168.0.230. This is Wireshark capture. 192.168.0.230 is Kali Linux machine from where we are running hping to the server on 226. Server is running on port 8000 and SYN packet is sent from 230 and 226 responded back with ACK, but 230 immediately reset that connection to avoid TCP three-way handshake. These are the other elements. If you're interested, you can have a look at it. We filtered the communication between 226 and 230. 230 is source, and this is 230 sent packet, and 226 responded with acknowledgement. 230 sent it said packet to avoid TCP three-way handshake, and here we sent from 230 to 226 fin packets, and we didn't get any ACK. And these are the reset packets which were sent from 230 to 226. These are the various attacks that can be done on a target host. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Scanning section HPing and FPing. HPing is a free packet generator and analyzer for the TCP/IP protocol. It's distributed by Salvatore Sanfilippo. It's also known as anti-res. It is one of the de facto tools for security auditing and testing of firewalls and networks. It was used to exploit idle scanning technique and now implemented in the Nmap security scanner. HPing is scriptable using the TCL language, and it implements an engine for human readable description of TCP/IP packets. HPing is useful for both system administrators and hackers. HPing features being it's a CLI interface, that is command line utility. It can send custom TCP/IP packets and display target replies like ping2 with the ICMP replies. It can handle fragmentation and almost arbitrary packet size and content. It supports TCP, UDP, ICMP, and raw IP protocols. It has a trace route mode, the ability to send files between covered channel, and many other features. HPing works on Windows and all Linux flavors. It's released under GPL version 2. HPing is no longer actively developed. However, from time to time, changes are submitted by the users and they are integrated into the main source tree. The development headquarters being HPing GitHub repository, and it comes with Kali Linux, Kali tools as well. This is web page of HPing. HPing is capable of firewall testing, advanced port scanning, network scanning using different protocols, TOS, fragmentation, etc. These are HPing links. FPing is high performance network diagnostic tool to send ICMP echo probes to multiple network hosts. FPing is a ping-like program to check if a host is alive. In FPing, we can specify any number of hosts on the command line or specify a file containing the list of hosts to ping. The history of FPing being in 1992, Roland Schemers published first version. 2002 till 2011, there was no official FPing releases. In 2017, FPing 4 is released. These are some of the FPing links. This is GitHub repository. This is maintained by David. This is FPing web page. This is FPing Git repository. FPing is a tool that can be used for conducting ping sweeps. FPing takes a list of IP addresses and sends ping packets to them. Unlike normal ping, FPing sends one packet to one IP address and then proceeds immediately to the next IP address in round robin fashion. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by IC Council. Module Network Scanning, Section Proxy Server. Proxy server is a server that acts as an intermediary for the request from clients seeking resources from other servers. Proxy works as middleman between your PC and the internet. When using proxy, your actual IP address will be hidden and you will use proxy's IP address instead. A client connects to the proxy server, requests a web page or others, and the proxy server contacts the destination server and responds back to the client. Web proxies facilitate access to the content on the World Wide Web, providing anonymity and may be used to bypass the IP address blocking. Many proxies mask your IP address and they don't encrypt your traffic, which means that a malicious user can still intercept it. Type of proxy servers: gateway or tunneling proxy, open proxy, and reverse proxy. Gateway or tunneling proxy is a server that passes the unmodified requests and responses. Open proxy or forward proxy. This is an internet-facing proxy used to retrieve wide range of resources. There are many open proxies on the internet. An anonymous open proxy allows users to conceal their IP address while browsing the web or using other internet services. Reverse proxy or surrogate proxy. This is an internal-facing proxy used as front-end to control and protect access to a server on a private network. A reverse proxy commonly performs tasks such as load balancing, authentication, decryption, or caching, etc. There are several reasons for installing reverse proxy servers: encryption or SSL acceleration, load balancing. The reverse proxy can distribute the load to several web servers, each web server serving its own application area. Server cache static content. A reverse proxy can offload the web servers by caching static content like pictures and other graphic content. Compression. A proxy server can optimize and compress the content to speed up the load time. Security. The proxy server is an additional layer of defense and can protect against some OS and web server specific attacks. Extranet publishing. A reverse proxy server facing the internet can be used to communicate to a firewall server internal to an organization, providing extranet access to some functions while keeping the servers behind the firewalls. An open proxy is a forwarding server that is accessible by any internet user. A reverse proxy or surrogate proxy is a server that appears to the clients to be an ordinary server. Requests are forwarded to one or more proxy servers which handle the request. The response from the proxy server is returned as if it came directly from the original server, leaving the client no knowledge of the origin servers. Reverse proxies are installed in the neighborhood of one or more web servers. All the traffic coming from internet and with the destination of one of the neighborhood's web server goes through a proxy server. These are some of the implementation of proxies. Tor proxy is popular among all. Tor is an acronym for the Onion Router. Tor client software routes internet traffic through a worldwide volunteer network of servers in order to conceal the user's location or usage from someone conducting network surveillance or traffic analysis. Using Tor makes it more difficult to trace internet activity, including visits to the websites, online posts, instant messages, and other communication forms back to the user. It is intended to protect users' personal freedom, privacy, and ability to conduct confidential businesses by keeping their internet activities from being monitored. I2P proxy. I2P Anonymous Network is a proxy network implementing garlic routing. This is an enhancement of Tor's onion routing. I2P is fully distributed and works by encrypting all communication in various layers and relaying them through a network of routers run by the volunteers in various locations. By keeping the source of the information hidden, I2P offers censorship resistance. The goals of the I2P are to protect users' personal freedom, privacy, and ability to conduct confidential business. Web proxy forwards HTTP requests SOX proxy forwards arbitrary data after connection fails. It is similar to HTTP Connect in web proxies. Transparent proxy is also known as intercepting proxy, inline proxy, or forced proxy. Transparent proxy intercepts normal communication at the network layer without requiring any special client configuration. A transparent proxy is normally located between the client and the internet, with the proxy performing some of the functions of a gateway. CGA proxy. A CGA proxy accepts target URLs using web form in the user's browser window, processes the request, and returns the results to the user's browser. Suffix proxy. A suffix proxy allows a user to access the web content by appending the name of the proxy server to the URL of the requested content, like example.com.suffixproxy.com. DNS proxy takes DNS queries and forwards them to the Internet Domain Name Server. It may also cache DNS records. SMTP proxies are specialized mail transfer agents, MTAs, that, similar to the other type of proxy servers, pass the SMTP sessions through the other MTAs without using the store and forward approach of a typical MTA. These are the popular proxy tools: Hidester, kproxy, ultrasurf, megaproxy, tor, and we are going to discuss these in part 2. And more proxies are here like genproxy, privoxy, nginx, tinyproxy, etc. Proxy chains is having a chain of servers to connect to the remote host for high level of anonymity. A chain can contain proxy servers of different types: SOX version 4, version 5, HTTPS, etc. If you use a HTTP proxy, it must be the last one in the chain. Disadvantage being, if one proxy is down, then the entire chain will be down, and the time lag to the destination will increase by the sum of all the lags through the proxies. If a chain contains no proxies, the connection will be made directly. Logging and eavesdropping. Proxies can be installed in order to eavesdrop upon the data flow between client machines and the web. All the content sent or accessed, including passwords, cookies, can be captured and analyzed by the proxy operator. Passwords to online services such as webmail banking should always be exchanged over a secure connection, that is, using SSL. These are some of the proxy tools for mobile. ProxyDroid or Bot is a free proxy app that empowers other apps to use the internet securely. Orbot is Tor for Android. Orfox is a Tor browser for Android. Orfox is built from the same source code as the Tor browser. Charles Proxy, and others. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBT. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Scanning, Section Proxy Server. In this session, we're going to have a look at all the proxy servers. Proxy server is a server that acts as an intermediary for the request from clients seeking resources from other hosts or servers. Proxy tools. These are the popular proxy tools: Hidester, kproxy, ultrasurf, hide.me, and we're going to have a look at each of these. And we have more proxy references here. Using the Hidester proxy is easy. Just open up your browser, just type in the website address, and your connection is instantly encrypted. No need to install software or app, so you can use it on your mobile device as well. Automatic SSL technology protects you against nasty scripts or hackers trying to steal your identity. Hidester adds a SSL layer to all the connections, even for non-SSL websites. Hidester is the most reliable free web proxy that's available. Your website activity is 100% anonymous, guarded with 128-bit encryption. Logs are not stored or tracked anywhere. Hidester VPN service is available for purchase. This is for faster speed, more security, privacy, and it's available even for free trial. Hide.me. This is a free web proxy to easily access all the blocked sites and surf the web anonymously. This is trusted by more than 5 million users worldwide. VPN is available to encrypt all internet connection and available to try. Free web proxy from proxy site. Browse any website through proxy site web proxy safely and anonymously. Proxy site will connect to the website and pass it back to you, no matter if the destination website is secure, that is SSL or not. What you do on the internet is nobody's business but yours. Another popular proxy is kproxy. Over 1.5 million people use kproxy monthly for protecting their privacy and identity online. The features are bypass any filter, bypass online blocks to access any web content, avoid hackers, enjoy complete security even on public Wi-Fi connections with kproxy, prevent hackers from stealing your personal passwords, bank account, credit card details, and other sensitive info. Surf privately. Hide your IP address, your location, and personal information online. Protect your data from snooping by your internet service provider even. Kproxy extension is available for Chrome and Firefox. SSL encrypted free web proxy from VPN Book to surf the web anonymously and securely. This comes with 256-bit SSL encrypted traffic to bypass the government censorship. Hide your IP address, protect from network spies, web browser based proxy, no additional software is needed, multiple proxy server locations to choose from. The Whoer.net web proxy is a quick and free way to change your IP address, unblock sites, and gain anonymity on the web. Anonymous surfing with Megaproxy Web SSL VPN is easy. Just enter the address of the website you would like to visit and surf. Anonymous. This service allows you to surf the web without revealing any personal information. It is fast, it is easy, and free. Free web proxy from Tooler. This free web proxy enables you to access any website anonymously and unblock popular sites. Get total privacy and protection with HMA VPN service. Browse anonymously and hide your identity online. Your IP address is hidden so you can browse without being tracked. Enjoy security online, even on public Wi-Fi connections and unsecured network connections. Free proxy from handcrafted software. This runs on Microsoft Windows platform and is free, and is not available under GNU GPL. Another popular proxy is Squid. Squid is caching and forwarding HTTP web proxy. It speeds up web server by caching repeated requests, caching web, DNS, and other lookups. Squid was originally designed to run as a daemon on Unix-like systems. This is available on Windows with the Cygwin environment. Squid is free software released under GNU GPL. WinGate is advanced HTTP proxy, SOC server, and multi-protocol proxy server, email server, and Internet gateway system for Windows. The latest version is 9.1 and free for 10 users. ITP proxy, the Invisible Internet Project. This allows applications to send messages to each other anonymously and securely. Users include anonymous web surfing, chatting, blogging, and file transfers. The software that implements this layer is called I2P router, and computer running I2P is called I2P node. The software is free and open source and is published under multiple licenses. This is backed by the garlic routing and garlic encryption using overlay network and darknet. Proxy switcher, this is add-on for the browser. Proxy workbench is a proxy server. It displays the data in real time. Tails is a live operating system that you can start on almost any computer from a USB stick or a DVD. Tails sends its traffic through Tor. It aims at preserving your privacy and anonymity. Use the internet anonymously and circumvent censorship. An anonymizer or anonymous proxy is a tool that attempts to make activity on the internet untraceable. It's a proxy server that acts as an intermediary and privacy shield between a client computer and the rest of the internet. CyberGhost VPN is all-in-one online privacy app. Enjoy online browsing without fear of hackers, mass surveillance, or online behavior tracking. Your original IP address will be replaced with one of the CyberGhost network, making it impossible for third parties to track you online. No more censored or geo-restricted content. Access restricted websites. Secure online transactions. Nobody will be able to pry into your personal conversations, browsing history, or online transactions, even on public Wi-Fi's. Online activity will be encrypted with 256-bit encryption. Gzapper is a powerful software utility to block Google cookies, clean Google cookies, and help you stay anonymous while searching online. These are some proxy tools for mobile: Proxy Droid, Orbot, Tor for Android, or Fox, Tor browser for Android, Charles Proxy, and others. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Scanning, Section Tor Project and Tor Proxy. We are going to learn about what is Tor, Tor Project, Tor Browser, Tor Proxy, Tor for Android. Tor is an acronym for the Onion Router. Tor is a system intended to enable online anonymity. Tor client software routes internet traffic through worldwide volunteer network of servers in order to conceal users' location or usage from someone conducting network surveillance or traffic analysis. Using Tor makes it more difficult to trace internet activity, including visits to the websites, online projects, instant messages, and other communication forms back to the user. It is intended to protect users' personal freedom, privacy, and ability to conduct confidential business by keeping their internet activities from being monitored. Onion routing refers to the layered nature of encryption service. The original data is encrypted and re-encrypted multiple times, then sent through successive Tor relays, each one of which decrypts a layer of encryption before passing the data on to the next relay and ultimately the destination. This reduces the possibility of the original data being unscrambled or understood in transit. Tor client is free software and there are no additional charges to use their network. The Tor browser, previously known as TBB, Tor Browser Bundle. This is the flagship product of the Tor project. It consists of a modified Mozilla Firefox ESR web browser, the Tor button, Tor launcher, no script, and HTTPS everywhere, Firefox extensions, and the Tor proxy. Users can run the Tor browser from removable media also. It can operate under Microsoft Windows, macOS, or on all Linux flavors. The Tor browser actually starts Tor background processes and routes the traffic through the Tor network. Upon termination of a session, the browser deletes the privacy-sensitive data such as HTTP cookies and browsing history. This is Tor browser for Windows download page, and you can download a copy and install and start using it. And here are some warnings by the Tor. It's a kind of advisory how to use Tor and how to protect yourself. Once you download a copy, it's around 51 MB file for the 7.0 version. And after the install, it will create a shortcut. By clicking on the Start Tor browser, it starts connecting to the Tor network. Tor browser takes a couple of minutes to initialize and get started. When the Tor browser is trying to connect to the Tor network, you may get this kind of errors. Could not connect to the Tor control port. You try once, twice. If it doesn't work, then install Tor browser in a different location and it will work. Otherwise, you can check this assistance link here. These are the Tor network settings. It will ask you whether you are behind a proxy or you'd like to connect to the Tor network directly. When you click on this connect to connect directly to the Tor network, it processes and opens up Tor browser. Tor advises to adopt its guidelines and warnings to get most out of the Tor. First thing is use Tor browser to protect your internet traffic. Tor browser comes with pre-configuration to protect your privacy and anonymity on the web. Don't torrent over Tor. Tor file sharing application ignore proxy settings. It slows down the entire Tor network and affects others also. BitTorrent and Tor do not work together for privacy. Don't enable or install browser plugins. Tor browser will block browser plugins such as Flash, Real Player, QuickTime, and others. They can be manipulated into revealing your IP address. On Tor advises do not install any additional add-ons or plugins into the Tor browser, as this may bypass the Tor or otherwise harm your anonymity and privacy. Use HTTPS versions of the websites. Tor will encrypt your traffic to and within the Tor network, but encryption of your traffic to the final destination website depends on that website. To help ensure private encryption to the sites, Tor browser includes HTTPS everywhere to force use of HTTPS encryption with major websites that support it. However, you should still watch the browser URL when you are submitting sensitive information if it's displaying HTTPS or HTTP in the address bar. Do not open documents downloaded through Tor while online. Tor browser will warn you before automatically opening documents that are handled by the external applications. Do not ignore this warning. If you want to access those documents or PDF files, go offline or use VMware or Tails to read them. Tor tries to prevent attackers from learning what destination websites you connect to. However, by default, it doesn't prevent somebody watching your internet traffic from learning that you are using Tor. If this matters to you, you can reduce this risk by configuring Tor to use Tor Bridge Relay rather than connecting directly to the public Tor network. While we learned about the Tor browser usage recommendations by the Tor got installed and this browser got open. This is the Tor browser, and by default it uses a DuckDuckGo search engine. And you can directly enter any address here. It connects to the Tor relays and Tor network to reach the destination. Tor uses no script. These are the security settings. And when you open a domain like example.com domain, it will ask you whether this is to be allowed or no, and it will tell you how the site is reached. This is the trace. When I did the search, it opened in DuckDuckGo search engine. By default, HTTPS everywhere is enabled and it loads only what is safe for you. You can set this security level to whatever you feel like important or relevant to you. This is how Tor works. Web traffic is encrypted and passed through the Tor network to hide your IP address and provide anonymity. The green color, this is encrypted traffic. This is unencrypted in the last mile. Vidalier software is discontinued, archived, cross-platform GUI for controlling Tor that's built on Qt. The name comes from the Vidalia onion since Tor uses onion routing. Tor is free software and open network that helps you defend against traffic analysis, a form of network surveillance that threatens personal freedom, privacy, confidential business activities, relationships, and state security. The core application distributed for free by the non-profit Tor project is the Tor browser, a hardened, security-focused version of Firefox that pushes all your web traffic through the Tor's anonymizing network. The other Tor projects being Tor Messenger. This is an instant messaging program based on Instabird with Tor and OTR built in and used by default. Like Pidgin and Adium, Tor Messenger supports multiple different instant messaging protocols. The Guardian project is actively developing a free and open source suite of applications and firmware for Android operating system to improve the security of mobile communications. The applications include Chat Secure Instant Messaging Client, ORBot Tor implementation, proxy for mobiles, or Fox, the mobile counterpart of the Tor browser, Obscura Cam, photo and video app for privacy. There are several security-focused operating systems use Tor extensively, hardened from scratch. Incognito, Liberty Linux, CubesOS, Subgraph, Tails, Tor Ramdisk, and Onyx, etc. The popular Tor projects are Tor Browser, Tails, Atlas, Stem, Orbot, ARM, Pluggable Transports, and Uni, and many others. Tails is a live operating system that you can start on almost any computer from USB stick or DVD. Tails is built upon Debian and is free software. Tails sends its traffic through Tor. It aims at preserving your privacy and anonymity. It uses the state-of-the-art cryptographic tools to encrypt your files, emails, and instant messaging. Tor aims to provide protection for ordinary people who want to follow the law. Maybe criminals could in theory use Tor, but they have other options. And it seems unlikely that taking away Tor from the world will stop them from doing their bad things. At the same time, Tor and other privacy measures can fight identity theft, physical crimes, cyber crimes, etc. Tor will not erase tracks, but tracing back to the user is reduced or rare. Tor is widely used by law enforcement agencies, illegal activities, that is, to gain access to the censored information, organized political activities, criminal enterprises, and activism groups, help people from cyber spying and annoying advertisers. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Enumeration Section Introduction. Information gathering and network service enumeration is important part of pre-attack phase. Network service enumeration is collecting usernames and info on groups, shares, and services of networked computers. Network enumeration should not be confused with network mapping, which only retrieves the information about the servers, connected network, and the operating system that runs on them. Network enumeration is the discovery of host devices on a network. Network enumeration uses discovery protocols such as ICMP and SNMP to gather information. It may also scan various ports on remote hosts and looking for well-known services in an attempt to further identify the function of a remote host. The next stage of enumeration is to fingerprint the operating system of the remote host. There are many tools available, and use your favorite tools to explore the target. Tools like Nmap, Multigo, Hping, Firewalk help in achieving required tasks. Network enumeration techniques are used for determining the network range, identifying the active machines, users, finding open ports, services, operating system fingerprinting, threat assessment, and mapping the network resources. As we have seen, network enumeration includes scanning ports, identifying the function of a remote host, fingerprinting the OS of the remote host, and scanning the network for vulnerabilities. A hacker uses this info to exploit the network vulnerabilities to gain entry into the network for various malicious activities. Ethical hacker uses this information to enhance security and strengthen their network. Port scanner is a scanning or probing a server or a host for open ports. This is often used by the administrators to verify the security policies of their networks and by the attackers to identify the network services running on a host and exploit the vulnerabilities. Service scan identifies the services running on a list of open ports. Service scanners work by sending some probe data to the port and monitoring the response. Nmap service scan captures the information from unidentified ports. Almost all network vulnerability scanners have a built-in service scan. The results of the service scan are used to determine which test to run against each port. Generally, the standard services and ports to enumerate are TCP/53. This is DNS zone transfer. TCP/137 is NetBIOS name service and DNS. UDP/161 is Simple Network Management Protocol (SNMP). TCP/UDP/389 is LDAP, that is Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. TCP/25 SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. These are some popular scanning and enumeration tools, and watch the tools session for more details. Google hacking is also called as Google docking. It's a hacking technique that uses Google search and other Google applications to find security holes in the configuration and software code that websites, apps use. Google hacking is done by using advanced queries, and the search results include hidden, confidential, and information not meant for public viewing, which is generally not found through the simple Googling. Google indexes web pages like any search engine, index images, videos, discussion group postings, and all sorts of file types such as PDF, PPT, and so on. Google hacking locate specific strings of text within the search results. Some of the most popular examples are finding specific versions of the vulnerable web applications. Another great utility is search engine scraping. This is harvesting URLs, description, or other information from search engines like Google, Bing, or Yahoo. Google do not allow automated access to their service. Google is using a range of defensive methods that makes scraping their results a challenging task. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Enumeration, Section Enumeration Tools. Network enumeration is collecting usernames in phone groups, shares, services of networked computers and systems. In summary, network enumeration is discovering host devices on a network. This uses discovery protocols such as ICMP and SNMP to gather information. It scans various ports on remote hosts looking for well-known services in an attempt to further identify the function of a remote host. These are some of the popular network enumeration tools. Most of the tools are multi-purpose tools which does the scanning, enumeration, vulnerability assessment, and monitoring as well. Nmap tops the list. It is network mapper. This is a security scanner used to discover host services on a computer network, building the map of the network. Nmap is used in footprinting, network enumeration, and network audits. GenMap is the official Nmap security scanner GUI, that is graphical user interface. It's a multi-platform, free and open source application. Nessus is a proprietary vulnerability scanner developed by Tenable Network Security. It's a free for personal use in non-enterprise environment. Nessus scans the systems for vulnerabilities. Nessus does the scanning for vulnerabilities, misconfiguration, default passwords, possibility of a DOS attacks, and it prepares for the PCI DSS audits. This makes the whole infrastructure security compliant. ReconNG is full-featured web-based open-source reconnaissance framework written in Python by Tim Toms. Reconnaissance is conducted quickly and thoroughly with this tool. Its look and feel is similar to Metasploit framework but different. It automates the OSINT process, that is open source intelligence. Firewalk is open source reconnaissance network security tool. Firewalk works by sending out TCP or UDP packets with a TTL time to live 1 greater than the target gateway. If the gateway allows the traffic, it will forward the packets to the next hop, where they will expire and an illicit ICMP time exceeded message is returned. LAN Helper is from Hainsoft. This is an advanced remote administration tool for Windows servers, workstations, which integrates the NT administration utilities, LAN monitoring, network scanning, and network analyzing features. LAN Helper allows network administrators to manage numerous remote computers simultaneously at high speed. Detailed logs are available for helping network administrators to quickly detect and correct the problems. DumpSec from Somersoft is a security auditing tool for Microsoft Windows. It dumps the permissions, DACLs, and audit settings, SACLs, for the file system, registry, printers, and shares in a concise, readable format. DumpSec also dumps user, group, and replication information. Another good utility is Angry IP Scanner. This is a cross-platform network scanner that is fast and simple to use. This works on Windows, Linux, and Mac as well. It's very extensible, allowing it to be used for a very wide range of purposes, with the primary goal of being useful to the network admins. It can scan local networks as well as internet IP ranges. It can export the results into many formats. Network Security Analysis Tool (NSAT) is a robust network scanner designed for wide-ranging scans. This is a professional-grade penetration testing and comprehensive auditing tool. Its features include full-scale archiving of vulnerability and version information for further purposes, timeless configuration as a banner scanner for many known services and protocols, virtual host support, host network exclusion support. It's flexible and can do the distributed scanning as well. HPing is a free packet generator and analyzer for TCP/IP protocol distributed by Salvatore Sanfilippo. Is also known as Anti-Res. It's one of the de facto tools for security auditing and testing of firewalls and networks, and it is used to exploit the idle scanning technique and now implemented in the Nmap security scanner. HPing is useful for both sysadmins and hackers. NetCrunch is a proactive and reactive smart networking tool that comes in a single package. Comprehensive monitoring without installing any agents. It can monitor your entire network out of the box. It can be easily extended with scripts and custom agents using REST API. It can monitor the network services, switches, routers, bandwidth, and traffic flow. It uses built-in NetFlow as flow analyzer with Cisco NBAR support to analyze traffic structure. It comes with full SNMP support with MIB compiler and 3500 plus MIBs included. OWASP Mantra made two penetration distributions, Backtrack and Matrix, and now Mantra is no longer maintained. Nipper Studio from Titania. Nipper Studio is vulnerability scanner. It can discover misconfigurations, vulnerabilities on firewalls, switches, and routers. The reports generated include manufacturing specific mitigation advice and fixes, and these can meet your security compliance requirements. This does continuous monitoring as well. NetworkQ is a compact network discovery and management tool for the Windows. It can discover all the TCP/IP nodes and draw nodes graphical map with the routes using DNS, MAC addresses, SNMP, WMI, NetBIOS, and TCP ports information. Pull the network and send an email alert when the nodes are unreachable. It can be downloaded from cnet.com and networkview.com. There are two network scanners from McAfee. Scanline is a command line port scanner for all Windows platforms. It can perform traditional ICMP pinging, optional additional ICMP timestamp scanning. It can show host response times and number of hops, do TCP scanning, simple UDP scanning, banner grabbing, and hostname resolving. Scanning is performed in a fast, highly parallel fashion without resorting to using multiple threads. It can handle huge numbers and ranges of IP addresses without a problem. Super Scan from McAfee. This is also TCP port scanner, pinger, and resolver. Unicorn is an asynchronous TCP and UDP port scanner. It is intended to provide researcher a superior interface. Some of its features include asynchronous stateless TCP scanning, asynchronous TCP banner grabbing, active passive remote OS application and component identification, This is available to download from sourceforge.net. PIG, an acronym for Packet Intruder Generator. This is a Linux packet crafting tool. You can use PIG to test your IDS and IPS. PIG features include it brings a bunch of well-known attack signatures ready to be used, and you can expand this collection with more specific things according to your requirements. It is possible to create IPv4 signatures with a transport layer based on TCP, UDP, ARP, and ICMP. DNSNM is Perl script that enumerates DNS information. Its features are it can get the hostname address, A record, name servers, MX records, CNAMEs, etc. It can perform AXFR queries on name servers, that is DNS zone transfers. DNS zone transfer is to replicate the DNS databases across a set of DNS servers. Use Google scraping to get more info, find out IP address ranges and perform WHOIS. DNSNM is a versatile tool. This comes by default with Kali Linux and is available from GitHub as well. SNMP Check is an open source tool distributed under GPL license and based on Athena 2K script by Jay Shah. Its goal is to automate the process of gathering information of any devices with SNMP protocol, Windows, Unix-like, network appliances, printers, etc. Like SNMP walk, SNMP checks allows you to enumerate the SNMP devices and places the output in a very human-readable format. This could be useful for penetration testing and system monitoring as well. Maltego is an open source tool used for information gathering and forensics. It has the ability to aggregate information from both internal and external sources to provide a clear threat picture. Maltego automates to quickly gather information on our target, such as gathering email addresses, servers, performing voice lookups, and so on. Maltego is developed by Paterwa, and this is also available by default in Kali Linux. Search engine scraping is also a great utility for information gathering. This is harvesting URLs, description, or other information from search engines such as Google, Bing, or Yahoo. Google do not allow automated access to their service. Google is using a range of defensive methods that makes scraping their results a challenging task. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Network Enumeration, Section Scanning and Enumeration Countermeasures. This is a brief introduction about the countermeasures. With the technology and the tools available, one cannot prevent scanning and enumeration, but countermeasures can be taken to avoid getting exposed. We are going to cover some of the precautions to keep a check on scanning and probing. Please watch tools session to pick your favorite tool to run test against your network and know your security posture. All the security devices like firewalls, IDS, IPS, and UTMs have built-in signature detection for pings, scans, DOS, DDoS, TCP flag attacks, and many other kinds of attacks. And additionally, specialized tools can also be used. Most of the incidents happen where the infrastructure is available and non-awareness of its utility, which could result in potential self-made damages. Security countermeasures can never be a definite approach, but some of the approaches will help in minimizing the risk. Some of the measures are perimeter security hardening, employee education, firewall hardening, IDS, IPS, and many others. We are going to cover this soon. This is the first approach one must take: harden the network perimeter with strong policy implementations. Conduct host port vulnerability scanning and pen testing to know the security posture of a network. Document the findings and plan to apply the remediation plan. Set up monitoring and alert system on all unusual activity. First thing of all is blocking the port scans. If a port is open, firewall or a host will respond. Everyone is responsible to protect an empire, and awareness helps preventing major incidents happening. document security policies, and make a mandatory education training program on do's and don'ts to all employees. Firewall hardening plays an important role as first-line barrier defending any network. Update latest firmware patches, log monitor all traffic, inbound and outbound, and analyze for patterns of unusual activity. Have IDS and IPS system in place to enhance identifying threats, monitoring, alerting, and acting. IDS is intrusion detection system, IPS is intrusion prevention system, and apply filters and configurations. Filter inbound and outbound ICMP messages to prevent hacker from knowing the live systems and help mapping network. By filtering ICMP echo will prevent UDP port scanning also, as ICMP echo is response to UDP scanning. Apply configuration to counter port scans, IP address spoofing, DOS, DDoS attacks, TCP SYN attacks, and many other attacks. In IDS is intrusion detection system and IPS is intrusion prevention system. In IDS or IPS is a device or an application that monitors a network or systems for malicious activity or policy violations. Any detected activity or violation is reported to security admin and SIEM system. SIEM is Security Information and Event Management System. Large enterprises will have SIEM system which combines outputs from multiple sources and uses alarm filtering techniques to distinguish malicious activity from false alarms. The difference between IDS and IPS being IDS is reporting tool and IPS do have prevention mechanism. Configure them to identify unusual patterns, network traffic, monitor, alert, and take appropriate action. The entry point to any network is WAN links and WAN routers and hardened WAN routers. This is important thing. Configure routing and filtering on the firewalls and perimeter routers. Secure all servers against attacks at server level and app level. Secure FTP servers with malformed port and passive commands. Proxy servers is a way to hide actual destination and protect from direct attacks. Use inbound proxy servers for a high level of security as it will not forward the fragmented or malformed packets to internal server or host. This prevents TCP fin scanning or other stealth methods. Port scanning identifies open ports and services and query to gather the information on the target. Port scanning can be identified by remarkable signature. Open ports will respond. Closed ports deny connection, indicating filtered or blocked status, dropping the packets. Many tools have capability to apply rate limiting and block or ban scanners. Enable all the countermeasures that are provided with the infrastructure setup for the security that is available. Packet filtering, ingress and egress is one defense against IP spoofing attacks. Do not rely on IP source address for authentication. Some upper layer protocols provide their own defense against IP spoofing attacks. All the firewalls, IDS, IPS, and UTMs have built-in signature detection for pings, DOS, DDoS, TCP flag attacks. IPPL is a daemon which logs IP packets sent to a computer. It runs in the background and displays information about the incoming packets. IPPL is free software under GPL license. PingD or ping daemon is the ping engine used by the ping.gz monitoring service. It allows to simultaneously ping hundreds of IPs and can manage which hosts are being pinged during the runtime. Ping.gz is the world's simplest monitoring service and this can be tried. ScanLogD is TCP port scan detection tool and can be built with support for one of several packet capture interfaces. ScanLogD is now aware of libnets and libpcap. Use libnets as it can handle fragmented packets also. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module System Hacking, Section Hacking Methodology. Hacking methodology is no unique step-by-step process, but usually follows some standard steps. There will be a pre-attack phase and attack phase in hacking. In pre-attack phase, we'll be having footprinting and reconnaissance, scanning and enumeration is done in pre-attack phase. Pre-attack phase is like preparing a battleground, gearing up for the winning battle. Collect all the information about the organization by whatever possible means. And the information is like IP ranges, network mapping, infrastructure topology, security policies, hosting environment, and key employees information, vulnerabilities, etc. Analyze, scan, map, conclude on the data readiness for attacking. In pre-attack, blueprint of the organization security profile through various tools and techniques is prepared. Hacking phase. The application of what is discovered during the pre-attack phase. Gaining access to operating system, application, network level, etc. by cracking passwords. Escalation of privilege to gain full access. Execute apps, install rootkits, planting trojans, backdoors, maintaining backdoor access, erase evidence, clearing tracks, logs, documentation, reporting the activity project undertaken. Footprinting reconnaissance is the investigation and the survey of target evaluation. Scanning and enumeration. This is to collect all the information about the target. Ping sweep, port scan, vulnerability scanning, network mapping is done as part of this scanning. And this uses the information that is collected during the reconnaissance phase. The fine-grained information includes IP ranges, network mapping, infrastructure topology, security policies, hosting environment, key employee information, vulnerabilities, etc. Hacking phase is the application of what is discovered during the pre-attack phase. Hacking phase begins by gaining access by cracking passwords, escalation of privilege, executing apps, planting trojans, backdoors, maintaining backdoor access, erasing evidence, clearing tracks, logs, and documenting the entire activity. Hacker uses all hacking tools and attacks the system to gain access. Techniques include buffer overflows, session hijacking, password cracking to gain access. Hacker exploits the target system. Gain access at operating system level, app level, and network level. Password cracking is the process of recovering passwords from data that have been stored in or transmitted by a system. The common approach brute force attack is to try guesses repeatedly for the password and check them against the available cryptographic hash of the password. The purpose of password cracking may be to help a user recover forgotten password, gain unauthorized access to a system, test strength of the password security. Hacker might have gained access with standard privileges and he works further to obtain administrator privileges for complete access. Hacker wants to revisit the target after gaining access to maintain backdoor access. To gain and keep unauthorized remote access to a computer, malwares are installed on the compromised target. Install malware like backdoors, rootkits, trojans to own the system. Once a target is in hacker's control, hacker can transfer the files, manipulate data, apps, configurations, etc. The purpose of a backdoor is to maintain exclusive communication channel and control the compromised host at will. Backdoors is a method of bypassing the normal authentication and are often used for securing remote access to a system. A backdoor may take the form of a hidden part of a program one uses, or it can be a separate program as well. The purpose of a backdoor is to maintain exclusive communication channel and control compromised host at will. Backdoors are designed to support file transfer, file execution, logging of the keystrokes, and control of connections. Back Office 2000 was designed as a backdoor. The server runs on Windows, and there are clients for Windows, Linux, and other operating systems. A rootkit is a malicious software designed to enable unauthorized access to a system, masking its identity and existence. It can hide its files, its process, its registry entries, and its port in multiple DLLs. Hacker Defender HXDEF is an open source rootkit for Windows. Hacking is unauthorized access, and attacker erases all evidences, clears logs, hides malicious files to get his attack unnoticed. By clearing tracks, intelligently stay undetected, remove evidences, logs, visible changes to escape unhurt and avoid legal action. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module System Hacking, Section Password Cracking. Password cracking is the process of recovering passwords from data that have been stored in or transmitted by a system. A common approach brute force attack is to try guesses repeatedly for the password and check them against an available cryptographic hash of the password. The purpose of password cracking may be to help a user to recover a forgotten password, gain unauthorized access to a system, test the strength of the password security. Password cracking methodology includes brute force attack, try guessing passwords, social engineering, and any such methods to steal, break, or crack. The different types of password attacks are non-electronic attacks, active online attacks, passive online attacks, offline attacks. Active online attack includes password guessing, default passwords, dictionary, brute force attack, and rule-based attack. Online attacks includes installing trojans, spyware, keylogger, hash injection, etc. Passive online attacks include wire sniffing, man-in-the-middle, and replay attacks. Offline attacks include rainbow attacks. Tools to create rainbow tables are artisan and minartisan. Distributed network attack is also used offline for cracking password hashes. Hash passwords are stored in Windows SAM database. LM hash is a compromised password hashing function that was the primary hash that Microsoft LAN Manager and Microsoft Windows versions prior to the Windows NT used to store user passwords. LM hash is also known as LANman hash or LAN Manager hash. Support for legacy LAN Manager protocol continued in later versions of the Windows for backward compatibility. As of Windows Vista and in later versions, the protocol is disabled by default, but continues to be used by some non-Microsoft SMB implementations. LAN Manager authentication uses a particularly weak method of hashing a user's password known as LM hash algorithm. LAN Manager was a network operating system (NOS) available from multiple vendors. Anti-LAN Manager is a suite of Microsoft security protocols that provides authentication, integrity, and confidentiality to the users. NTLM is the successor to the authentication protocol in Microsoft LAN Manager, LANman. The NTLM protocol suite is implemented in a security support provider, which combines the LAN Manager authentication protocols, NTLM version 1, 2, and NTLM2 session protocols in a single package. NTLM passwords are weak as they can be brute forced very easily with modern hardware. NTLM is a challenge response authentication protocol, that is CHAP, which uses three messages to authenticate a client in connection oriented environment, and a fourth additional message if integrity is desired. SAM database or Security Account Manager database is a file in Windows XP, Vista, Windows 7, and in later versions that stores users' passwords. It can be used to authenticate local and remote users. SAM uses cryptographic measures to prevent unauthenticated users accessing the system. The user passwords are stored in a hashed format in a registry hive either as a LM hash or NTLM hash. This file can be found in Windows directory system32 config folder, and this is mounted on HKLM SAM registry entry. In cryptography, a salt is a random data that is used as an additional input to a one-way function that hashes a password or a passphrase. Salts are closely related to the concept of nonce. The primary function of salts is to defend against dictionary attacks or against its hashed equivalent, a pre-computed rainbow table attack. Salts are used to safeguard the passwords in storage. A new salt is randomly generated for each password. The salt and the password are concatenated and processed with a cryptographic hash function. The resulting output is stored with the salt in the database. Further effort for password grabbing is session eavesdropping. An attacker can use packet capturing tools that intercept sessions and decipher credentials while authentication is in progress. Websites with no SSL have simple text passwords that are easy to track. Hackers can use the session takeover attack by capturing valid token after authentication is done to personify the victim. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module System Hacking, Section Brute Force Attack. Brute force attack is a cryptanalytic attack trying many passwords or passphrases to guess the right one. The attacker checks all possible passwords and passphrases until the correct one is found. Attacker resorts to brute force when it is not possible to take the advantage of other weaknesses in an encryption system. That would have made the task easier. The softwares that perform the brute force attack are AirCrack-NG, Crack, Hashcat, LoftCrack, RainbowCrack, Cannondable, Dave Grohl, John the Ripper, OPHCrack, etc. Attack preference: when to use the brute force attack. This goes in the hierarchy. Password guessing that comes first. For short and weak passwords, it works. Next is dictionary attack for the longer and complex passwords. The last resort is brute force attack. This is for the longer passwords, complex passphrases, keys, which have more possible values, making them exponentially more difficult to crack than shorter ones. Brute force attacks work by calculating every possible combination that could make up a password and testing it to see if it works. As the password's length increases, the amount of time to find the correct password increases exponentially. AES permits the use of 256-bit keys. Breaking a symmetric 256-bit key by brute force requires 2 to the power of 128 times more computational power than a 128-bit key. In theory, it requires about 3 multiplied by 10 to the power of 51 years to crack a 256-bit key space. Ethical hackers need to apply the countermeasures to reduce the brute force attacks. Brute force attacks can be made less effective by complicating the data to be encoded, making it more difficult for an attacker to recognize when the code has been cracked, or by making the attacker to do more work to test each guess. Brute force attacks are an application of brute force search, the general problem-solving technique of enumerating all candidates and checking each one. Brute force search is also known as exhaustive search. In case of an offline attack where the attacker has access to the encrypted material, he can try the combinations at his leisure without the risk of discovery or interference. Online attacks are interactive, and the databases, websites, directory admins can take countermeasures such as by limiting the number of login attempts, introduce time delays between each successive attempts, add captcha answering requirement, Add multi-factor authentication by sending verification code to a mobile phone. Lock out accounts after specified unsuccessful logon attempts. Prevent a particular IP from trying more than a predetermined number of password attempts against any account on that site. One has to be vigilant and take all the countermeasures possible to safeguard the digital assets. In reverse brute force attack, a single password is tested against multiple usernames or encrypted files. The process is repeated for select few passwords. Reverse brute force attacks can be mitigated by establishing a password policy that disallows common default passwords. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module System Hacking, Section OPH Crack, Windows Password Cracker. OPH Crack is a free open source Windows password cracker under GPL license. This is based on Rainbow tables. It is very efficient implementation of Rainbow tables. It runs on Windows, Linux, Unix, and Mac OS X. Live CD is available to simplify the cracking. Features include it cracks LM and anti-LM hashes. Free tables are available for Windows XP, Windows Vista, and Windows 7. Brute force module for simple passwords. Audit mode and CSV export. Real-time graphs to analyze the passwords. Dumps and loads hashes from encrypted SAM database recovered from a Windows partition. Rainbow tables for LM hashes are provided for free by the developers. By default, OPHCrack is bundled with the tables that allows it to crack passwords no longer than 14 characters, using only alphanumeric characters. For professionals, Objective Security has even larger tables for purchase. These are intended for professional use. Larger rainbow tables are for Windows Vista, Windows 7, NTLM hash cracking. Starting with the version 3.7, the source code has been moved from SourceForge to GitLab. This is the web page of OPHCrack. This is the download page, and you can download a suitable copy of OPHCrack. The latest version of OPHCrack Live CD is 3.6. There are three versions available. OPHCrack XP Live CD. This can crack LM hashes on Windows XP or earlier. OPHCrack Vista Live CD. This can crack anti-hashes, and this is for Windows Vista and 7. OPHCrack is also available as Live CD. OPHCrack Live CD distributions automate the retrieval, decryption, and cracking of passwords from Windows system. The Live CD distributions of OPHCrack are built with Slitas GNU Linux. In the OPHCrack folder, you click on OPHCrack and it opens OPHCrack GUI. You can load the hashes, tables, and click on crack to crack the hashes. OPH support a single hash or pwdump, session file, encrypted SAM database, local SAM with SAM dump. OPH comes with free XP rainbow tables and professional rainbow tables are available for purchase. This can be used to crack Windows Vista and 7 passwords. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module System Hacking, Section Custom World List Generator Demo, CEWL Demo. Custom World List Generator is a Ruby app which spiders a given URL to a specified depth and returns a list of words which then can be used for password crackers such as John the Ripper. CEWL has an associated command line app, FAB, Files Already Bagged, which uses the same metadata extraction techniques to create other creator lists from already downloaded. We have CEWL CLI options, command line interface. minus D space 2. This means that scan up to 2 levels deep minus M space 5. This tells scan for minimum word length of 5. To save the words to a file, use the switch minus W followed by a file name and specify the URL that is to be used for extracting the keywords. CEL comes by default with Kali Linux and open the app and run this command. When the execution is successful, it will return to the hash prompt. And word count, WC is word count, space minus L space, specify the file name where we have saved the words. Then it will return how many words are extracted from the specified URL. Let us jump into the demo. And these are the some of the links for the CEWL. Author for this application is Robin Wood, and it's released under the license Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 2.0. And the source is available at this disneyninja.org at this URL. And this is Kali repo. This is the web page of CEWL. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module System Hacking section Crunch Word List Generator demo. Crunch word list is used for password cracking. Crunch is a word list generator where you can specify a standard character set. Pattern supports numbers, symbols, upper and lower case characters as well. Crunch can generate word list with all possible permutations and combinations. Crunch latest version is 3.6, released under GPL v2 license. Crunch features include breakup output by number of lines or file size, resume support, status report when generating multiple files, new "-l" option for literal support, new "-d" option to limit duplicate characters, Unicode support, and it's available from SourceForge and comes by default in Kali Linux. With the crunch, we can generate word list from set of given characters, specify minimum and maximum length of the words, and send the output to a file to be used for password cracking. Let us dive into crunch demo. This is the web page of Crunch in Kali Tools. These are the URLs for the Crunch. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module System Hacking, section John the Ripper, Password Cracker. John the Ripper is a password cracking software tool that combines number of password crackers into one package. It auto-detects password hash types and includes a customizable cracker. John the Ripper is free and open source software distributed primarily in source code form. John can be run against various unique script password hash types such as DIS, MD5 or Blowfish, etc. Kerberos, AFS, and Windows LM hash. John features include it being the fast password cracker. Its primary purpose is to detect weak Unix passwords, besides several crypt password hash types, Windows LM hashes, other hashes, and ciphers. It is supported on multi-platforms, Unix, DOS, Win32, BOS, and OpenVMS. John the Ripper Pro is a commercial product tailored for your specific operating system, which is distributed in the form of native packages for the target OS for easy installation and use. Pro version is available for Linux, Mac OS X, Hash Suite for Windows, Hash Suite Droid for Android. Attack types. One of the modes John can be used is the dictionary attack. It takes text string samples from a file called a word list containing words found in the dictionary or real passwords cracked before, encrypting it in the same format as the password being examined, and comparing the output to the encrypted string. John also offers brute force mode. In this type of attack, the program goes through all the possible plain texts, hashing each one and then comparing it to the input hash. John uses character frequency tables to try plain text containing more frequently used characters first. This is the web page of John the Ripper and it is from OpenWall. We have many other products from OpenWall besides John the Ripper, ScanLogD, etc. You can try. These are some screenshots. Let us dive into the demo. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CPTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module System Hacking, section PWDump and Hash Suite. PWDump or Password Dumper is the name of the various Windows programs that output the LM and NTLM password hashes of the local user accounts from the SAM database. SAM is Security Account Manager database where user password hashes are stored. PWDump could be set to compromise security because it could allow malicious administrator to access users' passwords. Password Dumper version 7. Terrasco.org have developed a new password dumper for Windows named PWDump 7. PWDump 7 tool runs by extracting the binary SAM and system file from the file system, and then the hashes are extracted. PWDump is also able to extract the passwords offline by selecting the target files which contain the hashes. This is the web page of Password Dump 7 from Terrasco Security, terrasco.org. One of the powerful features of Password Dump 7 is that it can also use to dump protected files. You can always copy an used file. Note that this tool can be used against SAM and system files. You can download a copy of Password Dump 7 from OpenWall website, and you can execute Password Dump by clicking on the executable. Password Dump 7 works with its own file system driver, that is from arcadedetector.com technology. So users with administrative privileges are able to dump directly from disk both system and SAM registry hives. Once dumped, syskey will be retrieved from the system hive and then used to decrypt both landman and NTLM hashes and dump them in the password dump like format. This is the web page of HashSuite from OpenWall. HashSuite is a Windows program to test the security of password hashes. HashSuite features include its being fast, simple, smart, powerful, and scalable. Scalable works fast even with huge number of hashes. Just download a copy, and this is the interface of HashSuite. You can tweak the configuration settings, start an attack, and HashSuite captures all Windows users and cracks their passwords. Password dump history. The initial program called Password Dump was written by Jeremy Allison. He published the source code in 1997. Since then, there have been further developments by other programmers. In 2006, Password Dump 6 by Fishgig under GPL license is released. This is an improvement of Password Dump 3e. Password Dump 7 is by Anders Terrasco. This is a freeware uses own file system drivers, but no source code is available. LM hash, also known as landman hash or LAN manager hash, is a compromised password hashing function that was the primary hash that Microsoft LAN Manager and Microsoft Windows versions prior to Windows NT used to store the user passwords. Support for legacy LAN Manager protocol continued in later versions of the Windows. This is for backward compatibility, but Microsoft recommends to turn it off. As of Windows Vista and later versions, the protocol is disabled by default, but continues to be used by some non-Microsoft SMB implementations. LAN Manager authentication uses a particular weak method of hashing a user's password known as LM hash algorithm. LAN Manager was a network operating system available from multiple vendors and developed by Microsoft in cooperation with 3Com Corporation. NT-LAN Manager is a suite of Microsoft security protocols that provides authentication, integrity, and confidentiality to the users. NTLM is the successor to the authentication protocol in Microsoft LAN Manager, LANman. NTLM passwords are weak as they can be brute forced very easily with modern hardware. NTLM is a challenge response authentication protocol, that is CHAO, which uses 3 messages to authenticate a client in connection-oriented environment, and a 4th additional message if integrity is desired. SAM is Security Account Manager, and it's a database file in Windows XP, Vista, and Windows 7 that stores users' passwords. It can be used to authenticate local and remote users. SAM uses cryptographic measures to prevent unauthenticated users accessing the system. The user's passwords are stored in hashed format in registry hive either as lm hash or as anti-lm hash. This file can be found in system root system32 config folder, and this is mounted on HKLM SAM registry entry. In an attempt to improve the security of SAM database against offline software cracking, Microsoft introduced the syskey function. When syskey is enabled, the on-disk copy of SAM file is partially encrypted, so that the password hash values of all local accounts stored in the SAM are encrypted with a key, which is usually referred to as the syskey. It can be enabled by running the syskey program. Hashing function is one way. This provides some measure of security for the storage of passwords. In case of online attacks, it's not possible to simply copy a SAM file to another location. The SAM file cannot be moved or copied while Windows is running, since the Windows kernel obtains and keeps an exclusive file system lock on SAM file and will not release that lock until the operating system has shut down. However, the in-memory copy of the contents of the SAM can be dumped using various techniques, including password dump, taking the password hashes available for offline brute force attack. LM hash is a compromised protocol and has been replaced by anti-LM hash. Most versions of the Windows can be configured to disable the creation and storage of valid LM hashes when the user changes their password. Windows Vista and later versions of the Windows disable LM hash by default. This is the webpage of Quark's password dump by Sebastian K. A Quark's pwdump is a new open source tool to dump various types of Windows credentials. It dumps various types of Windows credentials without injecting in any process. This is the webpage of offline anti-password and registry editor by Peter Nodal Hagen. This supports from Windows NT to 8.1, 32 and 64-bit, and it's a freeware. This is an utility to reset the password of any user that has a valid local account on your NT system by modifying the password hash in the registry's SAM file. This is a great tool to reset forgotten Windows admin password. Password dump 6 is by FizzGig. This is a modified version of password dump 3e. This program is able to extract NTLM and LANMAN hashes from a Windows target. It's also capable of displaying password histories if they are available. This is a screenshot of password dump 6. We are going to see demos of password dump in relation to other password cracking tools in the coming session. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBT. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module System Hacking, section Hashcat, Advanced Password Recovery Tool. Hashcat is the self-proclaimed world's fastest password recovery tool. It has been a proprietary code base until 2015 and now released as free software. It's available for Linux, OS X and Windows platform and in CPU-based or GPU-based variants as well. It supports a wide range of hashing algorithms, including Microsoft LM hashes, MD4, MD5, SHA family, Unix script formats, MySQL, Syscopix, etc. This is the website of Hashcat. Hashcat is available by default in Kali Linux also. Hashcat features include world's first and only in-kernel rule engine and support for multi-platform like CPU, GPU, DSP, etc. Everything that comes with OpenCL runtime. Multi-hash cracking simultaneously, supports multi-device types, supports distributed cracking networks, supports interactive pass and resume, and also supports sessions and restore. It supports reading passwords from file and stdin, that is standard input, supports hex salt and hex character set. It supports automatic performance tuning and automatic key space ordering Markov chains, and it has built-in benchmarking system, integrated thermal watchdog, and 200 plus hash types implemented with optimum performance. Let us dive into the demo. These are some of the Hashcat supported algorithms like MD45, half MD5, SHA-1, SHA-224, SHA-256, SHA-384, SHA-512, and the latest from SHA family, that is SHA-3, KEKAK, and many more algorithms are supported. Hashcat offers multiple attack modes for obtaining effective and complex coverage over a hash's key space. The modes are brute force attack, dictionary attack, hybrid attack, permutation attack. We're going to have a demo on some of these types in the coming sessions. With some screenshots. Hashcat supports OpenCL, that is computer language. Supported OpenCL runtimes are AMD, Apple, Intel, etc. Supported OpenCL device types are GPU, CPU, etc. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Trojan section Introduction to Trojans. So we're going to cover these topics in this session. What is Trojan, what Trojans do, types of Trojans, and all this. A Trojan horse or a Trojan is any malicious software program which misleads user of its true intent. Trojans are delivered as part of genuine software or game by using wrappers. Wrappers make them a single executable, and when installed, user do not notice that a Trojan is being installed in the backdoor, along with the genuine application. The term is derived from the ancient Greek story of deceptive wooden horse that led to the fall of the city of Troy. Ransomware attacks are often carried out using a Trojan. Unlike virus and worms, Trojans do not propagate themselves. Trojans are generally spread by some form of social engineering, like attempting to open an email attachment disguised to be unsuspicious or by fake downloads. Hackers find many ways to distribute Trojans. It can be a freeware, IM attachments, spyware removal tools, screensavers, games, etc. A simple example to understand a Trojan horse is like a flower bouquet with a bomb inside it. This is a genuine software and this is a Trojan. Both are binded together in a single package. Genuine software installs at the front end and the Trojan installs at the back end, unnoticed by the user. The Trojan story quickly once again. When the defeat is inevitable after many attempts, Greeks played a trick to defeat Troy people. They built a large wooden horse with soldiers inside and left it at the borders of the Troy with a message of accepting defeat. The people of Troy were happy and pulled the wooden horse into the city despite Queen warning them of a foul game. During the night, soldiers who were hiding inside the horse came out, opened the city's gates to let the Greek army to enter and capture Troy. As an ethical hacker, it's always a challenging to scan and identify the Trojans. Trojans are used for various purposes as hacker wishes, like creating and maintaining backdoors. Trojans install backdoors to maintain access to the compromised system and install other malware. Spyware. Trojans act like spyware, watch victims' activity, and grab sensitive personal information back to their master. Use your system as a zombie. Hacker uses victim's system to carry out further attacks. Trojans cover their tracks to avoid catching them. Some governments use softwares, govware, or typically a Trojan, that is to intercept communication from target computer in the national interest. Trojans can be created and used to perform different attacks. Here are some of the most common types of Trojans. RATs, remote access Trojans. These are used to gain remote access to a system. Data sending Trojans. These scan the system and find the data and deliver it to the hacker. Destructive Trojans. They are used to delete corrupt files on the system. Denial of service Trojans. They are used to launch a denial of service attack, a distributed denial of service, DOS or DDoS attack on the target. Proxy Trojans. They are used to tunnel the traffic or launch hacking attacks via other systems. FTP Trojans. They are used to create an FTP server in order to copy files onto the system. Security Software Disabler Trojans. These are used to stop anti-malware, antivirus softwares on the compromised system. As we know that a Trojan is any malicious software program which misleads user of its true intent. It gets installed along with the genuine software at the backend. Hackers access Trojan system and conduct many types of attacks. Hacker installs a Trojan program which allows him to access the system from outside remote location. Commands are sent by the master and are executed on the victim's system. Overt channel is the legitimate one to send communication and data. Overt is open and legal applications like a calculator, paint, etc. Covert channel is illegitimate channel violating security policy and stealing data. Trojans exploit overt channel to create covert channel. Covert is secret or hidden like Trojan, keylogger, etc. Trojans do not propagate themselves and they must be installed remotely or mimic the user to install them. Trojans can get into a system by any of these means. Hackers play intelligently and try all the means to get unnoticed. However, when a system is infected with a Trojan, unexpected changes, unusual activity, performance degrading may happen. Some other indications as Trojan is doing backdoor activity can be loss of some files, changed passwords, browser opens new sites automatically, customization may be altered, wallpaper, background settings, screensaver settings may be changed. These are all to facilitate the hacker to fulfill his objectives. Rappers attach a Trojan with a genuine exe and make them a single executable. When the genuine software is installed, users do not notice that a Trojan is also being installed in the backend, along with the genuine application in the front end. Hackers generally choose games, popular apps to spread Trojans. Trojans are created using construction kit. The kit contains various components to facilitate the creation, distribution, and maintenance of Trojan programs. They have built-in mechanisms of hiding, persistent backdoor access, clearing tracks, detection avoidance, and removal by anti-malware security softwares. These are the general ports used by the Trojans. These are popular Trojans and these are the ports. Netstat is a simple CLI utility which displays active TCP connections, ports on which the computer is listening, Ethernet statistics, IP routing table, IPv4 and IPv6 statistics. Without any parameters, Netstat displays active TCP connections. With parameters and switches, we can explore more detailed information. Notable Trojans are classified like private and governmental. Examples include Da Vinci, Magic Lantern, Barrier Pride, etc. Governmental Trojans are implemented in the nation's interest. Publicly available Trojans are Beast, Sub7, Dark Comet, Mini and Mega Panger, etc. Trojans detected by the security researchers are Flashbake, Zero Access, Tiny Banker, Shedden, etc. Let us know about the tiny difference between virus, worm, and Trojan. Virus is a malicious software which can replicate itself with human intervention. Worm. It's like a virus which replicates and spreads itself without any intervention. Trojan horse is a malicious program that appears harmless. Trojans do not propagate themselves like virus and worm. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Trojans. Section Beast Remote Administration Tool. Beast is a Windows-based backdoor Trojan horse released first by its author Tataye in 2002. Trojan Beast is a powerful remote administration tool, RAT, with all-in-one Trojan client and server. Some of the base features are it's capable of infecting Windows versions from 95 to 10. It uses the typical client-server model where the client would be under the operation by the attacker and the server is what would infect the victim. Beast can create a reverse connection to its victims to give the attacker complete control over the infected computer. The virus would use the code injection method to inject itself into other applications. This is a Beast Trojan software. We'll be building a server and it will be binded with a genuine application. The binded application will be sent to the victim, trick him to install it. The genuine application installs at the front end while the Beast Trojan gets installed at the back end. You start listening on this port and whenever the application runs on the remote victim PC, the IP address will pop up here. The alert will be sent to this client. And by double clicking that, you will be able to manage the remote PC. We're going to take a base demo in another session. The default ports used for the direct and reverse connections are 6666 and 9999 respectively. And the attacker can change these as required. Beast has a built-in firewall bypasser and has the ability of terminating some antivirus or firewall processes. Beast has a built-in file binder that can be used to join two or more files together into one executable. M-File Binder is an advanced file binder which binds multiple files of any type and merges them into a single executable file. It has the options to set the execution mode for each file, which would run in the background and which would run in the foreground. Predefined set of icon package is included to set your desired icon. This is a genuine software, this is a Trojan horse. Both are packaged and delivered as a single package. Thanks for watching. This is host PC and on this we have this Beast software and we are going to create a server with this application and that we are going to send it to the remote system, another system that is 192.168.0.227. The 227 we got a remote desktop connection to that. We are going to create a Beast server and we are going to copy to the remote PC. Hacker finds many ways to spread the Trojan that is created to the remote PCs and by social engineering. social networking, and so many ways. Okay, let us click on this. This is Beast application. Let us build a server. It's going to listen on this port, and we can inject Internet Explorer, Explorer, Notepad, whatever. You can customize this. And notifications. Let us click on Get IP. This is this host PC IP address and connection timeout and startup. You can see the options. You can leave them to the default. The other options you have, you can leave them default or tweak as you like. And we can give a icon for this. Let us give this PC icon and save server. This server is saved here. You can save these settings if you want to create again. Close that. And now use the binder to bind it with another genuine program. And let us click on this binder. We'll add the files. This is the server we have created, and click open and add another file. We have taken a calculator application. Okay, this is the second file. Let us add this file. Okay, we'll bind these two files together and give a name calculator new. Save. So it is saved here. And we'll choose an icon. I can extract the icon from here. We got the icon. Done. We are done. Let us copy the server what we created onto the remote PC. This is the shared folder on the remote PC. Yeah, got it. Okay. Now, this is the base server. You click on start listening. And whenever this application on the remote PC is executed, then you will see the remote PC IP address here. As we have set the notification to be sent to this PC. And you can select all these options. You can remotely manage the 227 that remote PC. And okay, this is all about the beast. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Trojans, Section Process Explorer. Process Explorer is a freeware task manager and system monitor for Microsoft Windows created by internal software, which has been acquired by the Microsoft. It provides the functionality of Windows Task Manager along with a rich set of features for collecting information about the processes running on the user's system. It can be used as the first step in debugging software or system problems. This is the Process Explorer. It shows you the information about which handles and DLL processes have opened or loaded. It's useful for tracking down DLL version problems or handle leaks and provide an insight into the way Windows and applications work. This is integrated with the virus total scanning. You can submit the unknown executables to the virus total for scanning and analysis. Process Explorer is available for download from this link, and based on 32-bit or 62-bit you can download whatever that is suitable, and the current version is 16.21, and this can be downloaded or run live from the ASUS internals. It runs on client Windows Vista and higher versions and server Windows Server 2008 and above. You click on the executable and it starts installing. The Process Explorer display consists of two sub-windows, the top and the bottom. The top window always shows the list of currently active processes, including the name of their own accounts, whereas the information displayed in the bottom window depends on the mode the Process Explorer is in. In the lower pane, you can select either DLLs or the handles. If it is in the handle mode, you will see the handles that the process selected in the top window has opened. You will see the DLLs and the memory mapped files that process has loaded. Process Explorer also has a powerful search capability that will quickly show you which processes have particular handles opened or DLLs loaded. The unique capabilities of the Process Explorer make it useful for tracking down DLL version problems or handle leaks, and provide an insight into the way the Windows and applications work. This is the Windows normal task manager, and this Process Explorer is an enhancement to the Windows Task Manager. These are the reference links for the Process Explorer. We get a whole list of Process Explorer features. Process Explorer can be used to track down the problems, provide a means to list or search for the named resource that are held by a process or all processes. It can choose the command lines used to start a program. This is the command line. When you hover your mouse, it will show you the command line, and it will show a process that is maxing out the CPU. The hierarchical view of the processes, ability to display an icon and the company name next to each process, live CPU activity graph, ability to suspend the selected process. For a process, you can set affinity, you can set the priority, you can kill that process, you can restart, suspend, or create a dump event. The best part is to verify any unknown executables in the virus total. If you select any process, you can check in virus total. This is the virus total web page, and this is a free service from the Microsoft. You can upload the files and get them scanned for any infections. You can do the URL scan and search, and you can search the virus total database. For ASLoader server.exe, which we submitted to the virus total, it does the analysis, and this is the report. And all this antivirus software have scanned this exe, and this is the result. There are zero detections. You have file detail information here, and the relationships, additional information like hash and the file information, and any comments are there. And this is all about the Process Explorer. Download a copy and explore it. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Trojans, section Malware Countermeasures. PC or mobile, if not used with security awareness, one can fall trap and get infected with malware. Once infected, it can take time, money, and data loss, compromise privacy, and loss of reputation as well. Heed to the security advices, understand countermeasures, and act smartly to secure yourself and your organization. Prevention is better than cure. Trojans do not replicate by infecting other files or computers. Instead, they survive by going unnoticed. They may sit quietly in your computer collecting information or setting up holes in your security. Some of the tools to check suspicious activity on your system network are best antivirus software, anti-malware software, online scanners, NetStat, msconfig, ProcessFear, Wireshark Sniffer, and other tools help to check if any suspicious activity is happening on your system or network. NetStat displays active TCP connections, ports on which computer is listening, Ethernet statistics, the IP routing table, IPv4 and IPv6 statistics, and other information. Without any options, NetStat displays all the established connections, and with options, it displays all the connections. Process Explorer from sysinternals shows you the information about which handles and DLL processes have opened or loaded. It's useful for tracking down DLL version problems or handle leaks and provide insight into the way Windows and applications work. Trojans, malware, and adware victimize the target to benefit hacker. Trojan scanner hunters are available and run them to identify Trojan infections and remove them. Download softwares from trusted sources only, and do not get trapped by infected downloads from spurious sites. Avoid freeware. Free is not always free, and be careful as they might contain harmful malware. Avoid visiting unwanted sites as they may contain malware. Accept apps, softwares always from trusted sources only. Awareness can save one from great dangers. VirusTotal is a free service that analyzes suspicious files, URLs, and facilitates the quick detection of virus, worms, trojans, and all kinds of malware. VirusTotal is created by Spanish security company Hispasec Sistemas in 2004, and it was acquired by Google in 2012. Freeware, malware, fake, tweaked softwares, downloads, email attachments, instant messaging apps, NetBIOS file sharing, untrusted sites, games, apps, etc. We have already discussed some of the defense mechanism points. Let us recap all. Have anti-malware softwares. Install firewall as a first layer of defense. Configure firewall properly. Use UTMs, Unified Threat Management softwares, to build strong defense against attacks. Internet service providers' security measures are also important. They must filter malicious traffic to the possible extent to protect your security. You ask for the security measures to provide protection from threats, intruders, etc. Encryption of data transmission is important to avoid eavesdropping and possible intrusion. Never take risk of opening dangerous emails, email attachments, installing unknown softwares. Be careful of .exe, .com, .bat, .vba, .vbs, .scr files, and don't allow ActiveX controls. Have a strong backup architecture setup to secure against data loss. Please note that the backup must be saved onto a remote location. Go for Linux-based workstation servers which are more secure and protect your data. Build secure workstations and servers. Use Live CD to boot from read-only media. Having taken all the countermeasures, a hardware Trojan can bug you. A hardware Trojan is insertion of malicious program into hardware chip with a payload to bypass or disable the security fence of a system, leak financial info, or to spy on you. Hardware Trojan from network gear like NIC, keyboard, mouse, etc., purchased from a non-reputable source can cause disaster to your security by leaking passwords and allow unauthorized entry. Once again, to recap, install antivirus software that can detect and eliminate known viruses, block malicious websites, apps that attempt to install malware. Users must update their software regularly to patch security vulnerabilities. Do not open flagged sites that have been reported as malware to Google. Next challenge is social engineering practices. Malware can get in through the social engineering practices, and be careful on that. Many viruses attach themselves to executable files that may be part of legitimate programs. If a user attempts to launch an infected program, the virus code may be executed simultaneously. Do not open phishing apps, links, files with suspicious extensions. The first method of virus detection is using a list of virus signature definitions. This works by examining the content of the computer's memory and the files stored on the fixed or removable drives, and comparing those files against a database of known virus signatures. A second method to find viruses is to use a heuristic algorithm based on common virus behaviors. This method has the ability to detect new viruses for which the antivirus security firms have yet to define a signature. This is the webpage of IC3.0. Anyone can register internet crime complaint here. Let us look at recovery strategies and methods. Regular backups of the data on different media. An operating system on a bootable CD, live CD can be used to start the computer if a system becomes unusable. Backups on removable media must be carefully inspected before restoration. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Malware, Virus and Worms. Section Introduction to Virus. A computer virus is malicious software program, also called as malware, that when executed replicates itself by modifying other programs and inserting its own code. Virus can infect programs, data files, or the boot sector of the hard drive and use anti-detection stealth strategies to avoid antivirus software. Virus writers use social engineering tricks to exploit security vulnerabilities to spread and infect systems. Malware includes virus, worms, spyware, ransomware, adware, Trojan horses, keyloggers, rootkits, bootkits, malicious browser help objects, BHOs, and any other malicious software. The term virus is coined originally by Fred Cohen in 1985. Most viruses spread on the removable media, such as USB drives, and with the network. Viruses can infect the files and spread when it is accessed by other computers in the network. Normal mode of virus spreading is through email attachments, documents, and media files, and software, app downloads which are tweaked and embedded with the virus. Macroviruses are written in the scripting language for the Microsoft Word and Excel and spread throughout Microsoft Office by infecting documents and spreadsheets. The virus take advantage of the Microsoft Outlook component object model interface for sending emails. A virus may also send a web address link as an instant message to all the contacts stored on the infected machine. The recipient mostly thinks that it is from a trusted source, a friend, and follows the link to a website and gets infected. Motives for creating a virus can include seeking profit. Example is ransomware. Desire to send a political message, personal amusement, to demonstrate that a vulnerability exists in software, for sabotage, denial of service, or explore cybersecurity issues, etc. Security researchers are actively searching for new ways to enable antivirus solutions to more effectively detect emerging viruses before they have already become widely distributed. Computer viruses cause billions of dollars worth of economic damage each year due to causing system failure, wasting computer resources, corrupting data, increasing maintenance costs, etc. A software is often designed with security features to prevent unauthorized use of system resources. Software development strategies that produce large number of bugs will generally also produce potential exploitable holes entrances for the virus. Many viruses exploit and manipulate security bugs, defects. Any company is releasing a software or software update will try to fix all the security bugs so that the software doesn't cause harm and serve its purpose. The vast majority of the virus target Microsoft Windows due to its larger market share. Open source operating systems such as Linux allow users to choose from a variety of desktop environments, packaging tools, etc., which means that a malicious code targeting any of these systems will only affect a subset of all users. Windows users run the same set of applications, enabling viruses to rapidly spread among the Microsoft Windows systems by targeting the same exploits in the large number of hosts. Windows users mostly use admin account for operation. while Linux users generally do not log in with root account for regular operation. This limits the harm possibilities of a virus even if it's trying. Ransomware is a malware virus that hacks a user's system, encrypts the user's system, and posts a message on the user's screen saying that the screen or the system will remain locked or unusable until a ransom payment is made. Ransomware and phishing scam alerts appear as press releases on the Internet Crime Complaint Center IC3.gov notice board. This is the webpage of IC3.gov. Phishing is a deception in which malicious individual pretends to be a friend, computer security expert, or other benevolent individual with the goal of convincing the targeted individual to reveal passwords or other personal information. Phishing is an email or a phone that appears to have come from a bank and convince you to provide personal information. Virus is a malicious software which can replicate itself with human intervention. Worm is like a virus which replicates and spreads itself without any human intervention. Trojan horse is a malicious program that appears harmless. Trojans do not propagate themselves like virus and worms. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by AC Council. Module Malware, Virus and Worms. Section How Virus Works. A virus typically has a search routine which locates new files or new disks for infection. The three main virus components are infection mechanism or infection vector. This is how virus spreads and propagates. Next is trigger. The trigger is to activate an executable file with the virus is run that determines the event of condition for a malicious payload to be delivered such as at a particular time, date, etc. Third component is payload. The payload is the data that performs the actual malicious objective of the virus. Life cycle of a virus can be divided into four phases: dormant phase, propagation phase, triggering phase, and execution phase. Dormant phase. The virus program is idle during this phase. The virus program has managed to access the target computer system software, but the virus doesn't take any action. The virus will eventually be activated by a trigger at a particular time, date, or an event. Next is propagation phase. The virus starts propagating, that is, multiplying and replicating itself. The virus places a copy of itself into the other programs or system areas of the disk. The copy may not be identical to the original propagating version, but it can make some changes to avoid detection by IT professionals or antivirus software. Each infected program will contain a clone of the virus, which will itself enter a propagation phase. Triggering phase. A dormant virus moves into this phase when it is activated, and now will perform the function for which it is intended. The triggering phase can be caused by a variety of system events or with a particular date and time. Execution phase. This is the actual work of virus, where the payload will be released. It can be destructive, such as deleting files on the disk, crashing the system, or corrupting the files, or it can be harmless as well, popping some messages, annoying messages on the screen. Computer viruses infect host computers and software. Virus is classified where they reside. Binary executables such as exe or com files, data files such as Microsoft Word documents or PDF files, or in the boot sector of the host hard drive, or some combination of all these three. Resident virus installs itself as a part of the operating system when executed, after which it remains in the RAM from the time the computer is booted up to shut down. Non-resident virus, when executed, scans the disk for the targets, infects them, and doesn't remain in the memory after execution. Microsoft Word and Outlook allow macro programs virus to be embedded in the documents or emails. The macro programs run automatically when the document or the email is open and infect the victim's system. This is one of the reasons that it is dangerous to open unexpected or suspicious attachments in emails which may contain virus. Boot sector virus target the boot sector and master boot record (MBR) of the host hard drive or the removable storage media such as flash drives, etc. Email virus uses the email system to spread virus-infected files. Email virus harvests email addresses from the address book and send copies of the virus to all email IDs as attachments. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by C Council. Module Malware, Virus and Worms. Section Virus Removal. Many antivirus software companies provide free online virus scanning with limited cleaning facilities. VirusTotal.com is a subsidiary of Google. It allows users to upload one or more suspicious files to be scanned and checked by multiple antivirus programs in one operation. Microsoft offers antivirus utility called Microsoft Security Essentials and Windows Defender. This is the webpage of VirusTotal.com. You can use its free service. VirusTotal.com shows the submissions by the country and file statistics during last 7 days. Some viruses disable System Restore, Task Manager, and Command Prompt. Reboot system in safe mode and use virus scanners to remove virus. System Restore point from previous day or before virus attack can help recover system free of virus infection. Operating system reinstallation is the last choice. Microsoft System File Checker can be used to check for and repair corrupted system files. Restoring an earlier clean copy from a cloned disk, a disk image, or a backup copy. Disinfect the computer or reinstalling and reconfiguring the operating system and programs from the scratch. The other options include boot from a live CD to recover important data on an infected system or remove and connect the infected hard disk to another working computer. Scan and take backup and do not execute any infected programs on the original drive. After backup is recovered, the original hard disk then can be formatted and the operating system and all other programs reinstalled from the original media. Once the system has been restored, precautions must be taken to avoid reinfection from any restored executable files. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by C Council. Module Malware, Virus and Worms. Section Stealth Techniques. Viruses use different kinds of deception to avoid detection by users and antivirus. Some viruses can infect files without increasing their sizes or damaging the files. Some viruses try to avoid detection by killing the tasks associated with the antivirus before it can detect them. Antivirus software employ various techniques to counter these stealth mechanisms. Antivirus software sends a read request to Windows OS files that handle such requests. Some viruses trick antivirus software by intercepting its request to the operating system. A virus can hide by intercepting the request to read the infected file, handling the request itself, and returning an uninfected version of the file to the antivirus software. The interception can occur by code injection of the actual operating system files that would handle the read request. Thus, an antivirus software attempting to detect the virus will either be not given permission to read the infected file or read request will be served with an infected version of the same file. Most modern antivirus software programs try to find virus patterns inside ordinary programs by scanning them for the virus signatures. Virus signature is a sequence of bytes that an antivirus program looks for because it's known to be part of a virus. Different antivirus programs will employ different search methods in identifying virus. If a virus scanner finds such a pattern in a file, it notifies the user that the file is infected. The user can take action to delete or clean or heal the infected file. Some viruses employ techniques that make detection difficult by means of signatures
but not impossible. These viruses modify their code on each infection. That is, each infected file contains a different variant of the same virus. Some viruses will employ a means of encryption inside an executable in which the virus is encrypted under certain events, such as the virus scanner being disabled for updates or the computer being rebooted. The executable will decrypt the virus and execute its hidden runtimes, infecting the computer and sometimes disabling the antivirus software. This is called cryptovirology. Polymorphic code technique poses serious threat to virus scanners. Polymorphic viruses are not identical between infections, making it very difficult to detect directly using signatures. Antivirus software can detect it by decrypting the virus using an emulator or by statistical pattern analysis of the encrypted virus body. Virus rewrites themselves completely each time they infect new executables to avoid detection in metamorphic code. A metamorphic virus is usually very large and complex. Thanks for watching.
Hello, I'm Sri from CPTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Malware, Virus and Worms. Section Virus Maker Tools BVM. Bhavesh Virus Maker. This is the web page of BVM. Click on the download and save it onto your PC. Extract the file and you will see these files and folders. And this is the readme file. You have the change logs, the features, virus maker, batch to exe converter, shell codes, web shells, and all these features are part of this BVM. And as cautioned, you disable the antivirus to work with this BVM. The requirements are disable the antivirus and .NET Framework 4.5. It's a simple and great tool and we'll take a demo on that. There are some FAQs and these may answer some of your questions. This is BVM executable and let us click on this. This is BVM. These are the features of it. Let us click on the patch virus maker. The first line of code is echo off. Then you have these options. If you click on any, it will generate the dynamic script for you. So if you want to delete all MP4 files, then click on this. This is the dynamic script that is generated. If you want to disable mask, click on this. This is the command. This is the reset command to be used for that purpose. And if you say kill antivirus, then click on this. These are all the lines it generated. Once you select the options which you want them to be part of your virus, then click on make virus. Save this as BVM demo, and by default it saves as a batch file. Later you can convert this batch file to exe and save it. See, this is the batch we created, and if you open in Notepad Plus, you can see the lines of commands that are added to this file, and you got all these options. Then close this. We got the batch file ready. So this is batch to exe, the shell codes, web shell, CLI codes, dark to Google Docs, and the virus engines. The shell codes, if you go, so these are all the shell codes. And these are the web shells. These are the web shells. These are the CLI codes. These are the Google Docs for SQL inspection, cross-site scripting, etc. By default, if we click on any, it'll open BVM browser. Otherwise, you can copy paste into the browser and you can open them. And you got the virus engines. This is payload screen gen. You can try these softwares. Okay, you can download this and you can explore this. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Packet Sniffers, section Introduction to Packet Sniffing and Sniffers. A packet sniffer is also known as network analyzer or protocol analyzer. A sniffer captures packets passing over network, decoding the packet's raw data, showing its content. The network adapter capturing the traffic must be in promiscuous or monitor mode. When the traffic is captured, either the entire contents of the packets are recorded or just the headers are recorded. Protocol analyzers automatically detect errors, determine the root causes of the errors, generate timing diagrams, reconstruct the TCP and UDP data streams, etc. Some protocol analyzers can also generate traffic and thus act as protocol testers. Packet sniffers are powerful tools which can be used for various purposes. Troubleshoot network problems like storming, performance issues, misuse, etc. And it can detect hacking intrusion attempts. Isolate hacked and exploited systems and trouble-causing systems. Documenting regulatory complaints through logging all perimeter and endpoint traffic. Spy on the network users to collect sensitive information such as login details, cookies, encryption method, etc. Debug client-server communications, application implementations, monitor LAN and WAN performance, including routing, firewalls, access control, spam filter, proxy, etc. Network traffic generated by an individual is captured and stored for legal compliance requirements. By using end-to-end encryption, communications can be kept confidential from telecommunication carriers and legal authorities. Cannonball, Wireshark, TCP dump, and all these are popular ones. This is Wireshark packet sniffer. Wireshark is the world's foremost and widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at microscopic level, popular across many commercial and non-profit enterprises, and also government agencies and educational institutions. Wireshark development thrives on volunteer contributions of networking experts around the globe. Tibuki is the simplest and powerful network traffic analyzer for macOS. It decrypts and analyzes the network traffic of all your devices. DSNIF is a set of password sniffing and network traffic analysis tools written by security researcher and startup founder Doug Song to parse different application protocols and extract relevant information. DSNIF is a collection of tools for network auditing and penetration testing. DSNIF, file snarf, mail snarf, message snarf, URL snarf, passively monitor a network for interesting data like passwords, email files, etc. ARP spoof, DNS spoof, McAuff facilitate the interception of network traffic normally unavailable to an attacker. SSH MITM and Web MITM implement active man-in-the-middle attack. EtherApp is packet sniffer and network traffic monitoring tool developed for Unix and Linux. EtherApp is free open source software developed under GNU GPL license. Network traffic is displayed using graphical interface. Each node represents a specific host. EtherCap is free and open source network security tool for man-in-the-middle attacks on LAN.
It can be used for computer network protocol analysis and security auditing. It runs on various Unix-like operating systems and on Microsoft Windows as well. It's capable of intercepting traffic on a network segment, capturing passwords, and conducting active eavesdropping against a number of common protocols. First release was in 2001 and the latest is in 2014. Telerik Fiddler. This is a free web debugging proxy for any browser, system, or platform. Fiddler application is written by Eric Lawrence. Latest release is in 2016 4.6.x. Fiddler captures HTTP and HTTPS traffic and logs it for the user to review. JustSniffer is a TCP packet sniffer. It can log network traffic in standard or in customized way. It can also log response times, useful for tracking network services performances. The output format of the traffic can be easily customized. JustSniffer is to help troubleshooting performance in network TCP-based services. Traf Scambler is anti-sniffer IDS for OS X licensed under BST. The features include injection of packets with bogus data and with randomly selected bad TCP checksum or bad TCP sequences. There are a lot of customized and commercial softwares available. Some of the popular ones are Network Bandwidth Analyzer Pack and Network Performance Monitor from SolarWinds. Network Miner is also a packet analyzer. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by IC Council. Module Packet Sniffers, section Wireshark Packet Sniffer. Wireshark is the world's foremost and widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level. Wireshark is popular across many commercial, non-profit enterprises, government agencies, and educational institutions. Wireshark development thrives on volunteer contributions of network experts around the globe. And this is the continuation of a project started by Gerald Coombs in 1998. Wireshark is an open source packet analyzer released under GNU GPL license. Originally named as Ethereal, the project was renamed as Wireshark in May 2006 due to trademark issues. Wireshark is most active project and latest release is in 2017. It's used for network troubleshooting, analysis, software and communication protocol development, and education. T-Shark is a terminal-based non-GUI version that is bundled with the Wireshark. Wireshark is written in C, C++, cross-platform using Qt widget toolkit to implement its user interface. And it uses PCAP to capture packets. Wireshark runs on Linux, Starnix, and Microsoft Windows. Wireshark support for the capture of wireless traffic is limited. Decoding and analyzing wireless traffic is not the foremost function of Wireshark, but it can give the results that cannot be obtained with other programs. Use the AirCrack wireless security tool to capture IEEE 802.11 frames and read the resulting dump files with Wireshark. Some of the Wireshark features are: it is similar to TCP dump but has a graphical front-end, plus some integrated sorting and filtering options. Wireshark lets the user put the network interface controllers (NICs) into promiscuous mode. This helps in seeing all the traffic visible on that interface, including the unicast traffic not sent to that NIC's MAC address. Port mirroring or various network tabs can extend capture to any point on the network. And additional features include: it understands encapsulation of different network protocols. Live data can be read from the different types of networks, including Ethernet, IEEE 802.11, PPP, point-to-point protocol, and loopback. Data can be read from a file of pre-captured packets. VoIP calls in the captured traffic can be detected. Various settings, timers, and filters can be set. It can read captures from other network analyzers such as TCP/dump, Microsoft Network Monitor, etc. Wireshark uses colors to help the user identify the types of traffic at a glance. By default, four colors are used: green for TCP traffic, dark blue is DNS traffic, light blue is UDP traffic, and black identifies TCP packets with problem. For example, they could have been delivered out of order. Users can change, customize existing rules of coloring packets, and add new rules or remove rules. Wireshark can also be used to capture packets from most network simulation tools such as NS, OpNet Modeler, GNS3, and NetSim. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CPTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Packet Sniffers, Section Wireshark Packet Sniffer Demo. Wireshark is world's foremost and widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level. Wireshark is popular across many commercial, non-profit enterprises, government agencies, and educational institutions. Wireshark development thrives on volunteer contributions of network experts around the globe. This is the web page of Wireshark, and download a suitable version file. Stable version is 2.4.3. This is the latest release, and I want to download the 64-bit Windows installer. When I click on it, the pop-up comes. This is 55 MB file, and I will save it to the desktop. This is installable. When I double click on this, you will get a USE pop-up, that is user account control permissions, to install this software. And click yes, then the setup will run. Click next, accept license agreement, and then on the next page choose the components what you want to install. You have Wireshark Network Protocol Analyzer, T-Shark, that is text-based protocol analyzer, Wireshark 1, this is classic user interface, plugins and extensions are available, tools, this is additional command line based tools, and offline copy of user guide. You select all the options that is advised and click next. You can leave these additional tasks as defaults and click next, and it will ask you the path where to install. Choose the install location and click next. It will ask you whether to install WinPCAP. WinPCAP is required to capture live network data. WinPCAP is already installed on this PC, that's the reason this is not highlighted. WinPCAP is the Windows version of Live PCAP library. It includes a driver to support capturing packets. Wireshark uses this library to capture. The next one it's going to ask is whether to install USB PCAP. USB PCAP is open source USB sniffer for Windows. Check this one to install this. Click on install. It will extract the set of files and then start installing it. And the installation is complete. Then click next. We are ready to go. Click finish to run Wireshark. This is Wireshark Network Analyzer interface, and it will show you all the interfaces here, and the waves here indicate the traffic is on these interfaces. When you click on capture options, interface options are displayed. Under this promiscuous mode, it can capture all the traffic that's on the wire, even if it's not meant for this particular NIC. This is capture interfaces information. It is showing all the interfaces. On this wireless connection, this is available on this IP address. This is a Wi-Fi connection and this is the address. The traffic flow is here. By default, monitor mode is not selected. By default, promiscuous mode is enabled on all the interfaces. Click start. We have not selected the monitor mode. That's the reason no packets are captured. Nothing is shown here. Go back to the capture interfaces option and select this monitor mode and then click start. And it starts monitoring. We have run a test ping to 8888 and the data is captured here. This PC is 228 and this is source, destination is 8888, protocol is ICMP, length, and this is the request. Second packet is response from 8888 which is source and the destination is 228. ICMP protocol and this is ICMP reply. So request reply, request reply. You can further explore all the options and you can study the packets. Additional Wireshark features include it understands encapsulation of different networking protocols, it can parse and display the fields, live data can be read from different types of networks including Ethernet, 802.11, PPP and loopback, etc. Data can be read from a file of pre-captured packets. Voice over IP calls in the captured traffic can also be detected. Various settings, timers and filters can be set. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Packet Sniffers, section Countermeasures on Sniffing. A packet sniffer is also known as network analyzer or protocol analyzer, and these are used for intercepting and logging traffic. A sniffer captures packets passing over a network, decodes the packet's raw data showing its content. When traffic is captured, either the entire contents of the packets are recorded or just the headers are recorded. Protocol analyzers automatically detect errors, determine root causes of errors, generate timing diagrams, reconstruct TCP and UDP data streams, etc. Some protocol analyzers can also generate traffic and thus act as protocol testers. Countermeasures to help prevent sniffing include use strong physical security and proper segmentation of the network. This is the first step in preventing traffic from being collected locally. Encrypt communication fully, including authentication credentials. This prevents sniffer packets from being usable to an attacker. SSL and IPsec, Internet Protocol Security, are examples of encryption solutions. Tighten perimeter security defense system and make strong network infrastructure design. Disable the promiscuous mode on a network adapter. As promiscuous mode can be used with malicious intention to capture packets on NIC. In a promiscuous mode, a NIC can capture all the packets it can see apart from that is being sent to its own address. Use anti-sniffing tools which can check various processes running on a host, network, mode of NIC, etc. Packet sniffers are powerful tools which can be used for various purposes that includes detection of hacking intrusion attempts. Monitor LAN and WAN performance including routing, firewalls, access controls, spam filter, proxy, etc. These are popular packet sniffers. Cannondable, Wireshark, TCP dump, Kismet, Explico, and all these. This is the creator name, latest release, user interface, software license, and the operating system it supports. SniffJoke is an application for Linux that handle transparently your TCP connection, make them impossible to be read by a IDS or sniffer. Tools included in the SniffJoke package are SniffJoke, that is transparent TCP connection scrambler, SniffJoke CTL. This is controller for SniffJoke. SJ commit results and SJ IPTCP op probe. These are the scripts are part of SniffJoke Autotest. SniffJoke Autotest is a script which runs for the plugins. When it comes to the anti-sniffer tools, continuous awareness on security, there are a lot of commercial anti-sniffer tools are available. UTMs, Unified Threat Management Tools, are powerful integrated tools which work against sniffing and intrusion attempts.
with appropriate action configurable. Kitty Litter, the anti-sniffer, is a security program designed to protect your system against data theft. Yesterday's Arc Change Intrusion Detector. We're going to demonstrate countermeasures on sniffing in the coming sessions. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Packet Sniffers section Explico Network Forensic Analysis Tool and FACT. Explico is network forensic analysis tool that reconstructs the contents of the captures performed with a packet sniffer. Example Wireshark, TCP dump, NetSniff, NG, etc. Packet analyzer do not reconstruct the data carried by the protocols while Explico does. Explico reconstructs the protocol's application data and it's able to recognize the protocols with a technique named as PIPI. Explico is free and open source software under GNU GPL version 2. Explico is written in C, PHP, Python, and the latest stable release is 1.2.0 in Feb 2017. Some of the Explico features are it can extract and reconstruct all the web pages and contents like images, files, cookies, etc. from raw data of HTTP protocol. It can reconstruct the emails exchanged from raw data of SMTP, POP, and IMAP protocols. It identifies and reconstructs VoIP, MSN, IRC, and FTP data as well. It's installed by default in major distributions of digital forensics and penetration testing like Kali Linux, Deft, and Security Onion, etc. This is the web page of Explico, open source network forensic analysis tool. In fact, it supports these protocols: HTTP, IPv6, DNS, IRC, etc. This is the download page of Explico. If your Linux version doesn't have, you can download a copy and test it. We will take a demo. Click on Create an account. It will send an email to complete the registration. Go to your email inbox and click on it. Then it will confirm that the registration is completed. And the feature is gap analysis. You can create cases and cases are displayed here. Let us click on gap analysis. Gap analysis is from Explico. This is the external link that is open. This analyzes TCP and UDP streams, perform deep packet inspection, and support filtering capability as well. Gap analysis is an open source web visual tool for information security specialists, system administrators, and everyone who needs to analyze large amounts of captured network traffic. Gap analysis performs indexing of dataset of PCAP files and presents their contents in many forms, starting from a list of TCP, UDP, or ESP streams, passing to the geographical representation of the connections. Click on Start here, and these are the demo rules, and this is the dataset. You can upload PCAP files for analysis. You can drag and drop the PCAP files here or click to upload them. In the demo version, you can upload max size of 20 MB. I have uploaded a capture file of the ping test done with the Wireshark. Explore this gap analysis. It's a great tool for reconstruction of the captured data. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Social Engineering section Introduction. Social engineering is psychological manipulation of people into performing actions or divulging confidential information. A type of confidence trick for the purpose of information gathering, fraud, or system access. It's often one of the many steps in more complex fraud scheme.
Various social engineering techniques employed are pretexting, diversion theft, phishing, wishing or phone phishing, spear phishing, water holing, baiting, quid pro quo, tailgating, shoulder surfing, eavesdropping, reverse social engineering, etc. We're going to cover these in another session. This is social engineering picture. Employees' behavior can have a big impact on information security in an organization. Employees may not fully embrace organization security culture and effort. And even with the best organization effort, some employees' ignorance invites troubles to the organization. As per Anderson and Reimers, for better information security management, follow the 5 steps: pre evaluation, strategic planning, operative planning, implementation, and post evaluation. Let us know about the 5 steps on information security management. Pre evaluation, that is to identify the awareness of information security within employees and to analyze current security policy. Strategic planning, design a better awareness program with clear focus and targets. Operative planning, we can set a good security culture based on internal communication, management buy-in, security awareness, and training programs. Successful implementation is based on commitment of the management, well communication chain, training, and commitment of the employees also. Post-evaluation or retrospective. Let us know about some of the social engineering examples. Most common type of social engineering happens over the phone. Some unauthorized person calling and seeking sensitive information. Technicians and staff. Under the disguise of service technicians, housekeeping staff visit the premises without any suspicion to steal company secrets. An individual may walk into a building and post an official looking announcement on the notice board that says the number of the help desk has changed. This goes unnoticed until some event happens. By the time irrecoverable damage might have happened. How it may go. Employees may call the fake number that is displayed on the notice board for help, and fake support gets involved and trick the employees to share their passwords and IDs, thereby gaining access to the company's private information. Another example is a hacker may follow the social network site of the organization and start a conversation with the target. Gradually, the hacker gains the trust of the target to capture sensitive info. Social engineering motive is to manipulate people, exploiting human weakness for personal benefit. Other motives may include phishing credit card account numbers and their passwords, cracking private emails and chat histories to extort money, cracking websites of organizations and destroying their reputation, generate a virus hoaxes, convincing users to run a malicious code within the web browser via cross-site scripting attack to allow access to their web content. Social engineering concept goes into the movies, television shows, and the video games also. These are the popular movies: Live Free or Die Hard, Identity Thief, Hackers, etc. that has this concept. Beware of the laws on social engineering. Pretexting or unauthorized access to personal information is cheating and invasion of privacy. As per US federal law, pretexting is an illegal act punishable under federal statutes. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Social Engineering, Section Social Engineering Techniques. Social engineering is psychological manipulation of people into performing actions or divulging confidential information. A type of confidence trick for the purpose of information gathering, fraud, or system access. Various techniques employed are pretexting, diversion theft, phishing, wishing, spear phishing, water holing, baiting, quid pro quo, tailgating or piggybacking, shoulder surfing, eavesdropping, reverse social engineering, and many others. This is about social engineering. Pretexting is acting drama to achieve objective goals. The act of convincing targeted victim in a manner and trick the victim to disclose sensitive information or perform objective actions. Pretexting methods. Pretexting is fooling someone into disclosing personal information. Pretexting is also impersonating coworkers, police, bank or tax authorities, etc. The pretexter must manage to build confidence either with authority or politeness in victim to derive set goals. Diversion theft is diversion of logistics, courier consignment to another address than it is intended for by influencing, convincing the delivery person. Hacker tracks and gathers information about high value order by someone. When the consignment is about to be shipped and delivered by the vendor, the hacker makes himself available at the destination to collect the consignment on behalf of the victim. He may temporarily lock the premises to divert delivery at some other address. Phishing is computer-based social engineering technique of fraudulently obtaining private information. Generally, Fisher sends a spam email that appears to come from a legitimate business, a bank, or a credit card company, requesting verification of information and warning of some dire consequences if it's not provided. They create some emergency to make you to fall into their trap. Fisher hopes someone will fall into their trap, and his hope is not false as per surveys. Phone phishing uses a rogue interactive voice response system to create a legitimate sounding copy of a bank or other institution's IVR system. The victim is prompted, typically via phishing email, to call into the bank via a toll-free number provided in order to verify the information. Phishing system will generally reject logins continuously, ensuring the victim enters pins and passwords multiple times, often disclosing several different passwords. Finally, call lands with the attacker further exposing of the victim. Spear phishing is similar to phishing but focus on sending highly customized emails to few end users to obtain private information fraudulently. Phishing campaigns focus on sending out high volumes of generalized emails and only a few people will respond. As per survey, it is around 5%. The success rate of spear phishing attacks are around 50% as per surveys. Water holing attack is a targeted social engineering strategy that capitalizes on the trust users have in the websites they regularly visit. The victim generally avoid clicking a link in a phishing email, but the same person wouldn't hesitate to follow a link on a website he or she often visits. So this way the attacker prepares a trap for the victim at a favored watering hole to gain access to the victim's system and his connected network. Baiting can also be called as physical Trojan horse that uses physical media like flash drives, CDs, DVDs with malware loaded. Attacker drops the infected media in the victim's premises, washrooms, elevators, conference rooms, parking lots, etc. The media usually will have a curiosity generating labels and waits for the victims to pick them. Curious people pick the media thinking that someone lost it and they found it. They rush to plug into their system to know what is inside. That's it, the media infects them and any attached networks also. Hackers may give enticing labels on the media, such as employee salaries, confidential or secret deal, etc. So the biting is a Trojan horse waiting to be exploded to victimize the target. Quid pro quo. This is something for something, a favor for a favor, or exchange of goods. An attacker uses cold calling technique, calls random numbers at a target company or residences claiming to be calling back from XYZ technical support. Someone somewhere in need of such service will respond immediately to get his problem solved and serviced. The attacker main motive is not to help, but they will help solve the problem and in the process have the user type the commands that give attacker access or launch malware. All the organizations worry about tailgating and piggybacking. Organizations allow only authorized persons with valid access badge to their restricted areas. An attacker seeking entry to a restricted area secured by access control simply walks in behind a person who has a legitimate access. Following a common courtesy, the legitimate person will usually hold the door open for the attacker, and sometimes attacker themselves may ask the employee to hold it open for them. The legitimate person is an employee of that organization, gone through the training, security policies, awareness programs, but he fails to ask for the identification for any of these silly reasons. And he may accept an assertion that attacker might have forgotten or lost the appropriate identity badge. Hacker possesses genuine tech support and divert request calls to him to answer resolve issues, thereby capturing sensitive information. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Social Engineering Section Countermeasures. These are some of the standard countermeasures to be employed by organizations to reduce their security risks. Standard framework, including security policies, scrutinizing and categorizing information, employee training, mock drills, inoculation and immunization, waste management, and retrospective. Standard framework is establishing frameworks of trust on an employee personnel level. That is to specify and train personnel when, where, why, and how sensitive information should be handled. Establish security protocols, policies, and procedures for handling sensitive information. Scrutinizing information is identifying which information is sensitive and which is not, and evaluating its exposure to social engineering and possible breakdowns in security systems. Training employees is important, and most factors are about non-disclosure of organization-sensitive information, security policies, stop tailgating, clean desk policy, secure organization digital assets, awareness on social engineering techniques, etc. Conduct mock drills to know the readiness of the employees against social engineering threats. Perform unnoticed periodic tests and security audit of the security framework. Frequent mock drills are proactive steps required as employees tend to forget, ignore security policies, and may cause irreparable damage to the organization. Inoculation is generating awareness and preventing employees to fall into the traps of social engineering and other fraudulent tricks. Constant education, training, and mock drills to be conducted to resist and abort any such malicious attempts. Inoculation effort is hardening employee security posture to protect organization from outside. Most ignored and most important. Housekeeping staff access employees' desks, office floor areas, printer areas, and management cabins for their routine cleaning tasks. Disposal of waste is important as it can leak confidential information to the attacker who is doing dumpster diving. Waste management service must be secure and monitored. Employees must destroy unwanted printed paper, magnetic, and optical media. For an organization, security takes the highest respect. No solution is 100% perfect and must be continuously improved. Review the countermeasures documented for the organization's security posture regularly. What went well, what didn't go well, lessons learned, and what's ahead. Daily, weekly, monthly, yearly retrospective must be done to continuously evaluate better security posture. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU.
Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module DOS attacks. Section Introduction. DOS is denial of service. DOS attack is a cyber attack where the attacker makes a system or a resource unavailable to its intended users by temporarily or indefinitely disrupting the services of a host connected to the internet. DOS attack is accomplished by flooding the targeted machine or a resource with superfluous requests in an attempt to overload the systems and prevent the legitimate request from being fulfilled. DDoS is distributed denial of service. In DDoS attack, the incoming traffic flooding the victim originates from many different sources. This effectively makes it impossible to stop the attack simply by blocking a single source. A DOS or DDoS attack is similar to a group of people crowding the entry door or a gate to a shop or business, limiting the legitimate parties to enter the shop or a business, thus disrupting the normal operations. DOS attacks are often target financial sites, e-commerce sites for monetary gains. In simple terms, an attacker mounts an attack from a single host. It is DOS attack, and if an attacker uses many systems to simultaneously launch attacks against remote host, this is DDoS attack. DOS attacks are characterized by an explicit attempt by attackers to prevent legitimate users of a service from using that service. General attack types are distributed DOS, application layer attacks, advanced persistent DOS, AP-DOS, denial of service as a service, like anything as service, XaaS. Wide range of programs are used to launch DOS attacks. Different tools are available. Various techniques are application layer floods, degradation of service attacks, denial of service level 2, distributed DOS attack, DDoS extortion, HTTP post method DOS attack, ICMP flooding, nuke, peer-to-peer attacks. We're going to detail these techniques in another session. Defensive responses to DOS attacks typically involve the use of combination of attack detection, traffic classification, and response tools, aiming to block traffic that they identify as illegitimate. Some of their defense techniques are application front-end hardware, application level key completion indicators (KCI), black holing and sinkholing, IPS-based prevention, DDS-based defense, firewalls, routers, switches, and also utilizing upstream filtering services from service providers. Compared to the other type of malware attacks, DDoS attack is clearly visible to the victim and its consumers as well. The United States Computer Emergency Readiness Team, that is USCERT, has identified symptoms of denial of service attack to include usually slow network performance in opening files or accessing websites, unavailability of a particular website, inability to access any website, sudden increase in the number of spam emails received. Additionally, other symptoms may include disconnection of a wireless or wired internet connection, long-term denial of service to the web or any internet services. If the attack is conducted on sufficiently large scale, entire geographical regions of the internet connectivity can be compromised. An unintentional denial of service can occur when a system ends up being denied due to a sudden enormous spike in popularity and site visitors. Some hot news, breaking news items can lead to rush of less prepared site, and in some time it gets back to normal. One example being when Michael Jackson died in 2009, websites such as Google, Twitter, they slowed down and many other sites crashed. Routers also have been known to create unintentional DOS attacks due to overloaded NTP servers. Unintentional denial of service may also result from a prescheduled event, such as the declaration of grade results of a college or a university website on a particular date and time. This may attract a lot of traffic, overloading the servers.
Many countries have laws under which those attacks are illegal. In the US, those attacks may be considered as federal crime under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, with penalties that may include years of imprisonment. In European countries, committing criminal DOS attacks lead to arrest and penalties. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by AC Council. Module DOS DDoS attacks. Section attack types. DOS attacks are characterized by explicit attempt by attackers to prevent legitimate users of service from using that service. Generally, DOS attacks either crash the services or flood the services. These are the popular attack types: distributed DOS attack, application layer attacks, advanced persistent DOS, AP-DOS, and denial of service as a service. It's like anything as service, XaaS. Of all these, the most serious attacks are distributed. A DDoS attack is a DOS attack where the attacker uses more than one unique IP address. Traffic flooding the victim originates from many different systems, sources, and it's impossible to stop the attack simply by using firewall ingress filtering. It also makes it very difficult to distinguish between legitimate user traffic from the attack traffic when it is spread across many points of origin. DDoS attacks may involve forging of IP sender address, IP address spoofing. This further complicates identifying and defeating the attack. The scale of DDoS attacks continue to rise over recent years, exceeding terabit per second. In the OSI model, the application layer is the user interface that is responsible for displaying data and images to the user in a human recognizable format, and to interface with the presentation layer below it. An attack is disguised to look like legitimate traffic, except it targets specific application packets. The attack on the application layer can disrupt services such as the retrieval of information, or search function, or browser function, email services, photo applications, etc. Layer 7 DDoS attack is a form of DDoS attack where the attackers target the application layer of the OSI model. The attack disables specific function or features of a website. The application layer attacks is often used against financial institutions to distract IT and security personnel from security breaches. Advanced Persistent DOS (AP-DOS) attack is an advanced persistent threat (APT) attack. This is done by the skilled and resourced hackers. Service providers need specialized monitoring and incident response services and the defense capabilities for this AP-DOS attack mitigation. This type of attack involves layer 2 network layer DDoS attacks through layer 7 application layer HTTP floods, followed by SQL injection and cross-site scripting attacks. So now we are getting anything as service, like this denial of service as a service. DOSHAS is coming up. This is offered with genuine intention to provide stress testing services to perform unauthorized denial of service attacks. Denial of services are usually powered by a botnet to produce the traffic. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by AC Council. Module DOS DDoS attacks. Section attack techniques. Wide range of attack tools, programs, attack techniques are used to launch DOS DDoS attacks. These are some of the techniques: application layer floods, degradation of service attacks, DDoS attack, extortion, ICMP flooding. Let us know about each of these. Attacker compromise the system and use them to launch attacks, issue commands to the zombie agents to facilitate the DDoS attack. UK's GCHQ has tools built for the DDoS named Predator's Face and Rolling Thunder. Application layer floods. Various DOS attacks exploit buffer overflow, which can cause application server to handle unwanted traffic consuming all available memory or CPU time, maximum number of open connections, or filling the victim's disk space with logs. The main motive behind such attacks is to cause financial losses or make target less competitive. Degradation of service is a type of DOS attack where short-lived flooding on victim's application are launched, that is to slow down the service then crashing it. This is a random and not continuous attack and difficult to detect and takes longer time to troubleshoot and mitigate. The goal of DOS L2 attack is to cause a launching of defense mechanism which blocks the network segment from which the attack is originated. In case of distributed attack or the IP header modification, it will fully block the attacker network from the internet, but without system crash. A DDoS attack occurs when multiple systems flood the bandwidth or resources of a targeted system, usually one or more web servers. Such an attack is often the result of multiple compromised systems flooding the targeted system with traffic. The system may be compromised with a Trojan, zombie, botnets, root servers to launch attacks. Cyber extortionists typically begin with a low-level attack and warning that a larger attack will be carried out if a ransom is not paid in Bitcoin or some other mode. The attackers tend to get into an extended extortion scheme once they recognize that the target is flexible and ready to pay. DDoS attacks are aiming at financial institutions. HTTP post attack sends a complete legitimate HTTP post header, which includes a content length field to specify the size of the message body to follow. Attacker then proceeds to send the actual message body at extremely slow rate. Due to this entire message being correct and complete, the target server will attempt to obey the content length field in the header and wait for the entire body of the message to be transmitted, which can take very long time. The attacker establishes hundreds and thousands of such slow connections, making legitimate connections impossible until all data has been sent. OWASP, an open source web application security project, has released a testing tool to test the security of servers against this type of attacks. ICMP flooding is the most common type of attack. A Smurf attack relies on misconfigured network devices that allow packets to be sent to all computer hosts on a particular network via the broadcast address of the network, rather than a specific machine. The attacker will send large number of IP packets with the source address faked to appear to be the address of the victim. The network's bandwidth is quickly used up, preventing legitimate packets from getting through to their destination. Ping flood is based on sending the victim an overwhelming number of ping packets. Ping of death is based on sending the victim a malformed ping packet, which will lead to a system crash on a vulnerable system. The black nurse attack is an example of attack taking advantage of required destination port unreachable ICMP packets. A nuke is an old DOS attack consisting of fragmented or invalid ICMP packets sent to the target. This is achieved by using a modified ping utility to repeatedly send this corrupt data, thus slowing down the affected computer until it comes to a complete stop. Example with nuke. Attackers have found a way to exploit number of bugs in peer-to-peer servers to initiate DDoS attacks. With peer-to-peer, the attacker acts as a puppet master, instructing clients of P2P file sharing hubs to disconnect from their P2P network and to connect to the malicious victim website instead. PDoS, permanent DOS attack, also known as flashing. This damages the system so badly that it requires a replacement or installation of hardware. The attacker uses vulnerabilities in the victim's network devices like routers, switches, firewalls, firmware to replace with a corrupted image, making the device useless. PDoS is a pure hardware targeted attack which is much faster and requires fewer resources than using a botnet or a root server in a DOS attack. Flashdance is a tool created by the Rich Smith, an employee of HP's System Security Lab, to detect and demonstrate PDoS vulnerabilities. A DDoS attack sending forged requests to a very large number of systems that will reply to the request. Using IP address spoofing, the source address is set to that of the targeted victim. Thereby all the replies will flood the target. ICMP echo requests are reflected attacks as flooding hosts send echo requests to the broadcast address of the misconfigured networks, thereby enticing hosts to send echo reply packets to the victim. Amplification attacks are used to magnify the bandwidth that is sent to a victim. This is done through publicly accessible DNS servers that are used to cause congestion on the target system using DNS response traffic. US assert have observed that different services implies in different amplification factors. Rudy attack targets web applications by starvation of available sessions on the web server. Rudy is much like slow loris, keeps sessions at halt using never-ending post transmissions and sending arbitrarily large content-length header value. Slow loris is a type of DOS attack tool which allows a single machine to take down another machine's web server with minimal bandwidth and side effects. Shoe attack is a DOS attack on the Transmission Control Protocol (TCP). It uses short, synchronized bursts of traffic to disrupt TCP connections on the same link by exploiting a weakness in TCP's retransmission timeout mechanism. A slow read attack sends legitimate application layer requests but reads responses very slowly, thus trying to exhaust the server's connection pool. It is achieved by advertising a very small number for the TCP receive window size and at the same time emptying client's TCP receive buffer slowly, which causes a very slow data flow rate. Low bandwidth DDoS attack is a form of DOS attack that uses less traffic and increases their effectiveness by aiming at a weak point in the victim's system design. The example, the attacker sends a traffic consisting of complicated requests to the system. This is more difficult to identify and it has the ability to hurt systems which are protected by flow control mechanisms. TCP SYN flooding is the most known type of attack. When a host sends flood of TCP SYN packets, it is called SYN flooding. Each packet causes the server to start a half-open connection by sending back a TCP SYN ACK packet and waiting for the packet in response from the sender address. Sender will never respond and half-open connections saturate the number of available connections the server can make. By this, the legitimate requests are not responded until the attack ends. A teardrop attack involves sending mangled IP fragments with overlapping oversized payloads to the target machine. This can crash various operating systems because of a bug in their TCP fragmentation reassembly code. Server vulnerable to teardrop attacks is unable to reassemble the fragmented packets, resulting in DOS attack condition. Voice over IP has made abusive origination of large numbers of telephone voice calls, which are inexpensive and readily automated, while permitting call origins to be misrepresented through the caller ID spoofing. Telephony DOS attack has appeared as part of various fraudulent schemes, like jamming victims' lines, caller ID spoofing, ransom calls, threatening calls, SMS flooding attacks, black fax or fax loop transmissions. Thanks for watching. Hello, I am Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council, module Session Hijacking, section Introduction. Session hijacking or cookie hijacking is the exploitation of a valid session key to gain unauthorized access to information or services in a system. It is used to refer to the theft of a cookie used to authenticate a user to the remote server. Cookies used to maintain session for many websites, and they can be easily stolen by an attacker using an intermediary computer or with an access to the saved cookies on the victim's system. A cookie or HTTP cookie is a token or a short packet of data passed between communicating programs. The contents are intercepted when the recipient passes the cookie data back to the sender. The cookie is often used like a ticket to identify a particular event or transaction. Example, a cloakroom, you deposit items and take a token. Token is required to take your items back at a later time. If anyone steals your token,
They can claim your items by tendering the token. Cookie is a small piece of data sent from a website and stored on the user's computer by the user's browser while user is browsing. Cookies are used for session management, personalization, and tracking. An attacker is in between the victim and server. This is man-in-the-middle attack, MITM attack. Attacker sits in between, uses sniffer to watch the conversation to capture session cookie. There are several tools for making MITM attack. Attacker uses the tools after gaining access to LAN, as these tools are efficient in LAN environments because they implement extra functionalities like ARP spoofing capabilities that permit the interception of communication between the hosts easily. The man in the browser attack is the same approach as the man in the middle attack, but in this case, a Trojan horse is used to intercept and manipulate the conversations between the browser and its security mechanisms. Sniffing or modifying transactions in the browser is done, still displaying back the user's intended transaction after capturing financial or sensitive info. Attack methods are browser help objects, BHO, extensions, API hooking, and JavaScript. Session token is compromised in different ways. Predictable session token, session sniffing, man in the middle attack, man in the browser attack, and client-side attacks. Session hijacking methods. We have four methods to conduct a session hijack. Session fixation. This attack is to attempt to exploit the vulnerability of a system that allows one person to fixate another person's session identifier. Most session fixation attacks are web-based and most rely on session identifiers being session-side jacking. The attacker uses packet sniffer to read the network traffic between two parties to steal the session cookie. Many websites use SSL encryption for login pages to prevent attackers from seeing the password, but they do not use encryption for the rest of the site once authenticated. This allows attacker to intercept all the data that is submitted to the server or web pages viewed by the client. Since this data includes a session cookie, it allows him to impersonate the victim even if the password itself is not compromised. Unsecured Wi-Fi hotspots are particularly vulnerable to this attack. In cross-site scripting, that is XSS, the attacker tricks the user to run some software code that is treated as trustworthy as it appears to belong to the server. This allows the attacker to obtain a copy of the cookie and perform other operations. Malware or unwanted programs. They use browser hijacking to steal browser's cookie files and then perform actions like installing apps. This is without user's knowledge. An attacker with physical access can simply attempt to steal the session key by obtaining the file or memory contents of the appropriate part of the user's computer or server. These are some of the popular session hijacking tools. We're going to cover these tools in the coming sessions. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Session Hijacking, Section Cookies. Super cookie is a cookie with an origin of top-level domain such as .com or a suffix such as .co.uk. Ordinary cookies, by contrast, have an origin of a specific domain such as example.com. Super cookies can be potential security concern and are therefore often blocked by the web browsers. If unblocked by the web browser, an attacker in control of a malicious website could set a super cookie and potentially disrupt or impersonate legitimate user requests to another website that shares the same top-level domain or suffix such as malicious website. This is used to fake logins or change user information. A HTTP cookie, magic cookie, or just a cookie is a token or a short packet of data passed between communicating programs. The contents are interpreted when the recipient passes the cookie data back to the sender. The cookie is often used like a ticket to identify a particular event or a transaction. Example: in a clock room, you deposit items and take a token. Token is required to take your items back at a later time. If anyone else steals your token, they can claim your items by tendering that token. Cookie is a small piece of data sent from a website and stored on the user's computer by the user's browser while user is browsing. So here is an example of viewing cookies in browser. This is Firefox browser. On the right top corner you have menu. Click on it and select options and select privacy and security. In history you click on these cookies. These are the cookies stored on this PC and you select any site. This is the cookie information stored by this website. It's up to you how you want to manage the cookies. If you want to store the cookies, cookies are useful in many ways. Like you don't need to key in your login password every time you want to check your email, but you have to be careful about session hijacking and see that these sites are secure to visit. This is Internet Explorer. Click on Tools, Internet Options, and Browser History. You click on Settings, View Files. These are the cookies stored on this PC. Double click on any cookie and you can see the contents. This is all the data that is sent by the server and that is stored in the client side. On the next visit of this site, server picks the information from this cookie. This information is used by the server to track, monitor the user. This information is used by the server when the user revisits this site next time. A zombie cookie is a cookie that is automatically recreated after being deleted. This is accomplished by storing the cookie's content in multiple locations, such as Flash local shared object, HTML5 web storage, and on client-side or even server-side locations. When the cookie's absence is detected, the cookie is recreated using data stored in the other locations. As we have seen, cookie consists of name, value, attributes, name value pairs. Attributes store information such as cookies expiration, domain, and flags, such as secure and HTTP only. Cookie uses are session management, personalization, and tracking. Cookies are session cookies are the important object in session hijacking. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Session Hijacking, Section Session Hijacking Tools. These are some of the popular session hijacking tools: Burp Suite, OWASP, JDA Proxy, Cannibal, Hamster, and Ferret, and these are the other tools. We're going to have a brief discussion of all these tools. Burp Suite or Burp is a graphical tool for testing security of web applications. This tool is written in Java and developed by Portswigger. It's part of Kali tools. Burp Suite comes with free edition with essential manual tools. Burp Suite Professional Edition includes advanced tools, vulnerability scanner, along with essential manual tools. Professional Edition can be tried for 14 days with full functionality. These are the tools in Burp Suite: Proxy, Spider, Scanner, Intruder, Repeater, etc. We're going to have a demo of these tools soon. JDattack Proxy or JDA Proxy from OWASP. JDA Proxy is most popular free security tool, which automatically finds security vulnerabilities in your web applications while you're developing and testing your applications. It's a great tool for experienced penetration testing and security testing. Cannonable is a password recovery tool for Microsoft Windows. It allows easy recovery of various kinds of passwords by sniffing the network, cracking encrypted passwords using dictionary, brute force, and cryptanalysis attacks, recording VoIP conversations, decoding scrambled passwords, recovering wireless network keys, revealing password boxes, uncovering cached passwords, and analysis of routing protocols. These all can be done with the Cannonable. It covers some security aspects and weakness present in protocol standards. Hamster and Ferret. These two tools work together. Hamster is a tool for sitejacking and is available in Kali Linux by default. It acts as a proxy server that replaces cookies with session cookies stolen from someone else, allowing you to hijack their sessions. Cookies are sniffed using the Ferret program, which is also available by default in Kali Linux. This is a Java hijacking tool for web application session security assessment. A simple Java fuzzer that can be mainly used for numeric session hijacking and parameter enumeration. Latest release is in 2015, released under GNU GPL version 2. EtherCap. This is a comprehensive suite for man-in-the-middle attacks. It features sniffing of live connections, content filtering on the fly, and many other tricks. It supports active and passive dissection of many protocols and includes many features for network and host analysis. The latest EtherCap is released in 2015. DSNIF is a collection of tools for network auditing and penetration testing. DSNIF, file snarf, mail snarf, message snarf, URL snarf, and web spy passively monitor a network for interesting data, that is passwords, emails, files, etc. DSNIF is written by Doug Song and latest release is in 2000 and version is 2.3. Fiddler, Telerik Fiddler. This is a free web debugging proxy for any browser, any system, any platform. The features of this fiddler include web debugging, HTTP HTTPS traffic recording, web application testing, performance testing, and web session manipulation. Latest release is in 2016 and version is 4.6.x. Further information on Fiddler is it's a HTTP debugging proxy server application written by Eric Lawrence. Fiddler captures HTTP and HTTPS traffic and logs it for the user to implement man-in-the-middle interception using self-signed certificates. Fiddler can also be used to modify HTTP traffic for troubleshooting purposes as it is being sent and received. Any browser or web application and most mobile devices can be configured to route its traffic through the Fiddler. First release is in 2003 and in 2012 Fiddler was acquired by Telerik and Eric continued there. 2015 Eric left Telerik in favor of Google's Chrome security team. Telerik continues developing Fiddler now. Fireship is Firefox extension that uses a packet sniffer to intercept unencrypted session cookies from websites. The plugin eavesdrops on Wi-Fi communications, listening for session cookies, detects session cookie, and captures session ID. The collected identities are displayed in a sidebar in Firefox, and by clicking on victim's name, the victim session is taken over by the attacker. Cookie Catcher is an open source application that exploits accesses vulnerabilities, that is cross-site scripting, within web applications to steal user session IDs, that is session hijacking. These are some of the Cookie Catcher features. Pre-built payloads to steal cookie data, just copy and paste payload into accesses vulnerability, send email notification when new cookies are stolen, and others. We're going to have a demo on this soon. Tamper IE. This is from Baden. Tamper IE is lightweight web penetration testing. This is a simple Internet Explorer browser help object, WHO. which allows lightweight tampering of HTTP requests from IE5 and above. Perjack is from Packetstorm. This is a TCP session hijacking tool written in Perl. It does a man-in-the-middle attack, displays all active sessions and takes over the selected TCP session. Surfjack. This is the oldest tool and not actively maintained, but it's a useful tool. It's able to hijack a cookie for various sites, some of which make use of HTTPS, and allows the tester to log in as a victim. Juggernaut is from Security Team. This is a network sniffer used for session hijacking. It runs on Linux versions only. Beyond Security offers network testing tools and vulnerability scanner. Charles Web Debugging Proxy is a cross-platform HTTP debugging proxy server application. Charles is an HTTP proxy, HTTP monitor, and reverse proxy. This is Web Debugging Proxy written in Java. Latest release is 4.2, released in 2017. Features include network message analysis, XML, JSON, SOAP interpretation, SSL debugging, bandwidth throttling, flash development aids, etc. Some other tools. Droid Sheep is an Android tool for web session hijacking, sidejacking, that captures session ID by listening to the wireless conversations. This API key was made available on Google Play, but it has been taken down by the Google. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Session Hijacking, Section Burp Suite Proxy. Burp Suite Tools. Burp Suite or Burp is a graphical tool for testing security of web applications. This comes by default with Kali Linux. Here are the tools in the Burp Suite, and we are going to learn about proxy. Burp proxy operates as web proxy server, sits as a man in the middle between the browser and the destination web servers. This allows the interception, inspection, and modification of raw traffic passing in both directions. Burp Suite is available for Windows and Linux platforms. Free edition comes with essential manual tools. Professional edition includes advanced tools and vulnerability scanner. You can request for a professional edition for 14 days trial and test its features. Browser proxy configuration. Proxy allows you to intercept and monitor web traffic with all info about requests and responses. Configure Firefox or any other browser to send traffic through the proxy. For Firefox, the steps to configure the proxy are: on the right hand top corner, you have the menu button, click on that. Then from the drop down, you click on the options, and from the general, this network tab, click on settings to open proxy settings page. By default, no proxy is selected, and when you want to configure the proxy, select manual proxy and then enter 127.0.0.1. This is localhost, and Burp Suite works on 8080 port. And you make this exemption, no proxy for localhost. You check this to use this proxy for SSL, FTP, and SOX protocols. Select proxy and the options tab. Default proxy listener is added for incoming HTTP traffic. You can send a redirection also if you want to send the traffic to another proxy or another gateway. And you can import export CS certificate or regenerate CS certificate. We can leave the other defaults or we can tweak. With the running checked here, we are ready to start capturing traffic with the Burp Suite proxy. You can click on it to toggle intercept on or off to read the live traffic. By opening some pages, we can check the request responses here. By default, target is selected and click on proxy. When you select the proxy intercept tab, by default intercept is on. You can click on it to toggle intercept on off. And you can see the raw data, hex, and other header information. When the intercept is on, you can forward the request to the destination. HTTP history tab will show you all the traffic that passes through the web proxy. Data sorting can be done ascending or descending. Mini web server is running on port 8000 on 226 IP. We already configured the proxy for the Firefox browser. In the general, go to the last scroll down, click on this settings under the network proxy. By default, it was no proxy, and we have selected manual proxy and click on OK. You can try for various options. This is the web server. This is caught in the web proxy. This is the response from the server. It is showing all the tags, HTML tags here. You can read the headers, and if any parameters are passed on, you can have parameters tab as well. And it can render the page as well as and display the page. You can configure the proxy listeners here. You can click on this and edit. If you want to redirect the traffic to some other host or some other proxy, you can do that configuration here. You can force usefull for the traffic between per proxy and the other proxy. And certificate, we selected this, and the other options, they can be tested. Let's try to open example.com. This is a HTTP page. This doesn't have any issue. And if you open HTTP, the information will be displayed here. When you open any HTTPS site, your connection is not secure and it will not open the page. Hydra. Collect interested traffic with web proxy and launch brute force attack with Hydra. Hydra comes by default with the Kali Linux. When looking for a password, check for the login page in the HTTP history tab. A cookie is also submitted along with the login page. Hydra require word list for users and passwords to crack the passwords. Default password list can be used or customized word list can be generated. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by Easy Concept. Module session hijacking, section Firesheep and HTTPS everywhere. Firesheep is Firefox extension that uses a packet sniffer to intercept unencrypted session cookies from websites. The plugin eavesdrops on the Wi-Fi communications, listening for the cookies, detects a session cookie and captures session ID. The collected identities are displayed in a sidebar in Firefox, and by clicking on any victim's name, the victim session is taken over by the attacker. Firesheep is extension for Firefox, which is released in 2010 to demonstrate the security risk of session hijacking vulnerabilities to the users of the websites that only encrypt the login process and not the cookies created during the login process. It has been warned that the use of extension to capture login details without permission would violate wiretapping laws and computer security laws in some countries. Mozilla has stated that it didn't blacklist to disable the use of Firesheep as it may create more security vulnerabilities. We can disable blacklist and use the Firefox anyways. FaceSniff is an Android app to sniff and intercept web session profiles over the Wi-Fi that your mobile is connected to. It's possible to hijack sessions only when Wi-Fi is not using EAP, but it should work over any private networks like Open WEP, WPA-BSK, WPA2-BSK. It's like a Firesheep for the Android, maybe a bit easier to use, and it works on WPA2. HTTPS Everywhere is a free and open source browser extension for Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Opera, and Firefox for Android. HTTPS Everywhere features. It encrypts your communications with many major websites, making your browsing more secure. It protects communication by enabling HTTPS encryption automatically on the sites that are known to support it. Developed collaboratively by the Tor project and EFF, Electronic Frontier Foundation. It automatically makes websites use a more secure HTTPS connection instead of HTTP if they support it. This is example.com. This is open where HTTPS everywhere is enabled. By toggling on this S icon, which is HTTPS everywhere, you can enable or disable HTTPS everywhere. HTTPS everywhere enables the site's HTTPS protection, which can protect you against eavesdropping and tampering with the contents of the site or with the information you send to that site. Ideally, this provides protection against an attacker learning the content of the information flowing in each direction. For instance, the text of the email messages you send and receive through your webmail site, the products you browse or purchase on an e-commerce site, or the particular articles you read or the sites you visit. HTTPS everywhere protects from these. Some of the countermeasures of session hijacking. Prevent sniffing by using a secure connection like HTTPS, VPN, and WPA, etc. HTTPS offers end-to-end security between the user agent and the web server. This works well with the websites that are offered uniformly over the HTTPS. However, many websites employ HTTPS only during the login process, then revert the user session to unsecure HTTP. Use Firefox extension HTTPS everywhere, which can help ensure uniform HTTPS access to certain sites. Whether or not the site offers uniformly over the HTTPS by default or employs HSTS. HSTS is HTTP Strict Transport Security. For VPN, end user may employ a corporate virtual private network or implement a personal VPN like OpenVPN to a home PC, acting as a VPN server to encrypt absolutely all the data during the transmission over the public Wi-Fi link. For enhancing the wireless network security, never use WEP password, which is not secure. WEP is wide equivalent privacy. Using Wi-Fi protected access encryption, WPA or WPA2 offers individual user isolation, preventing the attacker from using Firefox from decrypting the cookies sent over the network. Let's have another session on session hijacking countermeasures. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Session Hijacking, Section Session Hijacking Countermeasures. These are some of the methods to prevent session hijacking. Encryption of the data traffic passed between the parties by using SSL TLS, in particular the session key. Now, this is almost mandated by all the banks, e-commerce services, etc. See that HTTPS lock, padlock near the address bar when the site is loaded. Using a long random number or a string as the session key reduces the risk that an attacker could simply guess a valid session key through trial and error or brute force attacks, regenerating the session ID after successful login. This prevents session fixation because the attacker doesn't know the session ID of the user after logged in. Some services make secondary checks against the identity of the user. For instance, a web server could check with each request made that the IP address of the user matched the one last used during that session. This doesn't prevent attacks by somebody who shares the same IP address. However, some services will change the value of the cookie with each and every request. Users may also wish to log out of the websites whenever they have finished using them. However, this will not protect against the attacks such as Firesheep. Use HTTPS everywhere browser extension to protect from Firesheep-like attacks. Analyze captured network traffic for forensic analysis. This includes IP address of the server, DNS name of the server, X.509 certificate of the server. Some of the questions you can put up are: is the certificate self-signed? Is the certificate signed by a trusted CA? Has the certificate been revoked? Has the certificate has been changed recently? Do other clients elsewhere on the internet also get the same certificate, etc.? This information will help efficient forensic analysis. Man in the middle attacks can be prevented by two means: authentication and tamper detection. Authentication provides some degree of certainty that a given message has come from a legitimate source. Tamper detection merely shows the evidence that message may have been altered. All cryptographic systems that are secure against MITM attacks provide some method of authentication for the messages. A public key infrastructure PKI such as TLS protect from the man in the middle attacks. Tamper detection. Latency examination can potentially detect the attack in certain situations. Quantum cryptography provides tamper evidence for transactions through the no cloning theorem. Certificate pinning and DNSSEC. HTTPS public key pinning, also called as certificate pinning. This helps prevent a man in the middle attack in which the certificate authority itself is compromised by having the server provide a list of pinned public key hashes during the first transaction. Subsequent transactions then require one or more of the keys in the list must be used by the server in order to authenticate that transaction. DNSSEC. This extends the DNS protocol to use the signatures to authenticate DNS records, domain name system, preventing simple man-in-the-middle attacks from directing a client to malicious IP address. For enhanced wireless network security, do not use WEP password, which is not secure. Using Wi-Fi protected access, WPA or WPA2 encryption offers user protection, preventing the attacker from using Firesheep from decrypting the cookies sent over the public network. We have many session hijacking tools. These are the popular tools. We're going to cover these tools in the coming sessions. Burp Suite, OWASP, ZA Proxy, Cannonable, Hamster and Ferret, JHijack, and the other ones. These tools may be used for testing web applications vulnerability to session hijacking and fixing any findings. Other session hijacking countermeasures are WebSense Content Gateway, WSNIF, OpenDM Web Gateway, and OpenDM UTM Content Control Software. And in fact, UTM market, Unified Threat Management market, is huge and demanding. And there are many UTM softwares available. Thanks for watching. Well, I am Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by IC Council. Module Hacking Web Servers, Section Introduction. A web server is a computer system that processes requests via HTTP to distribute information on the World Wide Web. The primary function of a web server is to store, process, and deliver web pages to the clients. The communication between client and server takes place using protocols like HTTP. The pages delivered are HTML documents, which may include images, style sheets, scripts, in addition to text content and dynamic database content. This is a typical web server scenario where customers coming from internet go through the hardware, and this is operating system. Here it's Linux. The other layers that work on the operating system are web server like Apache and Nginx, scripting language Perl, PHP, Python, database like MySQL, MariaDB, web caching with Squid, and this is a typical scenario. In simple terms, user requests the data from web server and web server responds back to the user. This is a data center model from the front, and you see all the cabling here. This is from the back. This is a web server at the center, and backend it connects to the SQL Server database, and the front it is accessed by the browser. Various types of attacks are denial of service, information disclosure, source code disclosure, arbitrary code execution, path traversal,
enumeration and profiling, virus swarms and Trojan horses. These affect the server performance or its purpose. And you have to protect the web server from all these types of attacks. Web server itself is a software, it may have vulnerabilities. Attacker may take advantage of poor patch management, unnecessary services and protocols, poor access control or weak access control, no auditing, and overprivileged accounts. So you have to take care of these to protect your web server, especially production server where it may impact economics. Attackers exploit vulnerabilities in the web servers and take control of them. Attack vectors are mostly default settings, misconfiguration, bugs in the web servers, known and fixed, or unknown and not yet fixed, and weak security policies. These are the latest statistics of the market share of all sites of the top web servers on the internet. Apache has nearly half the market share and the top three, that is Apache, Nginx, Microsoft IIS, out of 40 odd web servers have a market share of 94.6%, and the remaining contribute for the 5% market share. Various types of attacks are directory traversal attacks, DOS attacks, DNS hijacking, sniffing, phishing, farming, defacement, etc. Let us cover these in more detail in another session. Main motive of hacking web servers is to damage reputation of an organization, monetary gains, and use stolen data for fraud activities, data tampering, and to launch secondary attacks. Some of the general tools that are used for web server hacking are Metasploit, Mpac, Zeus, Neosplit, HTTP Recon, IDServe, WFH, etc. Main threats to the web server we have seen already, that is scanning and enumeration, denial of service attacks, unauthorized access, malicious code execution, privileges, over privileges, and from malware. Scanning and enumeration is used to gather information about the website, web server, and its vulnerabilities, like unnecessary protocols, open ports, banners, and configuration info, etc. Ping scan, ping sweep, NetBIOS, and SMB enumeration tools are generally used. To counter this, close unwanted ports, block ICMP traffic, disable unnecessary protocols such as NetBIOS and SMB. Next is DOS attacks. DOS attacks are targeted against weak TCP/IP stack configuration and unpatched servers. DOS attack is done by TCP SYN floods, buffer overflows, overloading web servers with numerous requests. To counter this, harden the TCP/IP stack, apply the patches to the operating system and web server. Next threat is unauthorized access. Strengthen the permissions and user access controls. Secure web server user access permissions, .NET Framework access control mechanisms, including URL authorization. Attacker may run malicious code on web server to compromise the server with weak configuration and unpatched servers. To counter this, configure the web server to reject URLs with // to prevent the path traversal, lock down the system commands and utilities with ACLs. And coming to the overprivileges, run the processes using least privileged accounts only. Malware like virus swarms, Trojan horses affect servers and damage their purpose. To counter this, patch and stop unnecessary services, filters, and extensions. These are the countermeasures to secure web server: patch management, hardening operating system, hardening web server, and configuring firewalls, antivirus, anti-malware software, disable remote admin access, remove default accounts and unused accounts, default ports and settings must be secured. It is impossible to write a software program without bugs. Whatever testing is done, there may be some unexplored bugs that may surface at a later time. Those need to be addressed when discovered. Operating system, web server, and web applications are all softwares and may contain bugs that are prone for attacks. This is about the manipulation of live HTTP headers. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU.
Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Hacking Web Servers, Section Attack Types. Some of the popular types of attacks are directory traversal attacks, DOS attacks, DNS hijacking, sniffing, phishing, farming, and defacement. Directory traversal or path traversal is exploiting insufficient security validation, sanitization of user-supplied input file names, such that the characters representing traverse to the parent directory are passed through to the file APIs. The goal of this attack is to use an affected application to gain unauthorized access to the file system. Directory traversal is also known as // attack, dictionary climbing, and backtracking. DOS attack is a cyber attack where the attacker makes a target system resource unavailable to its intended users by flooding with superfluous requests in an attempt to overload the systems and prevent legitimate requests from being fulfilled. In distributed DOS attack, the victim is flooded with traffic from many different sources. DNS hijacking or DNS redirection is manipulating the resolution of DNS queries. Attacker compromise modify the behavior of trusted DNS server to direct users' web traffic to attackers' malicious web servers. This is whois information of example.com from who.es. These are the name servers and they point to this IP address. In DNS hijacking, attacker try to modify these DNS servers pointing to another IP address such that this domain's traffic is diverted to the malicious web server, attacker's website. A packet sniffer, also called as network analyzer or protocol analyzer, is used for intercepting and logging traffic. A sniffer captures the packets passing over a network, decodes the packet's raw data, showing its content. Sniffer detects errors, detect root causes of errors, generate timing diagrams, reconstruct TCP and UDP data streams, etc. Phishing is social engineering technique used to deceive users and exploit weaknesses in the current web security. That is done to obtain sensitive information such as usernames, passwords, and credit card details by disguising as trustworthy entity in a spoofed email communication or instant messaging. Pharming is a cyber attack intended to redirect a website's traffic to another fake site. Pharming is conducted either by changing the host file on a victim's computer or by exploitation of vulnerabilities in DNS server software. DNS names resolves the internet names to their real IP addresses. Compromised DNS servers are used for pharming attack. Pharming is coined from farming and phishing. Phishing is a type of social engineering attack to obtain access credentials such as usernames and passwords. Pharming is used to gain information for online identity theft. Pharming has become a major concern to businesses hosting e-commerce and online banking websites. Website defacement attack on a website changes the visual appearance of the website. Attackers break into the web server and replace the hosted website with one of their own or any defaming pages. Defacements are mostly politically motivated to defame the target website. Website admins must take security control steps to rectify their websites, web server weaknesses, and upgrade the policies to bring back their website online. Let us take a demo of Google hacking database on directory listing. We searched Google with in title :index of and we got this many sites. Let us look at the first link. So this is the page. See, all these folders are displayed here, and if you click on any, let us click on this as well. Let us click on this as well. Oh, these are all MP3s that are stored here. So this is for a demonstration purpose only. This is the what we selected is the first result from the Google. Let us check this second one. These are some softwares. See, this is a directory listing and this must be
Blocked unless there is a purpose that the information can be made public. Gives traversal to the parent directory. Let us check out the third one. See these are some content movies they are put here. There may be a purpose why they have put them here. Let's go back to our class. These are some HTTP methods, and some methods can be called as dangerous. Safe methods here are head, get, options, trace. These are by convention are intended only for information retrieval. Other methods like put, it uploads the files, delete the specific resource, trace, it returns the response body, the exact request as received by the servers. A hacker may utilize these methods also to attack a web server. Thanks for watching.
Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Hacking Web Applications, Section Introduction. Web application or web app is a client-server program in which client runs in the web browser. Example, webmail, online store, wikis, instant messaging services, etc. Web application security is a branch of information security that deals specifically with the security of websites, web applications, and web services. Web application security draws on the principles of application security but applies them specifically to the internet and web systems. This picture is about web application security risks. Attackers can follow different paths through your application to do harm to your business or organization. Each of these paths represents a risk that may or may not be serious enough to warrant attention. Threat agents attack vectors, security weakness, they exploit it, these security controls they break in, and the impact, it can be technical or business. Emergence of Web 2.0 increased information sharing through social networking and increasing business adoption of web as means of doing business and delivering service. Websites are often attacked directly. Hackers either seek to compromise the corporate network or the end users accessing the website by subjecting them to drive-by downloading. The majority of the web application attacks occur through cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and phishing. Web 2.0 refers to the World Wide Web websites that emphasize user-generated content, usability, and interoperability for the end users. A Web 2.0 website allows users to interact and collaborate with each other in a social media dialogue. Examples include social networking sites like Facebook, blogs, wikis, YouTube, etc. OWASP is Open Web Application Security Project. OWASP is emerging as a standards body for the web application security. It published the OWASP Top 10 on the major threats against web applications. Web Application Security Consortium (WASC) has created the Web Hacking Incident Database (WHID) and also produced open source best practice documents on the web application security. The WHID became the OWASP project in 2014. Security is based on people and processes. Some of the technical solutions for securing the web applications are black box testing tools, white box testing tools, fuzzing tools used for input testing, web application security scanner, web application firewalls (WAF), and password cracking tools. There are several ways of targeting mobile devices when making a web application. It can be responsive web design, progressive web apps, or native apps or mobile apps. Hybrid apps embed a mobile website inside a native app, possibly using a hybrid framework like Apache Cordova and Iconic or Accelerator Titanium. These are some of the technologies that are in use. The most common structure is the three-tiered application, which are presentation, application, and storage. Presentation is web browser. Application. an engine using dynamic web content technology such as ASP, JSP, PHP, etc. Database storage. The web browser sends requests to the middle tier, which services them by making queries and updates against the database. Security breaches on these kinds of applications are a major concern because it can involve both enterprise information and private customer data. The processes for authentication, authorization, asset handling, input and logging, and auditing must be included in the development process. Building security into the applications from the beginning can be more effective and less disruptive in the long run. Cloud computing model, web applications are software as a service or platform as a service provided for enterprises. Resiliency is well built in the cloud apps along with the security. We'll be covering cloud computing security in another session. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CPTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Hacking Web Applications. Section OWASP. Open Web Application Security Project. OWASP is an online community that produces freely available articles, methodologies, documentation, tools, and technologies in the field of web application security. In the application security domain, OWASP is an unbiased source of information on best practices as well as active body advocating open standards. OWASP is worldwide not-for-profit charitable organization focused on improving the security of software. OWASP mission is to make software security visible so that individuals and organizations are able to make informed decisions. History of OWASP. In 2001, Mark Curphey started OWASP. In 2003 to 2011, Jeff Williams served as the volunteer chair of OWASP. 2015 onwards, Matt Kunda chaired the board. The OWASP Foundation, a non-profit, supports the OWASP infrastructure and projects. This is the web page of OWASP. OWASP features vendor-neutral community of best and like-minded professionals. Issues software tools and knowledge-based documentation on application security. Everyone is free to participate in OWASP. All materials are available under a free and open software license. Managed by a global group of volunteers with over 45,000 participants. The OWASP Top 10 is a powerful awareness document for web application security. It represents a broad consensus about most critical security risks to web applications. Adapting the OWASP Top 10 is perhaps the most effective first step towards changing the software development culture within your organization into one that produces secure code. OWASP is an open community dedicated to enabling organizations to develop, purchase, and maintain applications and APIs that can be trusted. This is OWASP Top 10 2017 document. It contains the 10 most critical web application security risks. So we're going to cover this in another session. OWASP sponsors include premier corporate members like Adobe, NetSparker, Qualys, and others. Corporate members like IPSwitch, Panasonic, Oracle, UPS, and others. Academic supporters like Leeds Beckett University, University of Central Florida, and others. This is comparison of issues and problems in 2017 versus 2013. So we're going to cover this in next session. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Hacking Web Applications, Section OWASP Top 10 Project. OWASP is an online community that produces freely available articles, methodologies, documentation, tools, and technologies in the field of web application security. In the application security domain, OWASP is an unbiased source of information on best practices as well as an active body advocating open standards. The OWASP Top 10 is a powerful awareness document for web application security. It represents a broad consensus about most critical security risks to the web applications. Adapting the OWASP Top 10 is perhaps the most effective first step towards changing the software development culture within your organization into one that produces secure code. This is OWASP Top 10 2017 document. It contains the 10 most critical web application security risks explained. These are the 10 risks that are explained in the document: injection, broken authentication, sensitive data exposure, XML, external entities, XXE, broken access control, security misconfiguration, cross-site scripting, insecure deserialization, using components with known vulnerabilities, and insufficient logging and monitoring. About this document and at OWASP you will find free and open application security tools and standards, complete books on application security testing, secure code development and secure code review, presentations and videos, cheat sheets on many common topics, standard security controls and libraries, local chapters worldwide, cutting-edge research, extensive cross-reference worldwide, and mailing list which you can subscribe and get the best out of OWASP. This is the website of OWASP. This document is freely available and you can have a copy of it and explore this further. The top 10 document purpose. The primary aim of OWASP Top 10 is to educate developers, designers, architects, managers, and organizations about the consequences of most common and most important web application security weaknesses. The top 10 provides basic techniques to protect against these high risk problem areas and provides guidance on where to go from here. These are the top 10 risks identified in 2017. This is compared against the list in 2013. Injection flaws such as SQL, NoSQL, operating system, and LDAP injection occur when untrusted data is sent to an interpreter as part of command or query. The attacker's hostile data can trick the interpreter into executing unintended commands or accessing data without proper authorization. Broken authentication. Application functions related to the authentication and session management are often implemented incorrectly, allowing attackers to compromise the passwords, keys, or session tokens, or to exploit the other flaws. Many web applications and APIs do not properly protect sensitive data, such as financial, healthcare, and personally identifiable information. Attackers may steal such web apps. XML external entities. Poorly configured XML processors can be used to disclose internal files, shares, facilitate remote code execution, and DOS attacks. Broken access control. Restrictions on authenticated users is often not properly configured. Attackers can exploit these flaws to access unauthorized functionality, data such as access other user accounts, gain sensitive data. Security misconfiguration is the result of insecure default configurations, incomplete or ad hoc configurations, misconfigured HTTP headers, and verbose error messages containing sensitive information. Countermeasure being all operating systems, framework, libraries, and applications must be securely configured and be patched and updated periodically. Cross-site scripting flaws occur whenever an application includes untrusted data in a new web page without proper validation or escaping, or updates an existing web page with user-supplied data using a browser API that can create HTML or JavaScript. XSS allows attackers to execute scripts in the victim's browser, which can hijack user sessions, deface websites, or redirect the user to malicious sites. Insecure deserialization. This often leads to remote code execution. Even if deserialization flaws do not result in remote code execution, they can be used to perform attacks including replay attacks, injection attacks, and privilege escalation attacks. Using components with known vulnerabilities. Components such as libraries, frameworks, and other software modules run with the same privileges as the application. If vulnerable component is exploited, such an attack can facilitate serious data loss or server takeover. Applications and APIs using components with known vulnerabilities may undermine application defenses and enable various attacks and impacts. Insufficient logging and monitoring. This, coupled with missing or ineffective integration with incident response, allows attackers to further attack systems, maintain persistence, pivot to more systems, and tamper, extract, destroy data. Most breach studies show that time to detect a breach is over 200 days, typically detected by external parties rather than internal processors or monitoring. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by C Council. Module Hacking Web Applications, Section Tools and Countermeasures. Developers need to embrace and practice a wide variety of secure coding techniques. All the tiers of a web application, the user interface, the business logic, the controller, and the database code and more, all need to be developed with security in mind. OWASP Top 10 Proactive Controls helps in this. The OWASP Top 10 Proactive Controls is a list of security techniques that should be included in every software development project. They are ordered by the order of importance, with control number 1 being the most important. This document was written by the developers for developers to assist those new to secure development. The controls are verify security early and often, parameterize queries, encode data, validate all inputs, implement identity and authentication controls, implement appropriate access controls, protect data, implement logging and intrusion detection, leverage security frameworks and libraries, error and exception handling. These are the general guidelines. Above all, common sense is the most important proactive control. These are some of the open source tools: Grabber, Grindless Scan, Golismero, Nicto, Vega, and others. These are the commercial tools like AppScan, AppSpider, BubSuite, QualisGuard, Retina, Sentinel, WebRiver, and others. W3AF is Web Application Attack and Audit Framework. This is an open source web application security scanner. The project provides vulnerability scanner and exploitation tool for web applications. It provides information about security vulnerabilities for use in penetration testing engagements. The scanner offers a graphical user interface and command line interface. W3AF helps developers and penetration testers identify and exploit vulnerabilities in their web applications. This scanner is able to identify 200 plus vulnerabilities, including cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and OS commanding. The framework can be called as Metasploit for the web. Writing a web application is simplified by open source web application frameworks such as Django, Ruby on Rails, and Symfony, etc. These facilitate rapid application development. Hacking attempts and security-related problems can be caused by the errors in the program. Frameworks can help promoting the use of best practices to reduce such errors and secure applications. Secure web application development should be enhanced by applying security checkpoints and techniques at early stages of development, as well as throughout the software development lifecycle. Special emphasis should be applied to the coding phase of development. Security mechanisms should include threat modeling, risk analysis, static analysis, digital signature, among others. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by IC Council. Module Hacking Web Applications, Section WebGoat and WebScarab. WebGoat is purpose-built and secure application that allows to test vulnerabilities commonly found in Java-based applications that use common and popular open source components. WebGoat is maintained by WASP, designed to teach web application security lessons. In each lesson, users must demonstrate their understanding of a security issue by exploiting a real vulnerability in the WebGoat applications. The most important change is towards a lesson model. Instead of just hacking, focus on explaining from the beginning about ways of exploiting. Each lesson within WebGoat contains three elements: explain the vulnerability, how to exploit the vulnerability, and mitigation scenarios. This is the web page of a WASP WebGoat project. WebWolf is a separate web application which you can use to solve assignments and challenges. WebWolf is able to host files, receive emails, and serve as a landing page. WebGoat demonstrates of common server-side application flaws. The exercises are intended to be used by the people to learn about application security and penetration testing techniques. So beware of these warnings, disconnect from the internet while using this program, and do understand that this program is for educational purpose only. WebGoat, a deliberately insecure Java EE application provided by the WASP Foundation. This is available from GitHub repository and Google Code Archives as well. WebGoat is available from SourceForge also. Download a copy and experiment with it. There are two WebGoat releases. The standard version includes Java and Tomcat server. The developer version includes standard version and has Eclipse and Eclipse workspace. This is WebGoat installation on Windows. Extract the downloaded file. Inside the WebGoat directory, you have webgoat.bat. This batch file, double click on it. This runs the Tomcat server. These are the steps. We have unzipped and we started the Tomcat by double clicking the webgoat.bat. Now in the browser, open localhost/webgoat/attack and log in with guest as user and password. This is Tomcat initiation. This is launching WebGoat login page. Use guest as user and password to log in. This is the WebGoat interface. Please understand that while running this program, your machine is extremely vulnerable to attack. You should disconnect from the network while using this program. Just to reiterate, this program is for educational purpose only. Use of this application without permission is a violation and it may attract legal proceedings. WebScarab is an open source project written in Java and is used to test web applications for their security. It operates as an intercepting proxy. Thanks for watching.
Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by IC Council. Module SQL Injection, Section SQL Injection Attacks. SQL injection or SQL injection is a code injection technique used to attack data-driven applications in which malicious SQL statements are inserted into an entry field for execution. It can be retrieving some tables or dumping the old database contents. Code injection is the exploitation of a computer bug that is caused by processing invalid data. Injection is used by an attacker to introduce code into the vulnerable computer program and change the course of its execution. The result of successful code injection can be disastrous. Code injection technique is popular in system hacking, cracking to gain information, privilege escalation, or unauthorized access to system. SQL injection is mostly known as an attack vector and can be used to attack any type of SQL database. SQL injection attacks allow attackers to spoof, identify, tamper with existing data, cause reputation issues such as voiding transactions, or changing balances, allow the complete disclosure of all data on the system, destroy the data, or make it otherwise unavailable, and become administrators of the database server. The four main classes of SQL injection are classic SQLi, blind inference SQLi, database management system specific SQLi, compound SQLi. Compound SQL injection is SQL injection plus insufficient authentication or DDoS attacks or DNS hijacking or cross-site scripting. Stormworm is also one representation of compounded SQL injection. Technical implementations of SQL injection are incorrectly filtered escape characters, incorrect type handling, blind SQL injection, conditional responses, and second order SQL injection. Other techniques being authorization bypass, that is, bypass logon forms, using select command, that is, to retrieve data from database, using insert command, that is, add information to the database, using SQL Server stored procedures, use single quote in the input, etc. This form of SQL injection occurs when the user input is not filtered for escape characters and is then passed into an SQL statement. The result is potential manipulation of the statements performed on the database by the end user of the application. This line of code illustrates this vulnerability. Select star from users where name equals to username variable. This SQL code is designed to retrieve the records of the specific username from its table of users. However, if the username variable is crafted in a specific way by a malicious user, a SQL statement may do more than the code author intended. For example, setting the username variable as r1 equals to 1, or using the other lines like this. With this input, the SQL statements will be select star from users where name equals to space or 1 equals to 1. Evaluation of 1 equals to 1 is always true. This will retrieve all the records from the users table. Let us see another example. This query can drop the table users, that's deletion of table, and also retrieving all the data from the user info table. The SQL statement with this input will be select star from users where name equals to a semicolon, that is one statement, and drop table users, that is delete, and this is next statement. Select star from users info where t equals to t, which is always true. This will retrieve all the records from the table user info. PHP's MySQL query function do not allow this kind of inputs for security reasons. This prevents attackers from injecting entirely separate queries, but doesn't stop them from modifying queries. Incorrect type handling. This form of SQL injection occurs when a user's applied field is not strongly typed or not checked for type constraints. This could take place when a numeric field is to be used in SQL statement, but the programmer makes no checks to validate that the user's applied input is a numeric. For example, select star from user info where ID is ABC. From this statement, ID may be a numeric. However, if it is in fact a string, then the end user may manipulate the statement as they choose, thereby bypassing the need for escape characters. For example, setting the variable ABC to ABC equals to 1 drop table users. This SQL becomes select star from user info where ID is 1 drop table users. This will delete the table users from the database. This can have serious repercussions as it can drop the table users. Blind SQL injection or BSQL injection. This is used when a web application is vulnerable to a SQL injection, but the results of the injection are not visible to the attacker. Hacker test SQL injection vulnerability with inputs which would cause server to generate invalid SQL query. This type of attack has been considered time intensive because a new statement needed to be crafted for each bit recovered. And depending on its structure, the attack may consist of many unsuccessful requests. There are several tools that can automate these attacks once the location of the vulnerability and the target information has been established. Conditional responses. This is one type of blind SQL injection which forces the database to evaluate a logical statement. As an example, a book review website uses a query string to determine which book review to display. This would cause the server to run the query select star from book reviews where ID is the ID parameter variable. The next one is second order SQL injection. This occurs when submitted values contain malicious commands that are stored rather than executed immediately. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module SQL injection, section mitigation of SQL injection attacks. SQL injection is a code injection technique used to attack data-driven applications, in which malicious SQL statements are inserted into an entry field for execution. Code injection is the exploitation of a computer bug that is caused by processing invalid data. Injection is used by an attacker to introduce or inject code into a vulnerable computer program and change the course of its execution. Code injection techniques are popular in system hacking, or cracking to gain information, privilege escalation, and unauthorized access to a system. Some of the mitigation techniques are parameterized statements, enforcement at the code level, avoid escaping, pattern check, and database permissions. Use parameterized statements instead of embedding user input in the statement. With the most development platforms, parameterized statements that work with the parameters can be used. Sometimes they are called as placeholders or bind variables, instead of embedding user input in the statement. A placeholder can only store a value of a given type and not an arbitrary SQL fragment. Hence, the SQL injection would be simply treated as strange or invalid parameter value. In many cases, SQL statements is fixed and each parameter is a scalar, not a table. The user input is then assigned bound to a parameter. Enforcement at the coding level using object relational mapping ORM libraries. This avoids the need to write SQL code. The ORM library in effect will generate parameterized SQL statements from object-oriented code. The best way to prevent SQL injections is to escape characters that have a special meaning in SQL. Any manual of SQL DBMS explains which characters have a special meaning, which allows creating comprehensive blacklist characters that need translation. Every occurrence of a single quote in a parameter must be replaced by two single quotes to form a valid SQL string literal. Routinely passing escaped string to SQL is error prone because it is easy to forget to escape a given string. Creating a transparent layer to secure the input can reduce this error proneness, if not entirely eliminate it. Integer, float, or boolean string parameters can be checked if their value is valid representation for the given type. Strings that must follow some strict pattern, example date, UID, alphanumeric only, etc., they can be checked if they match this pattern. The most important mitigation technique is limiting the permissions on the database login used by the web applications to only what is needed. This may help reduce the effectiveness of any SQL injection attacks that exploit any bugs in the web application. For example, on a Microsoft SQL Server, a database logon could be restricted from selecting some of the system tables, which would limit exploits that try to insert JavaScript into the text columns in the database. Deny select on sysobjects like this. These are some of the hacks with SQL injection. The latest one being British Telecom's TalkTalk server stealing 157,000 customers' data.
No solution or no suggestion is 100% perfect. However, continuous effort must be put to prevent SQL attacks to protect digital assets. Generally, exploits occur due to coding errors and inadequate validation checks. Better coding practices, peer verifications, strong database admin procedures can help mitigate attacks. And further to consider, minimize the privileges of database connections, disable verbose error messages, protect the system account (SA), audit source codes for escape single quotes, input validation, reject known bad input, input bound checking, etc. Thanks for watching. Well, I'm Sri from CPTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH Certification Program Basic Council. Module SQL Injection, Section SQL Injection Tools. These are some of the popular SQL injection tools like SQL Dict, SQL Ninja, BSQL Hacker, BBQ SQL, SQL Source, etc. SQL Beef can be used to audit the strength of SQL Server passwords offline. SQL SMAC. This is a Unix-based remote command execution for MS SQL. SQL Poke is NT-based tool that locates MS SQL servers and tries to connect with the default SA account. A list of SQL commands is executed if the connection is successful. Let us know more about these tools. BBQ SQL is a blind SQL injection framework written in Python. It is useful when attacking tricky SQL injection vulnerabilities. BBQ SQL is semi-automatic tool allowing customization to trigger SQL injection findings. The tool is built to be database agnostic and is extremely versatile. BBQ SQL is extremely fast comparing to the other SQL injection tools. To get the best results, you must provide URL information, HTTP method, headers, cookies, encoding methods, redirect behavior, files, HTTP auth, proxies. Then you specify where the injection is going and what syntax we are injecting. BBQ SQL is SQL injection exploitation tool that comes with Kali tools by default. SQL Dict is a dictionary attack tool for SQL Server. This also comes by default with Kali tools. To use this, specify the target server IP address, target account name, and select the password list file to use for the dictionary attack. SQL exec executes commands on the compromised MS SQL servers by using XP command shell store procedure. It uses default SA and null password. Usage is SQL exec space target. Blind SQL Hacker is an automated SQL injection framework tool designed to exploit SQL injection vulnerabilities virtually in any database. Port Calais is no longer maintaining this tool, and the GitHub link is also disabled as of today. BSQL Hacker aims for experienced users as well as beginners who want to automate SQL injections. It allows Metasploit alike exploit repository to share and update exploits. It has automated attack support for Oracle, MS SQL, MySQL. The authors say that this software is still in beta and there are known issues. SQL Map is an open source penetration testing tool that automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection flaws and taking over database servers. It comes with a powerful detection engine, many niche features for the ultimate penetration tester, and broad range of switches lasting from database fingerprinting or data fetching from the database to access the underlying file system, executing commands on the operating system via out-of-band connections. It has a full support for Boolean-based blind, time-based blind, error-based, union query-based, stacked queries, and out-of-band SQL injection techniques. SQL Ninja, a SQL Server injection and takeover tool. SQL Ninja is a tool targeted to exploit SQL injection vulnerabilities
on a web application that uses Microsoft SQL servers as its backend. Its main goal is to provide remote access on the vulnerable DB server, even in a very hostile environment. It is being used by the penetration testers to help and automate the process of taking over a DB server when a SQL injection vulnerability has been discovered. Safe3SI is powerful and easy to use penetration testing tool that automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection flaws and taking over database servers. It comes with artificial intelligence detection engine. It has a full support for blind error-based union query, force gas, SQL injection techniques. SQL-SUS is an open source MySQL injection and takeover tool written in Perl. Via a command line interface, you can retrieve the database structure, inject your own SQL queries, download files from the web server, crawl the website for writable directories, upload and control a backdoor, clone the databases, and much more. Mole is a CLI-based SQL injection exploitation tool. This application is able to exploit both union-based and blind Boolean-based injections. SQL ping is another exploitation tool. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Today we are going to learn about Fern Wi-Fi Cracker. For that, open a terminal. There you type iwconfig. This is to know about the wireless LAN interfaces. See, we have wireless LAN 0 and this is connected to SSID Kandalu, and the mode, if you see, it is in managed mode. There is another mode, that is monitor mode. So in the managed mode, this wireless interface card will accept the packets that are destined for this interface only. In the monitor mode, it can capture all the packets around, even if the packets are not targeted for this interface. The Fern Wi-Fi Cracker turns this into monitor mode. That we're going to check. Okay, how to start Fern Wi-Fi Cracker? There are two ways. One thing, you can start from here, from the terminal, Fern Wi-Fi Cracker, enter. So this is the interface. Fern Professional, if you want advanced features, you can go for it. For now, we'll click on no. This is the interface. And there is another way to open the Fern Wi-Fi Cracker. Let us close this. Go to applications, wireless attacks. Yes, yes please.
What is that Fern Wi-Fi Cracker?
It is a tool used for cracking wireless passwords. Okay. So we have got many tools like AirCrackNG, Fern Wi-Fi Cracker. So these are the other tools. AirCrackNG, Chirp, Cowpatty, Fern Wi-Fi Cracker, Goatfisher.
Why we are using this Fern?
So these are different tools we have, and we will be giving a demo on each of these tools. Every tool has got its own features. Okay, let's have a demo on AirCrack also after this session. Okay, so for now we are going with the Fern Wi-Fi Cracker. Just click on this. It's asking whether you want Fern Professional. You click no. For now we don't need that. Here, to begin with, you have to select the interface. So you see the interfaces we have. This is loopback 0, this is WLAN 0, that is wireless LAN adapter. So which we have already checked here at the back, iwconfig WLAN 0, this is what we have. And other physical interfaces, we don't have any wireless extensions, so no information about that. Okay, let us select WLAN 0. It takes a moment to convert this interface into monitor mode. Okay, so we got a message that monitor mode is enabled on the WLAN. When monitor mode is enabled, the interface name is changed to WLAN 0 mon. Okay, let us check that. So we'll go back to the terminal. Let us type iwconfig again. The earlier interface was WLAN 0 and the mode was managed. And now the interface name is changed to WLAN 0 mon and the mode is changed to monitor. Let us click on scan for access points is active, and it starts scanning. Let us click this button. If you have any WEP access points around, it will get highlighted here. So far none detected. Click on this. Here you have these many access points around. Let us select this queen. This is a test AP. Be careful when you are scanning the public access points unless you have a permission to do so. It's illegal. It's illegal to scan, hack the public access points. The handshake is done with this client. This client is connected to this access point, and the SSID is queen, BSSID is this, and it's in channel 3. This is the power status, and encryption is WPA, and it supports WPS. For test purpose, we enable WPS feature also. Okay, so let us use this default word list, and you can make your own word list with the crunch. So please watch the session crunch word list to create your own alphanumeric and special characters. Let us click on attack. It will send the deauthentication packets. It will dissociate this client, and this will start connecting it to that access point again. Yeah, we got it. Brute force is done. The password it captured is WPK is this one. The process is finished. So this is how we use the FAN Wi-Fi cracker to attack an access point. Okay, let us close this. And whatever the password that is hacked, it will store into the database. Let us click on this key database. So it has made the entry. What is the access point, MAC address, encryption, key, and channel. You can insert any new key if you like, or you can clean up the database with the delete option. Close. And you have some features default toolbox, and that is for the geolocatory tracker. So right now this is deprecated one, and the cookie hijacker. You can select the same interface, that is a mon, and you can start utilizing this feature. Here, if you're connected to an access point, you know the gateway or the router IP address, and you can start sniffing the packets. You can capture, hijack the cookies. Let us close this. This is another feature. You can explore this. And this is for map changing, and this is general font settings. This is all about FERN Wi-Fi cracker. Thanks for watching, and share you have any questions.
No.
Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH Certification Program by EC Council. Module Mobile Hacking Section Introduction. Mobile devices, smartphones are more than just phones now. They are personal business assistant with sensitive information stored on it. Smartphones are used for communication, chatting, messaging, planning and organizing users' work, use camera and store photos and videos, online shopping, banking, gaming, surfing, etc. For organizations, these technologies are a source of new risk. Smartphones collect and store sensitive information that need to be protected to protect the privacy of the user and the intellectual property of the company. The attacks exploit weakness and vulnerabilities in smartphones through SMS, MMS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, browsers, and operating system. Attacks are categorized based on communication, that is SMS, MMS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GSM networks. SMS and MMS can be used to organize DDoS attacks. Malicious apps install softwares to send personal data to the app owner or to all the contacts in the address book. Attacks based on the communication networks like GSM. The attacker may try to break the encryption of the mobile network. Mobile phones using 3G or 4G have much stronger encryption than 2G GSM. Access point spoofing. An attacker can try to eavesdrop on Wi-Fi communications to derive sensitive information like username and password. Do not use WEP keys as it is weak. Use always WPA security protocol. WPA is based on TKIP, which uses pre-shared key. WPA2 is an improvement over WPA and safe enough to withstand brute force attacks. The attacker can intercept the data if the data transmitted is not encrypted. There are increasing attacks over the Bluetooth also. Kabir is a worm that spreads via Bluetooth connection. The worm searches for nearby phones with a Bluetooth in discoverable mode and sends itself to the target device. Attacks based on hardware vulnerabilities. Geoshacking is a physical or hardware vulnerability specific to mobile platforms. Using the dual-purpose USB charge port, many devices have been susceptible to exporting data or malware installed onto a mobile device utilizing the malicious charging kiosk set up in public places or hidden in normal charge adapters. Jailbreaking is when mobile device users initiate the hack into the devices to unlock it and exploit weaknesses in the operating system and to customize by installing applications, change system settings that are not allowed on the device. This exposes the device to a variety of malicious attacks. A smartphone user is exposed to various threats, and these threats can disrupt the operation of the smartphone and transmit or modify the user data. There are three prime targets for the attackers: data, that is sensitive information like credit card numbers, authentication information, private information, logs, etc. Identity. The attacker may steal the identity of the owner to commit offenses. Availability. Attacking a smartphone can limit the access to it and deprive the owner of its use. Trojans, swarms, virus, ransomware, spyware, all these are malwares. The attack on smartphone by the malware happens in three phases. That is infection of the host, accomplishment of its goal or objective, and spread to the other systems. It may use the address book or the email address of the person to infect the user's contacts. The malware exploits the trust that is given to the data sent by the acquaintance. Mobile ransomware is a type of malware that locks users out of their mobile devices until they pay a ransom amount. When a smartphone is infected by an attacker, the attacker can attempt several things. Victim's phone becomes a zombie to send spam SMS and emails, call other numbers, record conversations, steal user's identity to impersonate the owner, discharge the battery to make it dead, prevent operation, or corrupt OS, copy victim's personal data or professional data. Mobile attack vectors are numerous. Some of them are categorized below, but not limited to these. The first one being malwares, virus, trojans, spywares, rootkits, which modify the operating system and the apps. Data manipulation. Data is copied unauthorizedly, monitor the user's activity, tamper the data, modification by another app, undetected, steal the tamper attempts, jailbreak the device. Loss of data by the device theft, installing vulnerable apps, phone in the wrong hands, or someone gains physical access. This is Semantics Mobile Threat Intelligence Report 10 years of iOS. Number of patched iOS CVEs per year, that's increasing by year. In 2017, that is projected to be 643. Vulnerabilities grow with the technology and focus. Vulnerabilities are uncovered and patched regularly. Apple patches each vulnerability and they announce it publicly so that everyone knows what the flaw was in the past versions of the operating system and gives them the opportunity to upgrade their device to the newer and safer versions. These are the ways to infiltrate an iOS device: malicious apps, jailbroken devices, malicious settings, App Store, operating system vulnerabilities, and leveraging the charging cable. This is the mobile malware kill chain. For the remote mobile, it all starts with the social engineering. to get the victim to click or install something. Then exploit jailbreaks the device, infiltrate the device with a malicious code, hide the existence of the infiltration, install the code to make the infection persist across restarts, retain access, allow remote control and monitoring, read and edit, send end-to-end encrypted communication, access GPS, camera, microphone, SMS, email, and other apps. This is Mobile Threat Intelligence Report Q4 2016 from Symantec. Number of hidden apps are increasing enormously. Trojans, adware, unwanted apps, these are increasing. Just read this report for more information. This is mobile OS vulnerabilities of Android and iOS. Source is Meter Corporation. This is a Skycure mobile threat risk score. As per this, over half of the devices are risky. And Skycure recommends 3 ways to keep your mobile device safe. Don't click, install, or connect to anything that is not safe. Always update to the latest security patches as soon as it is available for your device. Protect your device with a free mobile security app like Skycure. F-Secure cybersecurity report is available at this link. This is report from McAfee. Mobile malware developers are increasingly targeting IoT devices. There are more than 2 billion smartphones around the globe, making them a rich target for the malware authors and other cyber attackers. McAfee estimates that there are already more than 50 billion IoT devices in operation, and the number is growing rapidly. Most of the devices, the manufacturers have prioritized their operations for convenience and time to market, often leaving the devices more vulnerable to compromise than mobile phones. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Mobile Hacking, section Mobile Hacking Tools. Let us know about a couple of mobile hacking tools. Kali NetHunter is a robust mobile penetration testing platform. The overlay includes a custom kernel, a Kali Linux chroot, and an accompanying Android application, which allows faster interaction with the various security tools and attacks. Kali NetHunter also supports several additional classes such as HID keyboard attacks, bad USB attacks, evil AP Mana attacks, and much more. NetHunter is an open source project developed by Offensive Security and the community. Janti is a mobile penetration testing toolkit from Zimperium. With this, managers assess the risk level of a network with the push of a button. This easy-to-use mobile toolkit enables IT security administrators to simulate an advanced attacker to identify malicious techniques they use in the wild to compromise the corporate network. With Janti, you can measure and assess your vulnerabilities. You can scan, diagnose, and report. DroidShip is a simple Android tool for web session hijacking. It listens for HTTP packets sent via wireless network connection and extracts the session ID from these packets in order to reuse them. DroidShip can capture sessions using libcap library and supports open unencrypted networks, WEP encrypted networks, WPA and WPA2 encrypted networks with pre-shared key only. Once the APK was made available on Google Play, but it has been taken down by Google. DroidShip.de is somehow not functioning. FaceSniff is an Android app that allows you to sniff and intercept web session profiles over the Wi-Fi that your mobile is connected to. It's a kind of a file shift for Android. Sysploit is also a mobile Android hacking tool. Android and RAT remote access tool makes AndroRat. AndroRat is remote administration tool for Android. The goal of the application is to give the control of the Android system remotely and retrieve information from it. You need Android SDK and Eclipse to compile this project. Command and control application is cross-platform Java, tested fine on OS X, Linux, and Windows. The available functions are get contacts, get call logs, get all messages, location by GPS network, monitoring received messages in live, etc. All these features. Droid is developed to offer dynamic analysis of Android apps. The features include hashes for the analyzed package, incoming and outgoing network data, file read and write operations, and all these features. Code is the hacker's toolbox, an application for penetration tester, ethical hackers, IT administrator, and cybersecurity professionals. The application contains different tools like reconnaissance, Google hacking, scanning, ping, traceroute, DNS lookup, and all other features. Nmap Android tool can be used to scan available hosts, services, etc. Nmap works on both rooted and non-rooted phones as well. The benefit of using a rooted phone is it can work with full features. SSH Droid is a SSH server implementation for Android. This application will let you connect your device from a PC. It has a pro version and it has more features like extend notification controls and it's ad free. Fing is free and superfast network scanner used by millions of professionals around the world. Fing is world's most popular network toolkit. You can discover which devices are connected to any Wi-Fi network, map devices, detect intruders, assess network security risks, troubleshoot network problems, and achieve best network performance. It has a free network tools like Wi-Fi scanner, port scanner, DNS lookup, ping and service monitoring. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Mobile Hacking, Section Countermeasures. The girl sitting here is praying to protect herself. Praying may not help. One has to have countermeasures applied to secure and be safe. It applies to mobile safety as well. Security mechanisms to counter the threats range from management of security by the operating system to the user awareness. Security countermeasures are being developed and applied to smartphones in different layers. OS security, software and app security, smartphone resource monitoring, network surveillance, manufacturer surveillance, user awareness, and device encryption. The first layer of security in a smartphone is the operating system. Smartphones must ensure safety of applications and data on the system. Phones must present nil or minimum vulnerable area when a malicious program reaches a mobile device. Security mechanisms implemented in the operating system are rootkit detectors, process isolation, file permissions, memory protection, development through runtime environments. Over operating system security, software layer is a layer of security which prevents malware and intrusions, etc. These security layers are antivirus and firewall, visual notifications, biometric identification. An antivirus software can be installed on a device to protect from malicious infections. A firewall can protect from malicious communication and prevent intrusion attempts. Biometrics is the technique of identifying a person by means of their eyes, face, or fingerprints. Biometric security is more safer than using a passwords or secrets. With strong biometric security, unauthorized attempts on the smartphone can be avoided. The activity of a malicious application can be detected if one monitors the various resources used on the phone. Malware may not harm the device but steal the sensitive data. Monitor the battery levels, memory usage, network traffic, and services, etc. Some malwares may exhaust the battery to make the device non-functional for some time. If mobile is slow or not performing as it's supposed to be, check the memory usage. If network traffic is high and some application is using more bandwidth, suspect some malicious activity. Monitor the activity of various services on your phone. Network traffic exchanged by the phones can be monitored. Place safeguards to detect abnormal behavior like spam filters, encryption of stored and transmitted information, telecom network monitoring. Mobile device manufacturers has responsibility to ensure that the devices are delivered in a basic configuration without vulnerability. Manufacturers should consider below: remove debug code, default settings, security audit of apps, detect suspicious applications demanding rights, revocation procedures, and other features. We cannot always blame others when some security incident happens. User awareness is the most important thing to secure oneself. Most of these security breach incidents happen due to carelessness, poor awareness of the user. Some precautions to secure smartphone are: watch for phishing attempts, avoid malicious applications, do not leave phone unattended to let it fall on the wrong hands. Always have a password for the mobile. Do not install non-trusted apps. Do not store sensitive data. Always encrypt sensitive data. Check permissions given to the apps. Latest Android smartphones come with the inbuilt encryption settings for securing all the information saved on your device. It makes it difficult for a hacker to extract and decipher the information in case your device is compromised. Mobile environments that will make up the security framework for the next-gen mobile security are: rich operating system, secure operating system, trusted execution environment, secure element SE, security applications. To summarize, simple precautions to secure one's smartphone are: do not switch on Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, hotspot unnecessarily. Enable location based on need. Uninstall unwanted apps. Check permissions of the installed apps. Do not leave the phone unattended and in untrusted hands. Avoid sensitive info and logged in sessions. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Mobile Hacking, Section Phone Hacking Tools. In this session, we are going to cover more mobile hacking tools. Phone hacking or tapping is gaining unauthorized access to mobile phones, such as intercepting telephone calls or accessing voicemail messages. Phone hacking, being a form of surveillance, is illegal in many countries unless it is carried out as a lawful interception by a government agency. Unauthorized access to the voicemail of a mobile phone. Some PABX systems may be prone for hacking voicemail boxes. A hacker can call a direct dial number with voicemail and then try to use the default password or guess it, or then select the callback function, which may expose the password. Countermeasures are: disable the callback feature and use the strong passwords. Security of handsets. Default pins used are 1234 or 0000 on most of the mobile sets. Try to change these default pins. Mobile phone microphones can be activated remotely by security agencies or telcos without any need for physical access. Other techniques for mobile hacking include tricking a mobile phone user to download malware which monitors activity on the phone. Blue snarfing is an unauthorized access to your phone via Bluetooth. We are going to cover some of the easy mobile hacking tools. The Truth Spy can be used for GPS tracking, call recording, tracking messages, track social media activities, track internet activities, check contact details, view media files, etc. Spicy is another app which can be used as parental control solution. It can spy call logs, browse contacts, and all these features are available. Hyster Mobile Spy. This can be used for cell phone tracking and monitoring. FlexiSpy. This is another powerful monitoring software. Mobile Spy is a smartphone monitoring software. This can be used as a parental control or employees' activity can be monitored. You can monitor the text messages, GPS locations, call details, etc. This can be used as a parental control solution. Copy 9 is another solution. With this, you can view the call log details, GPS tracking, view text messages, monitor the social media activity, etc. Spy Human is easy to install and use. This has got all the standard features like call tracking, call recording, SMS tracking, location tracking, etc. MSpy. This is also a monitoring software which can be used as a parental control solution. Android phone tracking and monitoring solution from OneSpy. This is a good one. You can explore this Extend Spy. Spy to mobile can be used in enterprises. It can monitor the employees and company cell phones usage. Mobile spy software from Retina Studios. This is also a good application. We have some other tools like Disploit, WhatsApp Sniffer, APK Inspector. You can explore them. From the end user perspective, simple precautions to secure one's mobile phone is do not switch on Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, hotspot unnecessarily. Enable location based on need only. Uninstall unwanted apps. Check permissions of the installed apps. Do not leave the phone unattended and to let it fall in untrusted hands. Avoid sensitive info and logged in sessions. Thanks for watching.
Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Cloud Computing Security, Section Cloud Computing. Cloud computing enables access to shared pools of configurable system resources and higher level services that can be rapidly provisioned with minimal management effort. Cloud computing is cheaper because of economies of scale. In cloud computing, infrastructure is managed by the cloud vendor. Cloud providers decide on the management policies, security enablement, which moderates what the cloud users are able to do with their deployment. Cloud users' ability is limited to the control and management of their resources, applications, data, and services. Cloud computing is beneficial to many enterprises. It lowers costs and allows them to focus on their competency instead of IT infrastructure management. Major cloud technology companies like Google, AWS, Azure, and many others invest billions of dollars per year in the cloud research and development. Cloud computing and storage provides centralized data centers on massive scale, serving numerous customers. Cloud is shared pool of resources for compute, storage, and network. Due to massive scale of operations, cloud providers offer economical solutions compared to on-premises data centers. Cloud computing features include it is similar to utility service provider like electricity. Pay for what you use only. It enables organizations to focus on their core competency, avoid or minimize upfront IT infrastructure costs. Applications will be up and run faster with improved manageability and less maintenance. Rapidly adjust resources to meet fluctuating and unpredictable business demands. Pay as you go model to control operating expenditures and capital expenditures, OPEX and CAPEX. Cloud computing shares characteristics with client-server model, which refers to any distributed application between service providers and service requesters, that is clients. Grid computing, this is a form of distributed and parallel computing. Fog computing, this is also a distributed computing paradigm that provides data, compute, storage, and application services closer to the client or near user edge devices. Mainframe computers, these are powerful computers used by large organizations for critical applications. It compares with others like utility computing, peer-to-peer, distributed architecture, green computing, and cloud sandbox. The main benefit of adopting cloud computing is improved agility for organizations as it increases users' flexibility with reprovisioning, adding or expanding technological infrastructure. as it offers flexibility and easy provisioning of the resources. The different types of cloud service models are infrastructure as service, platform as service, software as service. These models differ on the management of the various segments of the IT infrastructure enablement. On-premises data center, you manage everything from applications to networking. It's your own data center. You manage hardware, software, applications, runtime, and everything. You are expected to have your own qualified staff to manage on-premises data center. Infrastructure as service is hosting infrastructure. This is for network professionals where service provider manages networking, storage, servers, virtualization, and operating system. Where you manage middleware, runtime, data, and applications. Platform as service is for building applications. This is focused on application developers. Service provider manages networking, storage, servers, virtualization, operating system, middleware, runtime. You manage data and applications. The third model is software as service, SaaS. In this, you consume the software where service provider manages everything, including the application. This is focusing on the end users. Examples of infrastructure as service are AWS, Rackspace, VMware, etc. Examples of platform as service are Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google App Engine, Salesforce, Cloud Foundry, ERP, NetSuite, and many others. The examples of software as service are Google Apps, Office 365, Facebook, Dropbox, PayPal, Zendesk, etc. Here is an analogy comparing the cloud service models. Making a meal analogy. The first one is the own kitchen. You manage everything from materials till plates and serving. Renting infrastructure. This is infrastructure as service. This is offered by the rental companies or service providers. They provide materials, preparation, staff, oven, and utensils. You manage cooking, quality control, plates, and serving. And the next one is platform as service. This is offered by the caterers where they manage until cooking. You manage quality control and serving part. The last one is software as service. This is offered by the hotels where they manage everything including serving. Just you consume their service. These are the various cloud deployment models. Private, public, and private and public mixed is hybrid cloud, and there may be a community cloud as well. National Institute of Standards and Technology NIST defines five essential characteristics of cloud computing: on demand, self service, broad network access, resource pooling, rapid elasticity, and measured service. Cloud architecture involves in designing multiple cloud components to best address high-level concerns of commercialization, standardization, developing, operating, and maintaining cloud computing systems. Optimizes systems, software, web, performance, security, risk, and these other topics are prime concerns of cloud architecture. Cloud computing poses privacy concerns because the service provider can access the data that is in the cloud at any time. Of course, they do not do that as they are bounded by the policies and regulations. Hackers may try to attack cloud infrastructure where thousands of companies' data is stored on large cloud servers. Public cloud computing service providers are maintaining strong management of security services. Data is getting generated every second and the data store is getting doubled every 2 years. Database includes photos, videos, streaming data, portal data, sensitive customer data, product and services data, design data, and from various sensors and sources. Cloud is acting as a scalable infrastructure to handle the massive growth of data handling requirements with more and more organizations leveraging cloud infrastructure. Cloud providers have business continuity and data recovery plans in place to ensure that service can be maintained in case of disaster or an emergency and any data loss will be recovered. They also provide log and audit trails. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CA certification program by IC Council. Module Cloud Computing Security. Section Introduction. Cloud security refers to a set of policies, technologies, and controls deployed to protect data, applications, and the associated cloud computing infrastructure. All the network security and information security policies apply to cloud as well. These are the different types of cloud service models. This is on-premises or internal data center, where the hardware, storage, servers, virtualization, data, applications, everything is managed by own staff. We have these models in the cloud: infrastructure as service, platform as service, software as service. We'll be covering these in detail in another session. These are the cloud deployment models. This is on-premises, internal data center, the private cloud, public cloud. The combined one is the hybrid cloud, and there is another community cloud as well. Security is a concern always, whether you are on premises or on cloud. This is only can be discussed, risk minimized, but never can be eliminated. Security concerns associated with the cloud computing fall into two broad categories. There are security issues faced by the cloud providers and security issues faced by the customers. Security is shared responsibility, wherein the provider must secure their infrastructure and their clients' data and applications, while the user must take measures to secure their applications with strong authentication and coding techniques. Data stored and applications hosted on public cloud are not physically accessible. Cloud service providers should ensure proper data isolation and logical storage segregation of their clients. The use of virtualization in implementing cloud infrastructure brings unique security concerns for customers or tenants of a public cloud service. Virtualization must be properly configured, managed, and secure. Specific concerns include the potential to compromise the virtualization software or the hypervisor. Cloud security architecture is effective only if the correct defensive implementations are in place. The security management addresses these issues with security controls. The controls are put in place to safeguard any weakness in the system and reduce the effect of an attack. The main controls in the cloud security architecture are deterrent controls, preventive controls, detective controls, and corrective controls. Deterrent controls are warning information controls which are intended to reduce attacks on a cloud system. Preventive controls strengthen the system against security incidents by reducing attack surface. Detective controls are intended to detect and react to any incidents that occur. In the event of an attack, a detective control will signal preventive or corrective controls to address the issue. Corrective controls reduce the consequences of an incident, normally by limiting the damage they come into effect during or after an incident. Information security controls can be selected and implemented in proportion to the risks by assessing the threats, vulnerabilities, and impacts. Cloud Access Security Brokers (CASBs) are the softwares that sit between cloud service users and cloud applications to monitor all activity and enforce security policies. CASB is an on-premises or cloud-based software that monitors every action of the users, warning administrators on specific actions that are seen as potentially hazardous, enforcing compliance to security policies, and taking automatic actions for malware prevention. A CASB may deliver security management or both. CASBs that deliver security must be in the path of the data access between the user and the cloud. CASBs that deliver the management may use APIs to inspect data, inspect firewall logs, proxy logs, and activity in the cloud to alert risky events. API-only CASBs such as CloudLock offer management using APIs provided by the major SaaS applications.
Security and privacy are achieved by the identity management, physical security, personal security, and privacy. Every enterprise will have its own identity management system to control access to information and computing resources. Cloud providers integrate the customer's identity management system into their own infrastructure using federation or single sign-on technology, or biometric based identification system, or provide an identity management system of their own. Data security comprises these three parameters: data confidentiality, access controllability, that is, only authorized users can access the data. Data integrity demands maintaining and assuring the accuracy and completeness of data. Numerous laws and regulations on privacy and data protection exist, and some of them are PCI DSS, HIPAA Act, SOX Act, FISMA, and many others. Cloud Security Alliance (CSA) announced the top 7 threats to cloud computing in all cloud computing environments. As per this, abuse, insecure interfaces and APIs, malicious insiders, shared technology issues, data loss or leakage, and others. Cloud security providers must secure their infrastructure and customers' data by using layers of security, that is, defense in depth concept. Other protection methods include strong encryption and strong key management, strong passwords, identity and access management, security policies and regular audits, compliance, that is, adhere to the policies and regulations. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Cloud Computing Security, Section Cloud Security Alliance (CSA). This is the web page of Cloud Security Alliance. CSA is member-driven, not-for-profit organization chartered with a mission to promote the use of best practices for providing security assurance within cloud computing. They also provide education on the uses of cloud computing to help secure all other forms of computing. CSA was formed in 2008 as a coalition by individuals who saw the need to provide objective enterprise user guidance on adoption and use of cloud computing. Their initial product is security guidance for critical areas of focus in cloud computing. This was put together by dozens of volunteers. In 2009, the CSA is incorporated in Nevada as a corporation and achieved US federal non-profit status. It is registered as foreign non-profit corporation in Washington. CSA has over 80,000 individual members worldwide. CSA gained reputation in 2011 when American presidential administration selected CSA Summit as the venue for announcing federal government's cloud computing strategy. CSA works with minimal staff and it has over 400 active volunteers participating in the research at any time. This is at max salary survey. You know that top 7 out of 10 highest paying professions are of security, and CCSK tops the list. Cloud Security Alliance Certificate of Cloud Security Knowledge, CCSK. This is followed by the IAPP's CIPP, ISA's CASSP. The 10th one is PMI's PMP, that is Project Management Professional. CSA supports National Institute of Standards and Technology (NIST), European Commission, Singapore government, and various data protection authorities. The Cloud Security Alliance has a network of chapters worldwide which are separate legal entities from the CSA. They operate within the guidelines set down by the CSA. Individuals who are interested in cloud computing and have experience to assist in making it more secure receive a complimentary individual membership based on a minimum level of participation. Key areas of research include cloud standards, certification, education and training, guidance and tools, global reach, and driving innovation. CSA provides security guidance for critical areas of focus
in cloud computing. This is foundational best practices for securing cloud computing. This helps organizations make risk management decisions regarding their cloud adoption strategies. Governance, risk and compliance, that is GRC stack, is a toolkit for stakeholders to assess clouds against industry established best practices, standards and critical compliance requirements. Cloud Controls Matrix (CCM). This is security controls framework for cloud provider and cloud customers. The other areas of research are Cloud Trust Protocol, Consensus Assessments Initiative Research, and Software-Defined Perimeter. Cloud Security Alliance has 25 plus active working groups. Some of them are Cloud Audit, Cloud Cert, Cloud SID, Cloud Metrics, Cloud Data Governance, Mobile Working Group, Big Data Working Group, Trusted Cloud Initiative, Security as Service Working Group, Security Trust and Assurance Registry STAR. This is all about CSA. Visit their website for more information. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Cryptography and Section Introduction. Cryptography is the study of secure communication that prevents third parties or the public from reading private messages. Crypto means hidden or secret. Graphy means study or writing. Cryptography means hidden writing. Cryptography is synonymous with encryption, the conversion of readable information to non-readable format. Decryption is the reverse process. Cryptography takes care of information security aspects such as data confidentiality, integrity, authentication, and non-repudiation. Applications include e-commerce, payment cards, digital currencies, passwords, digital rights management, and secure communications. We have cryptography, cryptanalysis, cryptology. Cryptography is the technique of transforming and transmitting confidential data in an encoded way so that only authorized and intended users can obtain or work on it. Cryptanalysis is the process of breaking the work of cryptography. Cryptology is the study of both cryptography and cryptanalysis. In cryptography, a cipher or code is an algorithm for performing encryption or decryption. Modern encryption methods can be divided by two criteria, that is, by the type of key used and by the type of input data. We have a long history of encryption. Classical ciphers are written hard using simple substitutions of a letter code or a word. 20th century electromechanical machines were invented to do encryption and decryption using transposition, polyalphabetic substitution. Secret communications requirement is there since ages, and methods only vary as per the need of the times. Cipher by type of the key used. Symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric key algorithms, that is private key cryptography, where the same key is used for encryption and decryption. Asymmetric key algorithms is public key cryptography, where two different keys are used. Ciphers by type of input data. Block ciphers, which encrypt block of data of fixed size. Stream ciphers, which encrypt continuous stream of data. Key size and vulnerability. The size of the key used to encrypt a message increases the complexity of cracking it. In symmetric key algorithms, the same key is used for encryption and decryption. Examples DES and AES. The sender and the receiver must have shared a key in advance, exchanged secretly. The sender uses this key for encryption and the receiver uses the same key for decryption. Most block cipher algorithms are based on this structure. Symmetric key ciphers are implemented as either block ciphers or stream ciphers. Symmetric key cryptography, where same key is used for encryption and decryption. Bob wants to send a message to Alice. Hello Alice. This is encrypted with a key, secret key, and this is encrypted text. If this message falls into the third parties, they cannot
read this message. This is non-readable format. When Alice receives the message, he decrypts the message with the same shared secret what Bob used to encrypt it. Then he gets the message. Data encryption standard, that is DES, and advanced encryption standard, that is AES, are block cipher designs. Triple DES, which is more secure and now in use. Stream ciphers, in contrast to the block type, create an arbitrary long stream of key material, which is combined with the plain text bit by bit or character by character, somewhat like one-time pad. One-time pad is an encryption technique that cannot be cracked but is difficult to handle. In stream cipher, the output stream is created based on hidden internal state that changes as cipher operates. RC4 is widely used stream cipher. Block ciphers can also be used as stream cipher. Asymmetric key algorithm. In asymmetric key algorithms, two different keys are used for encryption and decryption. Example is RSA. There are two separate keys, a public key which is published and enables any sender to perform encryption, a private key which is kept secret by the receiver and can be used to perform decryption. Here Bob wants to send a message to Alice, hello Alice, and this is encrypted with Alice public key, and this is the encrypted message. When Alice receives this message, Alice uses his private key to decrypt the message. Here, these are the two different keys that are used, and he gets the message. Examples of asymmetric key systems are RSA, that is Reversed Shamir Edelman, ECC, Elliptic Curve Cryptography, symmetric systems, DES, and AES. Cryptographic hash functions are third type of cryptographic algorithms. They take a message of any length as input and output a short fixed length hash which can be used in a digital signature. MD5, a strengthened variant of MD4, is widely used for hashing. SHA, secure hash algorithm. This series is more secure than MD5. SHA-2 is an improvement over SHA-1. In 2012, NIST announced SHA-3 algorithm, that is KECAT. Cryptographic hash functions are used to verify authenticity of data retrieved from a source. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CVTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council, module Cryptography and section Cryptography Attacks. A cryptographic attack is a method for circumventing the security of a cryptographic system by finding a weakness in a code, cipher, cryptographic protocol, or key management scheme. This is also called as cryptanalysis. Here the sender encrypts the plain message and sends the cipher text over the public internet, and the receiver decrypts the cipher text and gets the message. This public exposure is where cryptographic attack occurs. Modern cryptography is based on mathematical theory and computer science practice. Cryptographic algorithms are designed around computational hardness assumptions, making such algorithms hard to break in practice by any adversary. Cryptanalysis is the study of methods for obtaining the meaning of encrypted information without access to the key, normally which is required to do so. That is, it's the study of how to attack encryption algorithms or their implementations. These are some of the cryptography attacks: KPA, CPA, and we are going to know about these. Chosen plain text attack, CPA. In this, attacker has access to plain text and public key. He wants to correlate and derive the private key, which assumes that the attacker can obtain the cipher text for arbitrary plain text. CPA is more powerful than KPA because attacker can obtain many pairs of plain text and cipher text instead of only one pair, and therefore has more data for cryptanalysis. KPA is known plain text attack. This is an attack model for cryptanalysis where the attacker has access to both plain text called a crypt and its encrypted version cipher text. These can be used to reveal secret keys information. Cipher text-only attack (COA). In this model, attacker is assumed to have access only to a set of ciphertexts, while the attacker has no channel providing access to the plain text prior to the encryption. However, the attacker has some knowledge of the plain text and work with ciphertext only. Chosen ciphertext attack (CCA). In this model, the attacker can gather information by obtaining the decryptions of the chosen ciphertext. From these pieces of information, the attacker can attempt to recover the hidden secret key used for decryption. MITM, man in the middle attack. An attacker is in between the victim and the server. Attacker sits in between, uses a sniffer to watch the conversation to capture session cookie. There are several tools for making MITM attack. Attacker uses the tools after gaining access to LAN, as these tools are efficient in LAN environments because they implement extra functionalities like ARP spoof capabilities that permit the interception of communication between the hosts easily. Side channel attack is based on the information gained from the physical implementation of a crypto system rather than brute force or other weaknesses in the algorithms. For example, timing information, power consumption, electromagnetic leaks, or even sound can provide an extra source of information which can be exploited to break into the system. Some side channel attacks require technical knowledge of the internal operation of the system on which the cryptography is implemented. A brute force attack is a cryptanalytic attack, is an attempt to decrypt any encrypted data. The attacker systematically checks all the possible passwords and passphrases until the correct one is found, using guessing and dictionary attack. Brute force attacks are an application of brute force search or exhaustive search, which is a problem-solving technique for systematically enumerating all the possible candidates for the solution and checking each one. Any weaknesses in an encryption system makes the task easier. Credential recycling is reusing the username and password combinations gathered in previous brute force attacks. Pigeonhole principle is the basis for birthday attacks. This is a probability model where 10 pigeons are put in 9 holes. At least one hole has more than one pigeon. The probability reaches 100% when the number of people reaches 366, the days in a year. However, 99.9% probability is reached with just 70 people. Birthday problem is the probability of 2 out of some random people having the same birthdays based on pigeonhole principle. Birthday attack is a cryptographic attack, uses the probability model to reduce the complexity of finding a collision for a hash function, exploits the mathematics behind the birthday problem in probability theory. This attack can be used to abuse communication between two or more parties. The attack depends on the higher likelihood of collisions found, random attack attempts, and a fixed degree of permutations, that is pigeonhole. With the birthday attack, it's possible to find the collision of a hash function. There is a general result that quantum computers can perform birthday attacks, thus breaking collision resistance. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Cryptography, Section Public Key Infrastructure, PKI. Public Key Infrastructure, PKI, is a set of rules, policies, and procedures needed to create, manage, distribute, use, store, and revoke digital certificates, and manage public key encryption. The purpose of PKI is to facilitate the secure electronic transfer of information for a range of network activities such as e-commerce, internet banking, and confidential email, etc. Activities where validation is required by more than passwords. PKI is an arrangement that binds public keys with respective identities of entities, like people and organizations. PKI consists of a certificate authority that stores, issues, and signs the digital certificates, a registration authority (RA), which verifies the identity of entities requesting their digital certificates to be stored at the CA, a central directory, that is a secure location in which to store and index keys, a third party validation authority. This can provide the entity information on behalf of the CA, a certificate management system managing things like the access to the stored certificates or the delivery of certificates to be issued. A certificate policy stating the PKI's requirements concerning its procedures. Its purpose is to allow outsiders to analyze the PKI's trustworthiness. The main components of PKI are CA, RA, VA. Certificate authority (CA) binds through the process of registration and issuance of certificates. Depending on the assurance level of the binding, this may be carried out by an automated process or under human supervision. The PKI role that assures valid and correct registration is called a registration authority (RA). RA is responsible for accepting requests for digital certificates and authenticating the entity making the request. In Microsoft PKI, a registration authority (RA) is usually called a subordinate CA. An entity must be uniquely identifiable with each CA domain on the basis of information about that entity. A third-party validation authority (VA) can provide this entity information on behalf of the CA. PKI design. PKI is cryptographic technique that enables entities to securely communicate over an insecure public network and reliably verify the identity of an entity via digital signatures. A public key infrastructure (PKI) is a system for the creation, storage, and distribution of digital certificates, which are used to verify that a particular public key belongs to a certain entity. The PKI creates digital certificates which map public keys to the entities, securely stores these certificates in a central repository, and revokes them if needed. There are three approaches to getting this trust: certificate authorities, web of trust, public key infrastructure. The primary role of a CA is to digitally sign and publish the public key bound to a given user. This is done using the CA's own private key, so that the trust in the user key relies on one's trust in the validation of CA's key. When the CA is a third party separate from the user and the system, then it is called the registration authority (RA), which may or may not be separate from the CA. The key to the user binding is established depending on the level of assurance the binding has by software or under human supervision. The term trusted third party (TTP) may also be used for certificate authority. Moreover, PKI is itself used as synonym for CA implementation. Digital certificate market is booming and demanding. Here is the issuer market share. CA is a trusted third party trusted both by the owner of the certificate and by the party relying upon the certificate. Global TLS presence is competitive and dominated by four major CAs: Komodo, Semantic, which acquired VeriSign, GoDaddy, and GlobalSign. These four account for 88% of all the TLS certificates of public-facing web servers. Web of Trust. In cryptography, Web of Trust is a concept used in PGP, GPG, and other open PGP compatible systems to establish the authenticity of the binding between a public key and its owner. Its decentralized trust model is an alternative to the centralized trust model of PKI, public key infrastructure, which relies exclusively on a CA, certificate authority. As with the networks, there are many independent webs of trust, and any user can be part of or link between multiple webs. PKI provides public keys and binds to user identities, which are used for encryption, sender authentication of email messages, etc. Example using OpenPGP or s/mine. Encryption or authentication of documents, Example XML signatures, XML encryption. Authentication of users to applications. Example smart card login, client authentication with SSL. Bootstrapping secure communication protocols such as IKE, Internet Key Exchange, and SSL. In both of these, initial setup of secure channel or a security association uses asymmetric key, that is public key, whereas the actual communication uses faster symmetric key, that is shared secret key. Mobile signatures are electronic signatures that are created using a mobile device. They rely on signature or certification services in the location independent telecommunication environment. Internet of Things requires secure communication between mutually trusted devices. OpenSSL is the simplest form of CA and tool for PKI, which is included in all major Linux distributions. And this can be used both to build your own CA and PKI enabled applications. EJBCA. This is a full-featured enterprise grade which can be used to set up CA both for internal use and as a service. OpenCA is a full-featured CA implementation using a number of different tools. OpenCA uses OpenSSL for the underlying PKI operations. XCA. This is a graphical interface and database. XCA uses OpenSSL for the underlying PKI operations. IoT PKI. This is a simple PKI built using Python cryptography library. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Cryptography, Section Cryptographic Protocol. Cryptographic protocol is also called security or encryption protocol, applies cryptographic methods and describes how the algorithm should be used. Cryptographic protocols are widely used for securing application level data transport and incorporates some of these aspects. Key agreement or establishment, entity authentication, symmetric encryption and message authentication material construction, secured application level data transport, non-repudiation methods, secret sharing methods, secure multi-party computation. These are some of the popular crypto protocols. IKE, Internet Key Exchange. This protocol is used to set up a security association in the IPsec protocol suite. IKE builds upon the Oakley protocol and ISACAM. IKE uses X.509 certificates for authentication. Internet Protocol Security (IPsec). This is a network protocol suite that authenticates and encrypts the packets of data sent over public network. Kerberos. This is a network authentication protocol and works on the basis of tickets to allow nodes communicating over non-secure network to prove their identity to one another in a secure manner. OTR, off the record messaging. This is a cryptographic protocol that provides encryption for instant messaging conversations. OTR uses a combination of AES symmetric key algorithm and DH key exchange, that is Diffie-Hellman key exchange, and SHA-1 hash function. Point-to-point protocol (PPP). This is a data link layer 2 communication protocol used to establish a direct connection between the two nodes. It connects two routers directly without any host or any networking device in between. It can provide connection, authentication, transmission encryption, and compression as well. Signal protocol. Formerly, this was known as text secure protocol, and this can be used to provide end-to-end encryption for voice calls, video calls, and instant messaging conversations. Transport layer security (TLS), and its predecessor was SSL, Secure Sockets Layer, but both are frequently referred as SSL. This provides security over the public network. ZRTP. This is composed of Z and Real-Time Transport Protocol, that is RTP. This is a cryptographic key agreement protocol to negotiate the keys for encryption between two endpoints in a VoIP, voice over IP telephony call based on RTP. Transport Layer Security (TLS). These are cryptographic protocols which provide communication security over public network. TLS is used in applications such as web browsing, email, internet faxing, instant messaging, and voice over IP (VoIP). Websites are able to use TLS to secure all communications between their servers and the web browsers. The three aspects of TLS are: it has an entity authentication mechanism based on X.509 system, a key setup phase where symmetric encryption key is formed by employing public key cryptography, an application level data transport function. Cryptographic protocols can be verified formally to identify the threats and done through these models. Dole-Yao model. This is a formal model used to prove properties of interactive cryptographic protocols. Ban logic, that is Burrows-Abadi-Needham logic. This is a set of rules for defining and analyzing information exchange protocols. It does verification of message origin, message freshness, and origin's trustworthiness. Other models include protocol composition logic, PCL, strand space, Alice and Bob notation, etc. These are the projects and tools for security protocol verification. Avispa. This is a tool for the automated validation of internet security protocols and applications. Avispa is an acronym for Automated Validation of Internet Security Protocols and Applications. AVANT-SAR. This is an acronym for Automated Validation of Trust and Security of Service-Oriented Architectures. Casper and FDR compiler, CryptoVerif and ProVerif. CryptoVerif is a software tool for automatic reasoning about security protocols. This is written by Bruno Blanchard, contrary to the ProVerif by the same creator that uses symbolic abstraction. It is sound in the computation model. CPSA, that is Cryptographic Protocol Shapes Analyzer. KISS, Knowledge in Security Protocols. This is an implementation of the procedure to handle cryptographic primitives modeled by any convergent term rewriting system. Mod NPA. This is Mod NRL Protocol Analyzer. Skyther, Tamarind Prover, and many other verification tools are there. Avansar proposes a rigorous technology for the formal specification and automated validation of trust and security of service-oriented architectures. This technology will be automated into integrated toolset, the Avansar validation platform, tuned on relevant industrial case studies. The objectives of this project are the Avansar validation platform, an automated toolset for validating trust and security aspects of service-oriented architectures, a library of validated composed services and service architectures, proving that our technology scales to envisaged applications. Mod NPA is an analysis tool for cryptographic protocols. Skyther is a tool for automatic verification of security protocols. This is managed by Department of Computer Science, University of Oxford. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Cryptography, Section Cryptography Tools. These are some of the popular cryptography tools: OpenSSH, PuTTY, SSH, WinSCP, PGP, GPG. This is the web page of OpenSSH. OpenSSH is based on Secure Shell Protocol, SSH protocol, to secure network communications via the encryption of network traffic over multiple authentication methods and provide secure tunneling capabilities. OpenSSH is the connectivity tool for remote SSH login. OpenSSH is a fork of the SSH program by Tatu Lonen, first released as part of OpenBSD in 1999 under BSD license. Current version is 7.6, released in 2017. OpenSSH is integrated into all BSD projects and all Linux flavors. Microsoft supports OpenSSH on Windows and accessible through Windows PowerShell. OpenSSH is a premier connectivity tool for remote login with the SSH protocol. It encrypts all the traffic to eliminate eavesdropping, connection hijacking, and other attacks. OpenSSH provides a large suite of secure tunneling capabilities, several authentication methods, and sophisticated configuration options. The OpenSSH suite consists of these tools. Remote operations are done using SSH, SCP, SFTP, key management with SSH add, SSH keysign, SSH keyscan, and SSH keygen. The service side consists of SSHD, SSH daemon, SFTP server, SSH agent. OpenSSH is developed by a few developers of the OpenBSD project and made available under BSD style license. OpenSSH being a great suite of tools incorporated into many commercial products. Secure Shell provides secure encrypted communication between two hosts over an insecure network. This replaces insecure telnet or login or SSH alternatives. Most Unix users run the open source OpenSSH server and client. PuTTY is popular on Windows and also available for mobile devices. This is the web page of PuTTY. PuTTY is a free implementation of SSH and Telnet for Windows and Unix platforms, along with an Xterm terminal emulator. It is written and maintained primarily by Simon Tatum. Latest version is 0.70, released in 2017. PuTTY is a hand tool for all the network professionals. There will not be a network professional who doesn't know about PuTTY. WinSCP is free SFTP, SCP, and FTP client for Windows. This is integrated into one software program for file transfer to FTP server or secure SFTP server. WinSCP 5.11.2 is released in 2017. SSH, Secure Shell. This is all where the story began. SSH is a software package that enables secure system administration and file transfers over insecure networks. It is used in nearly every data center in every larger enterprise. This page is maintained by the inventor of SSH, Tatu Lonen. He wrote SSH 1.x and SSH 2.x and still works on the related topics. The open source OpenSSH implementation is based on his free version. GNU PGR GPG. This is a complete and free implementation of the OpenPGP standard as defined by the RFC 4880. GPG features. It allows to encrypt and sign your data on communication, versatile key management system as well as access module for all kinds of public key directories, command line tool with features for easy integration with other applications. For GPG, a wealth of front-end applications and libraries are available, and it provides support for S/MIME and Secure Shell. Symantec acquired PGP and Symantec PGP desktops and servers are launched. PGP. This is an acronym for Pretty Good Privacy. This is an encryption program that provides cryptographic privacy and authentication for data communication. PGP is used for signing, encryption and decrypting tags, emails, files and directories, and all disk partitions, and to increase the security of email communications. Safeguard data on computers, laptops, tablets, hard drives, removable media, files, email system, and cloud-based applications, including SaaS, allowing you to collaborate with confidence. Protect data and facilitate compliance without compromising performance. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Cryptography, Section Public Key Cryptography. Public Key Cryptography. Key management is challenging in symmetric cryptography. In 1976, Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman proposed public key cryptography, in which two different keys are used that is a public key and a private key. The public key is distributed while its paid private key must remain secret. The public key is used for encryption while the private or secret key is used for decryption. Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol is widely used in secure communications to allow two parties to secretly agree on the shared encryption key. And the security feature of this is deriving the private key is impossible from the public. Ronald Rivest and Shamir Len-Edelman launched RSA algorithm. RSA provides digital signatures, encryption, and key exchange. DSA is digital signature algorithm. This provides digital signatures. This doesn't provide key exchange and encryption. Both RSA and DSA are based on public key infrastructure. Private and public keys are used. Private keys on the sender's side and public keys on the receiver's side. Public key cryptography is used for implementing digital signature schemes. A user can produce a digital signature but difficult for anyone else to forge. Digital signatures are permanently tied to the content of the message being signed and they cannot be removed from one document to another. Any such attempt will be detectable. Padlock icon from the browser indicates a public key cryptography system is in use, that is TLS here. For Google site, it shows secure connection, and for the example domain, it says connection is not secure. The information submitted can be viewed by anyone. And when you click on more information, it will show you the connection encryption details. TLS, AES, SHA, and the bits here, and the version, TLS version. And for the example.com, the connection is not encrypted. Digital signature info. Under the general tab, you can view this is issued to whom and issued by whom and the validity and the fingerprints. Under the details tab, you can view the certificate hierarchy. Digital signatures are central to the operation of public key infrastructures and many network security implementations such as SSL, TLS, and many VPNs. In digital signature schemes, there are two algorithms. One for signing, in which secret key is used to process the message, or a hash of the message, or both. One for verification, in which the matching public key is used with the message to check the validity of the signature. RSA and DSA are the two most popular digital signature schemes. DSA doesn't encrypt and can only be used for signing and verification. RSA can be used for encryption and decryption as well. The goal of cryptanalysis is to find some weakness or insecurity in a cryptographic scheme and breaking it. Cryptographic protocols or cryptosystems are designed to provide public key encryption. Cryptographic engineering or security engineering is the study of how best to implement and integrate cryptography in software applications. Protocols used are RSA, NOR signature, Al-Gamal encryption, PGP, etc. It's not all smooth for the cryptography. There are prohibitions. Cryptography or secret communications may be a criminal affair, and restrictive laws prevail in many countries. Regulations are enforced on usage of cryptography and make it license based. Key disclosures are also made mandatory as required by the authorities in some countries. In 1998, DMCA, that is Digital Millennium Copyright Act, is signed, which criminalizes all production, dissemination, and use of certain cryptanalytic techniques and technology. Cryptography is central to the DRM, Digital Rights Management. In DRM, group of techniques for technologically controlling use of copyrighted material being widely implemented and deployed at the behest of some copyright holders. Beware of copying information that is available on the internet without proper attribution or permission. Thanks for watching.
Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CEH certification program by EC Council. Module Penetration Testing, Section Penetration Testing Introduction. A penetration test or simply pen test is mostly authorized attack on a system to evaluate the security of the system. The test is performed to identify both weakness, vulnerabilities, including the potential for unauthorized parties to gain access to the system's features and data, as well as strengths enabling the full risk assessment to be completed. The process identifies the target systems and a particular goal, then reviews available information and undertakes various means to attain the goal. Some of the penetration test features are it helps determining whether a system is vulnerable to attack, strengthen the defenses to defeat the test. When an ethical hacker does a penetration testing, PT report will be submitted to the system owner or organization. PT report generally contains uncovered security issues, vulnerabilities, vulnerability exploitation possibilities, assessment of potential impacts to the organization, followed by the suggested countermeasures mitigation strategies to reduce the risk. Penetration tests are a component of a full security audit. For example, the PCI DSS requires penetration testing on a regular schedule or after any system changes. Flaw hypothesis methodology is a system analysis and penetration prediction technique, where a list of hypothesized flaws in a software system are compiled through the analysis of specifications and documentation for the system. The list of hypothesized flaws are then prioritized. The prioritized list is used to direct the actual attacking or testing of the system. A wide variety of security assessment tools are available to assist with penetration testing, including free software and commercial softwares. A number of Linux distributions include known OS and application vulnerabilities and can be deployed as targets. Such systems help new security professionals try the latest security tools in the lab environment. Examples include Down Vulnerable Linux, DVL, and the OWASP Web Testing Environment, WTW, and Metasploitable. Several operating system distributions are geared towards penetration testing. Such distributions typically contain a pre-packaged and pre-configured set of tools. These are popular Linux distributions for pen testing: Kali Linux, Security Onion, Matrix, and all these. These are the popular software frameworks: Burp Suite, Metasploit, Nmap, OWASP Job, W3AF, and many others. The process of penetration testing may be simplified as two parts. Discover vulnerabilities, that is, combinations of legal operations that let the tester execute and exploit the vulnerabilities. Specify the illegal operation. Once attacker has exploited one vulnerability, they may gain access to other machines, so the process repeats. That is, to look for new vulnerabilities and attempt to exploit them. This process is referred to as pivoting. Metasploit provides Ruby library for common tasks and maintain a database of well-known exploits. Under budget and time constraints, fuzzing, a random input technique, can be used to discover vulnerabilities. The tester uses a random input to access less often used code paths. Well-trodden code paths are usually free of errors. Errors are useful because they expose more information, such as HTTP server crashes, buffer flows, etc. Legal operations that let the tester execute an illegal operation include unescaped SQL commands, unchanged results in source visible projects, human relationships, etc. Testers package the payload for the target system, which triggers its execution. The illegal operation, or the payload in Metasploit terminology, can include functions for logging keystrokes, taking screenshots, installing adware, stealing credentials, or altering data, etc. Some companies maintain large databases of known exploits and provide products that automatically test target systems for vulnerabilities. Some of them are Metasploit, Nessus, Nmap, OpenVAS, and W3AF. Tiger teams are launched in 1970s. The federal government and its contractors began organizing teams of penetrators who are known as Tiger teams. Tiger teams were sponsored teams of crackers who attempted to break down the defenses of computer systems to explore security holes and remediate them. The leading computer penetration expert, James Anderson, described a general attack sequence steps. Find an exploitable vulnerability, design an attack around it, test the attack, seize a line in use, enter the attack, exploit the entry for information recovery. A penetration test target may be black box, white box, or gray box. In black box penetration testing, hackers do not have inside access and required to gather information by footprinting, scanning, enumeration, find vulnerabilities, and exploit them. In this, unauthorized access is obtained for malicious activity. White box penetration testing. A hacker is ethical hacker. He is authorized person by the organization. Hacker is aware of network architecture, security system, IP host details, etc. This is simulation attack to test the strength of the defense from outside attacks. Grey box pen testing. Hacker is aware of partial information and try to hack into the system to gain unauthorized access. This is done with non-malicious intention but for information sharing purpose. We will tour some penetration testing tools demo and take up some case studies and review ethical hacking for safe digital world. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CVTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CE certification program by EC Council. Module Penetration Testing, section Linux distributions for penetration testing. These are the popular Linux distributions that come with a prepackaged tools and which can be used for pen testing. Kali Linux, Security Onion, Matrix, Deft, and all these are popular ones. Kali Linux name is well known among ethical hacker community and security professionals. Please watch Kali's session for more details. Security Onion is Linux distro for intrusion detection, network security monitoring, and log management. It's based on Ubuntu and contains Snort, Suricata, Bro, OSEC, Swill, Squirt, Elsa, Explico, Network Miner, and many other security tools. The easy-to-use setup wizard allows you to build an army of distributed sensors for your enterprise in minutes. This is the webpage of Security Onion. The Matrix is fully featured security distribution based on Debian, consisting of 300 plus open source and free tools that can be used for various purposes. Matrix is popularly used in penetration testing, ethical hacking, cyber forensic investigations, security testing, vulnerability analysis, and much more. Matrix is designed to run from live environment like CD, DVD, or USB stick and can be easily installed. Matrix is member of Open Invention Network, that is OIN. This is the web page of Matrix. Blackbox is Ubuntu-based Linux distro for penetration testing and security assessment. Blackbox comes with desktop environment with complete set of tools required for ethical hacking and security testing. It's a highly customizable and well-performing system. It includes security and analysis Linux tools, which are web application analysis, network analysis, sniffing, vulnerability assessment, computer forensics analysis, and exploitation. This is the web page of Blackbox. CERT is Computer Emergency Response Team. The CERT Coordination Center, CERT-CC, is the coordination center for the Software Engineering Institute, SEI. It contains the vulnerability analysis tools, SET Tapioca, BFF, FOE, and Dranger. This is the web page of CERT. DEFT, Digital Evidence and Forensics Toolkit, is a GNU Linux-based distro made for computer forensics. It can run live via DVD-ROM, USB pen drive, installed or run as a virtual appliance on VMware or VirtualBox. DEFT is paired with Dart, a forensic system which can be run on Windows. DEFT is widely used by the government agencies, auditors, and others. This is the web page of DEFT Linux. Network Security Toolkit NST is a bootable ISO live DVD USB flash drive based on Fedora. NST can be used for network security analysis and monitoring. NST comprises these tools: Nmap, Zenmap, Ntop, Session Manager for VNC, and all these. This is the web page of Network Security Toolkit (NST). GRML is live CD operating system based on Debian, made to run from a USB flash drive. It includes X Windows System Server and window managers. It contains sysadmin tools, security and network-related software, data recovery and forensic tools, and many other tools. It uses G shell as the default login shell. This is the webpage of GRML Live Linux. Parrot Security Operating System, or ParrotSec. ParrotSec is a Linux distro based on Debian. It's designed for penetration testing, vulnerability assessment and mitigation, computer forensics, and anonymous web browsing as well. It's developed by the FrozenBox team. It offers an addition to carry out cloud service penetration testing also. This is the webpage of Parrot Security Operating System. Black Arch Linux is an Arch Linux-based Linux distro for penetration testers and security researchers. It may be used as a standalone live CD or live USB or run from a virtual machine or can be installed on a PC. It offers over 1900 plus tools organized by category for security and forensic analysis. This is the webpage of Black Arch Linux Pentest distro. Pen2 is a live CD and live USB designed for penetration testing and security assessment. Based on Gentoo Linux, Pen2 is provided both as 32 and 64-bit installable live CD. Pen2 has lots of tools for penetration testing and security assessment. This is the webpage of Pen2. Thanks for watching. Hello, I'm Sri from CBTU. Welcome to the Ethical Hacker Training course based on CH certification program by EC Council. Module Penetration Testing, Section Penetration Testing Reporting Templates. We are analyzing Offensive Securities Sample Penetration Testing Report. Well-known Linux distro for pen testing, Kali Linux, is from Offensive Security. Thanks to Offensive Security for providing this report. The report is available at this link. Report contains all the documentation classified as executive summary, that is summary of results, attack narrative, how PT is being conducted, exploitation, findings, etc. Conclusion, which contains recommendations, remediation plans, etc. and annexes. Attack narrative is categorized as remote system discovery, admin web server interface compromise, interactive shell to admin server, and all these. Let us dive into the report. This is the PT report from Offensive Security, available for download on their website. The table of contents include executive summary, attack narrative, conclusion, and appendix. It's all self-explainable, and this is NS lookup, and we identify the name servers with this tool. This is the architecture of target network. This is about some web server. You can go through this report for more information.